This sword gives you 200 instant levels just by equipping it, but it can only slash twice before it breaks forever. Right now, it's locked in a museum, but this guy figured out how to use it infinitely. See, Sano Haruto has the most underrated ability in this world. Look at how he grabs this onigiri, copies it, and then dude just pastes it, like literal Windows boy. Control-C, Control-V in human form. Sounds game-breaking, right? Well, here's the catch, since anything he copies vanishes the moment it leaves his inventory. But think about it. What if he just keeps copying and pasting the Kalisha longsword while it stays inside his inventory? He'd permanently walk around 200 levels above his baseline, which would be absurdly broken. Bros should be op with the skill, correct? But not really, cause right now, someone calls for the trash to give mana and Sano obeys. Unfortunately, at this moment, the only thing he can do is copy his own mana and put the original deep from behind in his friends. He keeps the copy with himself so it doesn't vanish and gives the original to the guy who, after feeling the warmth of our boy in his back, was able to cast a huge thunder skill. This copy stuff should be a broken as hell skill, but in this world, mana potions are cheap, so Sano is treated like a random loser who's just worth to save some money. Every other hunter just mocks this poor, useless, ugly bastard. Big error, cause they don't know what's coming for our boy. See, here's the real problem. For some reason, it's way harder for Sano to level up than anyone else. Dungeon after dungeon, and he's hard stuck at level 29. But at level 30, something massive unlocks. Remember that. And today just got worse. His guild straight up fired him. They see zero potential. But Sano has that Sigma grind set, and even after becoming my mom kinda homeless, he went straight back to farm. This big-mouthed spider dives to gobble them all. But today is usual activity in the vicinity, and moms are being taught a lesson. Blondie boy asks for Sano to send that warm mana from behind, and bro delivers. With that, he casts a massive fire barrage. Unfortunately, he's still stuck at level 29. Now they're in the boss chamber. The leader says be careful, but Blondie's got that face. You know the face. The I'm about to ruin everything face. He kicks a rock. It hits a web, and now the boss is awake. Full chaos, blocks, slashes, screams, everyone giving everything they've got. But Blondie is feeling too cocky after Sano warmed him up from behind and casts a massive fireball. Unfortunately for him, Alexa has a fast ass and shots a web barrage that blocks and ricochets his fireball towards her own eggs, creating a forced hatch that made my Sano boy tremble. Now is over. The leader was painted like a OF girl. Everyone in the team gained a free mummification with a brutal death right after. Sano was there chilling until his time came and he died, or didn't cause this dude's just cheating. He makes copies of himself in the dungeon entrance. He's the only thing that when copied stay in place, and that way he creates a respawn point. So with this cheating skill, he kept trying, but unfortunately he's just a random dude against a LV-80 boss. Now he's back behind the pillar, all bent and busted up. He can't die, but he also can't escape. Then he sees one of the guys still stuck in the webs, the leader of the one we knew was gonna die, begging for help. But Haruto knows there's no saving that guy. The boss is tearing everything apart, and Haruto decides to try something. He's pissed that after everything he might die without landing even one hit. Right as the boss attacks, Haruto swings at her leg, managing to redirect the blow. Right at that moment, he earns some experience from landing a successful hit, and finally levels up. But just as he looks at the notification, bam, the boss lands a massive hit right to his chest. Once again, he had backed himself up and copy-pasted into existence. The problem? His attacks still do absolutely nothing to this boss. But our sneaky boy is about to pull a re-zero move. Doesn't matter if he has to die hundreds of times, one day, he'll take this monster down. The creature attacks again, and Haruto charges in. He mutters that scratch by scratch, eventually he'll win. 3 days go by. After countless deaths and most of his teammates' weapons breaking, Haruto has finally grown. A lot. Meanwhile, the Spider Queen is looking rough. She can't heal from any of the damage she's done. She launches another wave of webbing, but this time he dodges. He's already getting used to the speed of her projectiles. She swipes at him again. He jumps, scales her leg, and climbs straight to her head. Yelling for her to just die already, he drives his sword straight into her brain, which immediately snaps in half like a cheap twig. She throws him off, crashes him into the ground, and lets out a roar. But just as she's about to bite him, cracks spread across her body. Her HP finally hits 0. She explodes into pieces. Haruto just lies there, totally drained. After that many deaths, his brain's basically mush. Then, ding, 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 a flood of level up notifications fills his screen. The reward for defeating the Great Spider Queen is granted. Our Marvel hero over here decides to go check on his friend after 3 whole days. But just as he's heading out, something slams down right next to him. He looks up and, oh hell no, a bunch of spiders. Get out of here, you freaky albino creeps. Problem is, he's got no weapon, and the guy next to him, completely wrecked. He doesn't want to just leave him to die. Flashback, 2 hours earlier on a bridge in Tokyo. In a car, a soldier named Morgrant, level 112, asks a girl named Errors how many times she's been to Japan. She's a mage, level 131, and says this is her 2nd time. He asks if it's her mom's homeland. She says it doesn't matter. She's here for one reason. There's something she wants to find in one of Japan's dungeons. Grant says it'd be great if she found it, but she warns him not to get too involved in her business or he'll end up getting hurt. Just then, a voice over the intercom announces that the truck is crossing the dungeon Rainbow Gate, or the Rainbow Bridge dungeon, whatever. It's a rainbow. It's a bridge. There's a dungeon involved. All electronics will be disabled for 5 minutes due to electromagnetic waves. Apparently, there's a dungeon right underneath the bridge, and the guy was eager to check it out. Nearby, in an office, a hunter named Shinoda Satoru, level 21. So yeah, he's small time. He complains that this place is so boring. His buddy beside him says that's probably because the guy only got the job through connections. And let's be real, without connections, you're not getting into a place like this. Suddenly, a slime bumps into Satoru's leg. He crouches to pick it up, saying this one's kinda cute. Way better than the creepy ones you find inside dungeons. He asks if it's normal for these little guys to be outside. The other guy says yeah, but he sounds nervous. Then bam, something slams into Satoru's back. He turns around and just the shadow is enough to tell. A giant ogre is about to turn him into jam. Yep, game over. That guy's pace now. Back in the present, our dear Sano Haruto survived once again with his trusty Curl C, Troll V trick. He's aiming to hit level 50 next. That's usually when things start getting easier. You can finally find decent dungeon groups. And of course, better parties mean better loot and better XP. Feeling good about life and thinking it's finally his time to shine. Suddenly, a group pushes past him, yelling for him to get out of the way. He's confused, trying to figure out why everyone's running around like headless chickens. Someone up front asks if they're really going in before the major guilds arrive. The other guy says they have to because the legendary sword is being brought in. Wargrant gets the news. Good news. The sword's nearby. Bad news, a dungeon just erupted in that area. On top of the association building, some aircraft are being prepped for launch. The hunters seem more focused on protecting the legendary longsword because, yeah, that thing's worth a fortune. But someone steps up and says to follow her orders. She's the leader. The most no-nonsense girl we've seen in days announces that the association's priority is killing monsters and rescuing civilians. As she boards the ship, she says everything else can be discussed later. That's when someone in the back starts yelling that they want to go too. Nanas ignores it and tells everyone to board. And of course, it's our boy Sano, begging to go with them. He says he's been in the guild for 5 years and knows everyone. He admits he's not that strong, but he wants to help save civilians. She looks confused, probably wondering what in the world this walking trash can thinks he's going to do. So there's Haruto giving this dramatic speech about how every bit of help is needed to save lives. Nanas, clearly more interested in leaving than debating, just sighs and lets him board. Next thing you know, bam, he's inside. She casually mentions she heard he saved Sun Jr. back at the spider nest. Sounds like he's a real altruistic guy. He thanks her, while thinking to himself that he only saved that poor kid because there was profit in it. Just like now, he's only here for the loot. The other hunters start talking. Didn't we stabilize the Rainbow Bridge dungeon like 3 weeks ago? Why is it bursting open again? Nana says stuff like this happens all the time. That's why they always have to be ready. Their job is to make sure the disaster from 15 years ago never happens again. Cue flashback. Thanks, Haruto. Back then, a bunch of dungeon gates exploded all at once. There weren't enough hunters in the world to deal with it. Creatures just roamed freely. It was during that chaos that Haruto's mom got turned into a pancake under a car. But on that day, he also saw some kind of transcendent being, like something from another dimension. That's when he got his ability, or his curse. Hard to tell. All the voice said was 20 years. He still doesn't know what that meant. Is it the duration of the skill? His lifespan? Something else? But he does know he's got a mark on his neck, and the time is ticking. He's convinced the entity only showed up because of the great disaster. Maybe the Hourglass mark is counting down to the next one. If that's true, then he's got 5 years left. 5 years to become the strongest hunter he can. Back at the bridge. Boom. The gate's blown wide open. Cars are flying like rocks. Chaos everywhere. The hunters on the ground are already overwhelmed. Not enough people to protect the civilians. A little goblin tries to stab one kid, who manages to land a sword strike to the gut. But just as another goblin comes from behind, someone slices it midair. Wait, these two actually survived that pissed off orc from earlier. These guys are tougher than they look. The guy tells the spoiled rich kid to focus. Next time he's not saving him again. Turns out, when that orc was about to squash them both, he basically hugged the kid out of harm's way. Barely saved them. Shinoda Satoru, looking all emotional, thinks, this guy's saved me twice now. He asked about reinforcements, but the guy says something's off. Still, they should be on the way. For now, best move is to cross the bridge and link up with them. No solo hero plays until backup arrives. Meanwhile, a giant bear is hammering a truck. It's a level 190 monster. Behind it, Grant is nervously asking if the truck's gonna hold. Ares says not to worry, she's using her maximum level defense ability. Even a level 400 beast couldn't break it that easily. Everyone looks up and sees the ships from the Great Sage arriving. Wait, nope, not the Great Sage ships. Grant yells, Igor, are you wanting to look out? Turns out, what they were really seeing was a giant dragon named Kuesha. Nanas tells everyone to brace for impact. The beast charges up an attack. Boom, explosion hits the ship directly. The whole bridge shakes, collapses. Okay, but wait, where the heck are the guild's ships? From the looks of it, they're above the dragon. Or maybe not. Honestly, I'm confused too. 1 second it's the bridge, next it's the ship. He shoots another fireball, and this time, yeah, it hits the ship for real. Total chaos. People jump out midair to fight. Nanis has already hit the ground. One of the officials says the association's taking over now. They all look confident, but let's be real, these guys have side character Death Flag written all over them. Nanis, meanwhile, asks about a certain hunter, Sol Hajin. Sometimes they use his Korean name, sometimes Japanese. I'm confused too, don't worry. But she seems confident this guy's not dying here. Then she blasts a Hellfire spell, which kinda looks like water, but hey, it hits the boss square on. Back to Haruto, he's midair using a spiderweb skill on a lamppost, swinging to safety like a nerdy Spider-Man. Everyone else is dying left and right, and this dude's still worried about copying that legendary dragon sword. The association group's pushing across the bridge. They're all anxious, saying it's way too dangerous for them. Of course, no one wants to fight Kueisha, but it's the fastest way to close the gate. Meanwhile, Haruto's casually strolling through monster corpses all diced up. These things weren't that strong. The real problem with wolves is that they never come alone. Nearby, Shinoda Satoru's slashing through enemies, yelling his lungs out. But his buddy, the one from earlier, got bitten in the ribs and is not doing great. Haruto takes a quick look at the situation, trying to analyze things, and decides, yeah, not my problem. He's got bigger things to worry about. The big guy, the one who saved the friend earlier, yells at Haruto to run. Says there's no way he's surviving this mess without a top-tier hunter. Right then, a massive paw slams down nearby, and an entire pack shows up. These were moon wolves. And the issue with them? Even though they're only level 15, they roll in huge numbers. Man, Shinoda Satoru may not be the protagonist. The guy's got guts. He yells that if his senior got hurt protecting him, then he'll die protecting his senior. That's when Haruto remembers saving that team leader in the spider dungeon. And oh boy, here he goes again. Time to do something stupid, huh? A wolf leaps at Haruto, and by the looks of it, he's about to get chomped. Oh no, wait, I thought Haruto was gonna save him. But the kid turns and slices the wolf's head off himself. Another one rushes in from behind. And again, the kid manages to defend. Guess Haruto really doesn't want to help, huh? Then a third wolf lunges for the back of the kid's neck. Finally, our protagonist shows up and shoulder charges the thing midair. Come on, Haruto, maybe bring a weapon next time, yeah? He asks if the kid's okay. The boy says he is, but tells him to look around. Yeah, the number of creatures is still massive. The kid says Haruto should run even if they're low-level monsters that can't handle this many. But Haruto just smirks and says, this is the perfect situation for me. The kid, who honestly feels more like Haruto's little brother at this point, looks totally confused. Haruto pulls something from his inventory and says he was kind of annoyed he couldn't sell it, but now he's excited to see how it interacts with his skill. The wolves pounce and Satoru screams in panic, but that's when Haruto slaps a Control plus V, pasting the giant spiderweb skill he copied from the boss. Suddenly, the wolves are all tangled up, choking and flailing, crashing into each other. They're stuck together like spaghetti in a meatball mess, completely unable to fight back. Within seconds, a towering mass of tangled up monsters forms, and Haruto is just standing there like a boss, leveling up like's good. Exactly as he expected, an area immobilization skill is perfect for swarming enemies. Satoru is lying there like, who is this guy? He asks if Haruto was sent by the Hunter Association, and Haruto, technically not lying, says yeah, after all, he was on the same helicopter. The injured guy is super humble, even asks Haruto to carry Satoru to safety so he won't die. But of course the kid's like, no way, I'm leaving my senior behind. Haruto, amazed by this ride or die loyalty, thinks to himself, these guys would die for each other, I wouldn't die for anyone. Feeling slightly moved, he opens his inventory, pulls out a potion and hands it to the two. Says it's not enough to let the guy keep fighting, but at least it'll stop him from dying. The injured guy stares at him like, dude, this potion's insanely expensive. Haruto just replies, I want to see you make it out of here. Take your senior with you. Satoru's clearly falling in love now. This kid's down bad. He's all emotional, thanking Haruto, introducing himself as Kang Seon. And okay, note for later. New names that show up stay in Korean, but all the old ones, forever in Japanese. Haruto couldn't care less. He just starts walking off, but then suddenly turns around and asks, hey, have you guys seen the international hunters around? Cause yeah, he knows they're the ones carrying that legendary sword. Meanwhile, back with the big old bear closing in on the truck. Erz is casually holding it off and putting it to sleep like it's no big deal. Grant's impressed she has so many non-lethal abilities. Suddenly, a projectile flies in, he reacts instantly and cuts in midair. He mutters that it was only a matter of time before someone tried to swipe the sword during all this chaos. Arz's face immediately changes. A masked group steps forward, saying he's sharp for noticing, so he better just hand it over now. But before Grant can respond, they already attack. Grant blocks and shouts that they're not easy targets. There's a reason they were chosen to protect the sword. He tells Erz to back off, but dude charges in, of course. Erz tells him not to, like we all knew he's about to die. Yup, He freezes mid-attack, drops to his knees, coughing up blood. Completely stunned, he has no clue what just happened. Ares explains. They use a potion that blocks mana absorption, which means if he tries to use any skills, he dies. The masked leader congratulates them, saying they never underestimate their targets. Ares comments that they must be seriously desperate if they're using items banned by the association. A magic circle lights up on her finger, and she says things are about to get very uncomfortable. One of them tries to hit her with a fireball, mocking her. A mage with no mana? Might as well die. Bad move. In 1 second, 30% of his head and shoulder is just gone. Instant KO. Guy drops like a brick. The enemy boss starts charging to grab the sword, but now their group is getting shredded, thrown off the bridge, eaten alive. The masked commander realizes, wait a minute, Ares didn't kill the monster. She just put it to sleep. With no choice, he flees, leaving all of his teammates dead on the floor. Grant immediately realizes they can't put that boss to sleep again. Ares confirms there's no mana left to use and everything she did before was just disabling its power. Grant mutters that like he always said, one day she'd die because she refuses to use violence. She smiles and replies, that might be true, but you won't. And with that, boom, she charges forward, activating some kind of heroic final power-up. Dear God, the guy screamed at her not to do it, but she kept running straight toward the bear. Obviously, the anti-mana poison was still active. She was coughing up blood the whole way. She kept pushing forward, but she couldn't absorb anything. And then the monster lunged to smack her with a massive paw. That's when someone hit CTRL plus V, baby. Aw man, just when I wanted to see what was gonna happen. The chapter ended right there. I thought he was gonna give her some mana so she could put the beast to sleep again. But nope. Turns out he wrapped the boss up in a massive web cocoon and slammed it to the ground. Like, what the hell, my guy? That ability of yours is seriously busted. The thing looked like a full-on mummy now. Once again, Satoru, his buddy, was just blown away, praising our boy, saying he's amazing. Haruno wanted to get both of them out of there ASAP, but it wasn't that easy. He asked if they were okay, and if they were with the association. Ares seemed confused. Maybe she didn't understand the language he was speaking. Grant stood up though, immediately asked if Haruno was there to steal the sword. Haruno, king of lies, said of course not, he was there to protect it, naturally. But they weren't about to trust some random guy after just being ambushed. Looking around, Haruno finally got a clear picture of what had happened to everyone chasing after that sword. And yeah, if he made it out of here without being chopped into pieces, he'd be lucky. Then Satoru pulls out their hunter registry and asks why they, the ones who saved them, were being treated like criminals. Haruto was thrilled. Finally, this kid was useful for something. Since the timing was perfect, Haruto pulled out 2 mana potions and offered them. Told them to drink up. Clearly, they weren't doing too great. Those potions cost so many dungeon runs, but he was willing to risk it to get closer to the sword. The two of them, kinda out of options, took the potions, hesitated a moment, then accepted. Meanwhile, Ares kept her eyes locked on the boss. More association ships were flying overhead. Finally, the rest of the guilds were arriving. The musclehead commented that they were fine for now, but those new guys would have to deal with the boss still standing there. As she ran across the top of the monster, she shouted that the boss was about to enter Phase 3. And with all the other guilds arriving, the priority was evacuating all civilians. Suddenly, someone asked when he'd be free to do whatever he wanted. A tattooed guy wearing glasses called out to Nanas. All cool and casual, he says, long time no see. Name, Shirasaki Masato. Level, 503. Class, Dark Mage. Yeah, this guy's a little over the top. Nanas, poor girl, all sweet and innocent, asked why he was there. He just shrugged and said, isn't it obvious? She told him not to do it, but it was already too late. A massive magic circle had appeared beneath him. Even as it formed, she kept begging him not to go through with it. Because if that spell didn't kill the boss, things were about to get way worse. The guy said it's exactly because she worries about little things like this that she won't ever get far. He was planning to kill that thing alone and collect a dozen high-tier drops. Then boom, a black lightning spell goes off, and the boss gets wrapped in a storm of energy, flames pulling it upward. Nanas yells for everyone to run, but the floor starts crumbling. The bridge collapses again and everything begins to fall. Below, Haruno pops up looking all innocent. At least he didn't die. That's something. He even managed to use his web skill to save the 4 fools who almost fell. But the second he climbs up, bam, he comes face to face with the boss and its massive teeth. He wonders if it's dead or if someone already captured it. That's when Shirasaki shows up and tells him that for a low-level hunter, he's done quite a bit. Seeing the emblem on his chest, Haruno instantly realizes this guy's from Future Guild, one of the top 3 in the country. And our boy's got guts. He even asks Shirasaki why he wasn't helping to evacuate civilians. I thought for sure he was gonna get roasted, like, who do you think you are, scrub? But no, Shirasaki just says the civilians have already been evacuated and Kuesha doesn't exactly look alive anymore. He walks over to the spider web and seems genuinely impressed. Didn't expect it to be used like that. Suddenly, all of Haruto's webs dissolve, and the bear boss gets shredded. Of course, Haruto is freaked out because all Shirasaki did was wiggle his finger. But hey, since Haruto was the one who immobilized it, he starts leveling up like crazy. On top of that, he gets a reward for taking down the bear. Shirosaki hears the level up sounds and asks if he was the one who restrained the creature. His surprise Haruto could pull that off definitely didn't expect him to be the one. Apologizing for stealing the kill, he drops a claw on the ground and says Haruto can have it. Says stealing isn't part of his job. Haruto's about to say something when, bam, Nana shows up calling out his name. She's all happy, just glad he's not dead. Shirosaki notices the two know each other and figures Haruto must be from the association. And every second, he's liking this kid less and less. Nana asks if anything happened and Haruto just shrugs. Nah, nothing really. Then she asks for help moving the creature, which confuses him. Wouldn't it be easier to just kill it? She explains that once the boss hits phase 2, it'll go full berserker, rampaging non-stop. And worse, given its size, it might even have a phase 3, which would basically mean total citywide destruction. As Haruto's processing all this, just staring at the beast, the monster opens its eye and locks onto them. Nanis is scared. Shirosaki, loving it, says he's finally gonna get a better reward. Weirdly, Nanis turns and says she believes Haruto will survive. But Four Eyes over here says, no way, that kid's dead. Focus on the boss. They both rush in while she yells at Haruto to run. Haruto grabs a horn off the ground and says, I wasn't planning on doing this, but I guess I have to subjugate Koesha before those two do. Excuse me? My guy just got bold all of a sudden. Satoru, ever the hype man, pops up again like, why'd you come back? Ares is watching the webs when Haruto tells her he has a favor. The situation's bad. Koesha is about to enter phase 3, and when it does, it's gonna launch an attack at Ares that could destroy everything. If that happens, not only will a ton of people die, the sword will be lost too. That's why he needs to borrow the sword to finish off the boss and stop all that. He promises to return it right after using it. Well, after copying it, of course. He tries to explain a million different ways, but Ares just says it's impossible. They can't open the truck because it needs a huge amount of mana, which they don't have right now. Grant picks up on it. She didn't say no. She said it was impossible because they lack mana. And well, if there's one thing Haruto can do, it's supply mana. He immediately starts flooding her with mana. Ara's all flustered like, what is this feeling pouring into me? Hey now girl, don't make it weird. With that, the seal on the truck is broken easily. Haruto jumps in, shouting thanks and promising to keep his word. Grant, understandably, is nervous. Either the kid's gonna steal the sword or he's gonna die with it. Both are bad. Ares, though, believes in him. After all, he restrained the bear instead of killing it. But Grant's like, that's not enough reason to trust someone. Finally, Haruto opens the truck's door and steps inside to grab the legendary sword. But of course, bam, one of the thieves shows up behind him and stabs him in the gut. His two teammates scream from up above, while those two level 100 goons just stand there like NPCs. Our boy crumples into the truck like trash. The thief opens the box, cackling that he finally got the sword. But as Haruto loses consciousness, his web ability deactivates. The truck breaks loose from the bridge and plunges into the river below. Could the comeback? C2RL plus V activates and Haruto reappears right behind the thief. No words, just shanks him in the shoulder, hard. The guy drops like a sack of garbage, and now the sword's finally in our boy's hands. First thing he does, of course, tries to Control plus C. But, error, user level too low to copy this item. I knew something was gonna happen. No way he could copy a legendary sword at level 30. Before Haruto could do anything, the guy he stabbed in the back, yep, that one, gets back up and stabs him again. Bro, seriously. Does this guy have Control plus C and Control plus V2? Dude's regenerating like a freak. What the hell? He reaches for the sword again, and this time looks like he's going for the kill. Haruto, already in agony, starts wondering if his Control plus V was still active. Then, Dagon's system message pops up. Due to interaction with the legendary sword, skill absorption has been copied. It boosts defense by 35%, grants lifesteal, and even has a berserker mode. Since Haruto's HP is down to 25%, the system automatically activates berserker mode. Meanwhile, up on the bridge, Koidish is charging up another mega attack. Shirosaki and Nanis are struggling. They can't hold it off. Then suddenly, something flies from the center of the bridge, and before the dragon can finish, it gets sliced in half. No way. That had to be our boy. System confirms it. Koesha defeated. Dungeon cleared. Alright, he did technically grab that busted sword that gives you plus 230 levels. Sure, he couldn't copy it, but at least he copied the skills. Back at the Hunter Association, everyone's buzzing about what happened on the bridge. Even though the crisis was resolved in under 2 hours, the media is still full of complaints. A guy named Fuwa Tokyo, president of Japan's Hunter Association, level 570 and a priest, shuts off the TV. He says they'll investigate how Koesha was defeated. Nearby, Takeuchi Gu shows up, all tatted up like Mike Tyson, level 701. He says he's curious, of course. Bro, it's like showing up at a party where you don't know anyone and now you've got to meet every single person. Next guy, Shinoda Makoto, level 610, a healer from another guild. Yeah, they're all showing up now. Looks like a turf war is starting over the rights to farm that dungeon. Technically, it belongs to Great Sage, Haruno's guild, and to Nanis' team. Speaking of, look at Nanis in that suit. Girl's pulling a full-on businesswoman arc now. Then Mr. Tattoo Mike Tyson walks in all smug, accusing her guild of failing to handle the creature. Nanis sighs and slams her hand on the table. Whole room's on edge now. Girl didn't just knock, she broke the entire damn meeting table. Shirosaki even put up a barrier just to avoid being skewered. Everyone's looking around like, is this lady okay? Spoiler, no. Emotionally stable? Definitely not. Now Takeuchi's starting to lose it too, until someone calls his name. It's the association leader. He steps in, tells everyone to calm down, and apologizes on her behalf. Takeuchi says if Nanis keeps acting like this, she's gonna end up dead. Now I'm confused. Dude's level 700 plus and she's just level 200 something. Gust levels aren't everything after all. Nanis straight up ignores him, stands up, and says she'll explain what happened on the bridge personally. Shirosaki was there too, so he's considered a witness. He says yeah, but won't confirm much, didn't see many rewards, so he's not sure how legit the kill was. The leader tries to keep things diplomatic, saying that Shirosaki's presence probably helped reduce the damage. Cue awkward applause. Shirosaki's fuming. You can tell he's missing a piece of the puzzle, and he's pissed. Swears he'll make Nanis pay for this humiliation, and of course he wants revenge on whoever stole his Kuesha kill, our boy, obviously. No clue why he's so mad, but Nanis says she'll personally investigate everything that happened in the dungeon. She'll also question every single guild that delayed sending reinforcements. She turns and walks off like a boss, saying the matter's closed. Just then, Gran and Eras enter the room, saying they have more info on what went down. Greg reports that due to the chaos, the legendary sword was stolen. They need full cooperation. He hands over a folder, an official request from the International Association. Takeuchi, skeptical, says he heard they were the ones who unsealed the sword in the first place. Eras explains that's true. They had help from two hunters, Sano Haruto and Shinoda Satoru. Cue everyone freaking out. Wait, our boy Haruto still lead his sword with his sidekick. Everyone's scrambling to figure out who this Sano Haruto even is. The leader says he knows who Satoru is, but has no idea who this Haruto guy is. Meanwhile, Nanis is biting her tongue. She knows exactly who that bastard is. And Shirosaki's right next to her, grinning. He's ready for revenge. He asks Eras if she's talking about the guy who used the Queen Spider's web skill. Says he saw the kid struggling during the fight, but he's sure he was part of the association. And he definitely saw Nanis chatting with him. Scene change. Somewhere else, someone's looking at the sword. They ask, is this the Kalisha sword? The one we managed to steal? A guy named Kurosaki Takumi, level 301, stares at it, totally blown away. So in addition to being the sword that gives you 200 levels just by holding it. Oh, so you're level 101, huh? You sneaky little rat. Kurosaki comments that it was worth spending millions to trigger that dungeon collapse and force the boss to emerge. Even the masked guy looks confused. He caused the whole mess. Kurosaki wants to know why he lost all his allies in the process. Right away, the loser drops to his knees, apologizing and saying they ran into some weird guy, but he's already dead now. Oh, you can feel it. This poor sap just gave away key info about the incident. No way he's walking out alive. There's a briefcase full of cash on the floor, and Kurosaki tells him to take it, go enjoy life however he wants. The guy's celebrating like he won the lottery, but I'll bet every bill in that case he's about to get offed. Then Kurosaki casually asks, "You're not planning to sell info about the sword when you leave here, are you?" The guy jumps up like, "No way. I'd never do something like that." Starts backing away, ranting that the leader's a bastard who planned to kill them all from the beginning. And right then, Kurosaki cuts him down, saying, "The less people know, the better." Doesn't want anyone knocking on his door, apparently. The poor guy slams into the wall and is ripped in half. So yeah, anyone who bet against me, hand over the cash. Told yeah. And just from that one slash, the sword's durability drops from 10 to 2. What the hell, man? That's like 4 cuts left max. Next scene, and Harglass appears and whispers, "Remember, this was a gift." Suddenly, Haruno wakes up in bed, panicked. The tattoo-like mark on his neck is burning, and he wonders if that cursed thing's acting up again. Then Satoru, the absolute menace, jumps in and hugs him tight, saying he thought he was gonna die. He starts rambling about a huge attack from the ocean that wiped out the boss. Another guy in the room, looking just as wrecked, asks if they were at the bridge. Our boy Haruto is so done with this conversation. He gets up, says the guy's way too hyper for someone who almost died, and goes off to get some rest. But the guy on the bed comments that despite appearances, the kid really just wanted to help. Turns out, it was Satoru who saved Haruto before Nanis and the others arrived. Then Haruno remembers, his guild's leader is Shinoda Makoto, and this kid is Shinoda Satoru. But he immediately brushes it off. No way this weakling's related to that guy. Cut to the Hunter Association office. Nanis asks if Sano Haruto is really dead. Grant confirms it and notes that she doesn't seem too surprised. She just replies, it's not unusual for a hunter to die. The association leader says they contacted several guilds to help retrieve the sword. Erez adds that they'll need high-level hunters because she's already tracked down its location. The leader tells Erez she's impressive. He knew her team was good, but not that good. He didn't expect them to already know where the sword was. She explains that the sword emits a unique energy pattern, something she's able to detect. Nanas adds that before everything happened, nobody had any real intel on the sword, so it's easy to tell when someone steals it. And that's why they let Sano use it. Erez quickly reminds them that the sword only had 10 durability points, and it's already been used, so soon it might break entirely and disappear, along with the only lead she has on finding her mother, who vanished 15 years ago. Both of them are a little shocked. Nanas pulls out a file and says, yeah, she's not the only one who's been digging into people's backgrounds. She knows Erez has been holding onto that sword because it's her one hope of finding her missing mother. Suddenly, Erez stands up. I thought she was about to go full rage mode, but no. She just asks Nanas for help, says they can't let that sword vanish. Cut to the hallway. Our businesswoman Nanas is walking through the corridors, deep in thought. She knows those two are hiding something. And honestly, this whole thing about Hunter Sano dying doesn't make much sense. He didn't seem like the type to just give up. That's when Shinoda shows up, asking why she looks so grumpy. She brushes it off, asking what he's doing there. He says it's time for her to come back to the Sage Guild. Now this guy, I'm pretty sure he's the guild master, and definitely connected to Satoru somehow. After all, his name is Shinoda Makoto, and the kid's name is Shinoda Satoru. Nanas respond that the number of dungeons is only increasing, and they're losing hunters left and right. Meanwhile, the other guilds aren't helping. They're too busy turning into companies and profiting off fame. And the bridge disaster proved none of them were ready to act when it really mattered. That's why she's not going back. There's too much she needs to take care of the association. Then she drops it. Besides, there's too much left unresolved here, Dad. Wait, what? So she's Satoru's sister, and this guy is her dad? The whole family's getting involved now. All we're missing is his son-in-law, and hey, I know a certain boy who might fit the bill. Makoto just chuckles, tells her not to take it all so seriously, but he advises her to at least stop by the hospital before heading back. Speaking of hospitals, cut back to Haruto. My guy's already level 76. What the hell? He's the king of level-ups now. He's a little bummed he couldn't copy the sword, but the skills he got were more than enough. Especially that Berserker mode, it saved his life. Not only did the sword give him a temporary boost of 200 levels, but Berserker mode doubled his stats. That's how he managed to slice through a level 400 monster. And for that, he got a very interesting reward. Turns out, Haruto absorbed Kuish's shockwave. Then the system evolved it, turning it into a new skill called Resonant Frequency. Oh, and on top of that, his spiderweb skill leveled up to 2, which means now when he activates it, he can combine it with Shockwave and Life's Steal all at once. So yeah, our guy's in the elevator feeling himself. Not only is he stacking up skills, they're syncing together naturally. Oh wait, check this out. His level? 76 plus 200. Yo, editor, throw that status window back on screen for the squad. Y'all see this? Hope the editor actually did it. That little gremlin better have obeyed me. So when I said he copied the sword's effect, I thought it was just the skills. Nope, he copied the 200 level buff too. That's why he's strutting in the elevator like he's a certified badass, calling himself an elite level 276 hunter. Then he hears a familiar voice yelling across the hospital lobby. It's Nanas laying into someone, yelling that they should have evacuated when she warned it was dangerous. Our boy ducks for cover. He had no idea she got that scary. Also, what's she doing at the hospital? Oh, it's Satoru getting chewed out. He even calls her Winnie-chan, big sis. He blames her for not taking the monster out properly. That's when Haruto finally puts the pieces together. Her name is Nanas Shinoda. Everyone's a Shinoda. Damn it. Now it makes sense why the strong guy didn't want Satoru to die and why Nanas wrecks this kid without hesitation. Then she asks about Sano. Wants to know if he's here. Haruto obviously hides. Remember, he pretended to be part of the association when he got there. No one has any idea he's just some no-name from her guild, a supposed weakling. He tries to sneak out, only to bump into someone. Ah, so you survived. Oh no, it's Grant, calling him the sword thief. Worst possible timing. Haruto was trying to ghost everyone, and now this guy's ready for round 2. Grant grabs him by the collar and slams him against the wall. Whoa, chill, bro. You see a sword on him right now. But Grant's already figured it out. He demands to know why Haruto pretended to be part of the association. Haruto tries to explain, but Grant cuts him off, accusing him of working with the thieves. And just like that, Haruto realizes this guy's not gonna listen. Grant pulls a sword from a portal, about to strike. That's when Erez shows up, yelling for him to stop. Don't use an attack like that here. But Grant's pissed, says he won't be satisfied until this kid is dead. Whoa now, Blondie. Haruto might need to crawl plus C right about now. Resonant frequency activated. Grant's sword shatters instantly. Nanas and Satoru, just nearby, hear it all, and now Nanas' jaw is on the floor. Wait, Haruto has Kuish's ability? Scene shift. Now we're on what looks like a damn K-pop stage. A girl's dancing, sweaty, glowing abs, crowd full of simps cheering. Next scene, she's hopping into a car. Name, Arita Sara, profession, idol group member. Wait, is she a hunter too? They didn't even show us her level. She says goodbye to her idol friends, grabs up her Ferrari, and drives off. The girls start gossiping. Is she rich? From a famous family? Where's she going in a Ferrari? Sarah's flooring it, hits a sharp turn, and almost slams into a Jeep. She slams the brakes, barely avoids it, then leans out, yelling, "Watch where you're going." The driver gets out. Oh crap, it's Kurosaki Takumi, Lonsword's stealer him. Sarah instantly shuts up, clearly knows this guy. He casually drops a sword on her Ferrari like it's junk mail. Good concert, he asks. Hope so, because now we're headed to a dungeon. Says if she's down, things can go back to the way they were. No idea what's going on between them, but she's not thrilled to see him. Scene cuts back to the building where Haruto clapped Grant with the shockwave. Too bad, it's completely empty now. They were too late. Nanas asks if that means they'll have to wait for the sword to be used again to track it. Ara's awkward silence says it all. Yep. Then Haruto yells out, "The blood tower." It's something the guy who stabbed him mumbled when he was unconscious, but no one seems to know what the heck that is. Probably some shadowy secret organization. Grant's getting nervous now, says the sword won't last much longer if they keep wasting time. Nanas tells him not to worry. She knows someone who has the dirt on all these shady groups. Scene change, a little girl crawling on the ground. She got her ability from Strange being 15 years ago. At first, she thought she was just another awakened hunter, but then she realized her skill was something way more mysterious. Y'all ready? She's got Trl plus Z. That's right. Undo your mistakes, Beatty. Now I just want to know who's got Alt plus F4, though I guess that only works once. First thing she did, started buying up tons of old junk and restoring it for resale. Even though it wasn't technically a healing skill, she was making bank just by fixing stuff for people. Alright, so I get it now. Her ability isn't healing, it's more like rewinding people to a previous state. Makes sense. But now I'm wondering, does it have a limit? What actually happens when she uses it? The little girl was doing everything she could to make money. Her parents were in the hospital or in some critical condition. She tried to restore them back to their original state, but the problem was, she needed way more mana. With what she had now, the best she could do was heal minor wounds. That's why she started trying to increase her mana, venturing into dungeons as a porter. And when people got hurt, she'd pretend to be a healer too. But the thing is, people who awaken with a talent and not as true hunters have a way harder time surviving in dungeons. She asked a guy, basically discount Gojo, for a little mana, and he's like, "Why are you always begging?" Obviously, being a girl alone in dungeons means sketchy dudes always tried something. They just didn't expect her to slice them in half. Then someone walks in and says, "Well, that's interesting." It's none other than the snake himself, Kurosaki Takumi. And yeah, she's definitely Arita Sarah, the idol from earlier. He's tossing gifts around her house like it's Christmas and asking what happened to all the money she makes. Says her place is pathetic. Brew, she's got a whole mountain of champagne behind her eating sushi from a food delivery app. Relatable. I'm poor too. Kurosaki throws shade, saying it's weird for an idol like her to eat takeout 3 times a day. Then, of course, answers his own question. She eats what she wants, and when she gains weight, she just hits Trl plus Z and gets hot again. He figured she was always like this. After all, the day someone was dying in front of her, she stole their shield to sell it. He's convinced she's just like him. And once again, she does not look thrilled to be dealing with this dude. She tells him she doesn't care what this job is, but she wants to know why it has to be a dungeon this time. Why not just bring her the mana like he always does? That's when he pulls out the Kalish's sword and says he needs her to Trl plus Z that. But obviously, the mana cost is insane. He says not to worry, this will be her last dungeon. Surprised, Arita asks if he finally found the infinite mana generator item. He says no, but there's a good chance something like that will show up, and he asks her to go with him one last time. Honestly, it sounds more like she's about to repair that sword and die. Cut to the world of the future. Our boy Haruto and Nanas are there, and he finds it strange how these people seem to know more than the actual top guilds. Nanas explains when it comes to knowing about dungeons and wanting to end them, no one has better intel than this guy. Inside the meeting room, it's Shirosaki Masato. Yep, the smug scar-faced glasses guy himself. And he's talking about, you guessed it, the rumored infinite mana generator. Apparently in this world, infinite mana is just a casual Tuesday, like, oh yeah, that old broken cheat code happens. Nanas says that, as far as she knows, that item sometimes shows up as a reward from the Golem's Snow Mountain dungeon. But the boss there, extremely hard to beat. Shiroseki says yeah, he knows. That's why they're mobilizing an entire team to get more info. And during that search, they stumbled on a group called Blood Tower. He'd never heard of them before, but apparently they're targeting the same snowy golem dungeon. At first glance, they look like a regular team, but they're way worse than expected. They kill, assassinate, and rob other dungeon teams. To Haruto, an infinite mana item is pointless, unlike literally the entire rest of the world. What he doesn't get is, how does this tie back to the sword? Why are they after the golem? Maybe they want to use the sword to kill the boss, but the sword's durability is low, and he's sure the sword's more valuable than some mana item. Nanas asks if the Blood Tower group has already found the boss. Why else would they be on the move? Eris jumps in, not a chance. That dungeon was discovered 15 years ago, and still, No one's found the item. Haruto's about to ask how she knows that, but she cuts him off like, I'll explain. Chill. She's been researching this for a long time. And the Snow Mountain dungeon has a reputation. It's one of the toughest around. Most hunters straight up refuse to enter it. Shirosaki adds that places like that are exactly where assassin groups love to lure victims. And he's sure there's something being hidden there. Haruto asks when these guys are supposed to act. Turns out, it's soon. They just finished recruiting. As Haruto suspected, they've been planning this forever. Nana says if that's the case, then they need to move quickly. She calls out to Shirosaki and asks if he has a strike team ready to go. Hand on his chest, he says, absolutely not. Nana pushes, saying she knows full well that the future guild always keeps a backup team on standby for emergency dungeons. That's how he showed up at the bridge that day. Shirosaki, looking sheepish, admits she's got a lot of info, but not all of it is accurate. Truth is, he has no team ready to go into a place like that on such short notice. This isn't just any dungeon, it's the infamous Snow Mountain, packed with golems. To be honest, the golems are only level 40, doesn't sound that scary. Still, Shirasaki's already out there with a full squad, and guess who's leading? Our boy Haruto. The team pushes forward, smashing golems, only for them to immediately regenerate and counterattack. Shirasaki's grumbling. This is why I hate these kinds of places. Then out of nowhere, this Harry Potter-looking dude from the slums pulls out his wand, summons all the golems into one spot, splits them, and blows them the hell up. Red gem shards start raining from the sky. Those are the cores. He yells, destroy the cores. That's how you really kill a golem. Oscar, whoever that is, starts punching the ground, praising him like he's some kind of savior. Meanwhile, Haruto's just standing there with his little sword, doing absolutely nothing. A bit earlier, Ares had explained that once inside the dungeon, they needed to kill as many golems as possible. That was the requirement to trigger the mini-boss. She found out this dungeon type is called an induction dungeon. Haruto, and let's be honest, we too, has no idea what that means. Kurosaki chimes in, of course, saying he hates these two. Basically, it's a dungeon within a dungeon setup. In a normal hunt, you can skip past weak areas and go straight to the boss to save time. But in induction dungeons, you gotta clear each section to unlock the next. And if you mess up once, you lose access to the rest. Ares adds that 15 years ago, someone screwed up and caused a rupture inside this dungeon. Since then, no one really knows what's hidden here, or if anything shows up at all. That's why you not only have to kill the golems, you have to kill them fast. Because their rival team is also gunning for the key, and they need to beat them to it. Back in the action, Haruto's feeling confident now that he's got the sword. He hits Troll plus V on the spiderweb skill, and boom, one golem gets completely shredded. People are looking at him like, wait, did that guy just use a boss skill? Even Ares is freezing golems with ice spells while Mora finishes them off. Another golem comes swinging at the poor side characters. Yeah, they're done for. But then, she shows up. Doesn't even land a hit, just shows up to pose. Then she taps her hand and activates Kurisha's shockwave. Hold up, she has that skill too. I thought Haruto was supposed to be special, man. She checks on everyone. You all okay? They nod. But among the group, she spots someone trying and failing to hide their face. Calls them out, and yep, it's Satoru again. Here comes the Chaos Gremlin. He tries to defend himself, saying he's officially part of Haruto's group, so of course he's here. Wait, when did Haruto get a whole group? Flashback to the hospital. When Haruto said he was going into the dungeon, Satoru threw a full tantrum, screaming about wanting to go on one more hunt with Senpai. Wouldn't let him go alone. The second Haruto agreed, the dude lit up like a Shoujo anime character. But Haruto made him promise if he wanted to come, it had to be as part of his group. Back to the dungeon. Nanas has no idea what Haruto's thinking. Satoru tells her she needs to respect Senpai more. Right to her face, he says, I saw it with my own eyes. The one who cut Kuisha in half was Haruto. Nana starts thinking, maybe he's right. Ever since they last saw each other, Haruto does seem stronger. And those spiderwebs of his now explode like Kuisha's skills. Maybe the story checks out, but the question is how. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the dungeon, the odd couple, the K-pop idol Arita Sara and our lovely sword-thieving menace Kurosaki Takumi. They're posted up on a mountain ledge watching everyone else suffer down below. Their whole group is nearby, pretending to be another raid party, waiting for the perfect moment to jump in and cause chaos. Problem is, there are two high-level hunters among the main group, so sneaking up isn't exactly an option. But as long as they don't get too close, they might be able to pull off their plan. Kurosaki reminds everyone, efficiency is the core of our guild. Then he turns to Arita, asking if she's gathered enough mana. Apparently, those mana charging devices he gave her are ridiculously expensive. Just filling one requires killing over 100 monsters. That dungeon rupture back at the bridge? Yeah, he caused it by overloading tons of those. Arita's only concerned about one thing. How many more of these do we need to restore the sword? He answers, at least 20. She's like, so what? We're just gonna sit here and hide until then. He confirms, that's the plan. Especially since the next part of the dungeon is protected by a barrier that can only be cut with a Kalisha dragon sword. Arita's suspicious, And where exactly did you learn that? He tells her to stop asking questions. She's not getting details. She sighs, says his plans are always weird. But after one icy glare from Kurosaki, she quickly apologizes, says she was just joking. As long as they've got a contract, she doesn't care what he does. Obviously, her real goal is the infinite mana item, so she can finally restore her mother and father. Back in the heat of battle, our boy Haruto mentions they've already taken down over 200 golems, yet it didn't feel like progress. Another core drops from an ogre, and he picks it up. But this one feels different, and weirdly, it just slips from his hand and drops to the ground on its own. That's when Shirosaki steps in and says the process has begun. They've finished the first subjugation phase, now it's time for the second zone. Time to face the mini-boss of Snow Mountain, a shifting golem, level 150. A hulking monster suddenly charges in and slaps half the squad like they owe him money. Shirosaki calls for a full retreat. The creature breaks apart on impact, but come on, it's called the shifting golem. You know it's coming back. And sure enough, in seconds it reassembles itself and comes back swinging. Shirosaki gives it another hit, but every time the thing shatters, its core zips away, hides in another area, and reconstitutes a new body around itself. So Haruto gets an idea. Try to stop the core's movement with his spider web. He hits Stral plus V, landing the shot squarely, catching the golem mid-regeneration. No, the golem pulls itself back together with ease. The web was useless. Now they've got to find a way to destroy the golem before the pieces can come back together. Someone yells for Haruto to get out of the way, and when he turns, Nanis blasts the golem with a massive blue explosion to the chest. But again, the golem barely flinches. Physical attacks, magical attacks, doesn't care. Nanis says they'll have to combine their attacks, and Shirosaki's like, yeah, no kidding. Now Haruto starts to understand why everyone avoids this dungeon. Eris had warned him, this mini-boss is why it's so dangerous. And because it's an induction dungeon, there's no skipping it. Worse, the core is absorbing the corpses of fallen golems, making its health practically infinite. Shirosaki explains they're not just fighting this boss, they're fighting everything they've already killed. The time and effort needed is why most hunters want nothing to do with this place. But of course, they got no choice. To get to the final boss, this guy's got to go down first. Nanis says they have two options. Destroy the core, erase everything they killed so far. Back in the fight, the boss is surrounded by blue flames, and judging by Nanis' sweat drop, things are not going well. The monster starts rebuilding itself behind her. Again, she barely turns in time to blast it with another Hellfire spell. Haruto wants to help, but if he uses the sword's powers, Arez, who knows all about it, will immediately realize something's up. He's careful like that. No one in this world can know about his Troll plus C and Troll plus V. Smart move. Then he remembers, he still has the item from the bear on the bridge. Its first skill, immobilize a target temporarily. Second skill, inflict damage over time. He slots a Troll plus C, Troll plus V on that bad boy. Better yet, he stacks it on top of his spider web. Now the web not only delivers a shockwave, it also holds enemies down with bear tier grip strength. And on top of that, the bear's second skill drains mana and HP. He charges in, finally ready to do some actual damage. Meanwhile, Nana stands alone in a field of fire. Gran is watching in awe, wondering if she's really trying to melt every chunk of that golem. And yet, once again, the thing starts reassembling behind her. She lets off another massive flame attack. Seriously, where is she getting this mana? But the golem just walks through it and winds up a massive punch. Looks like her mana's finally running out. But when a waifu's in danger, it's hero time. Haruto steps in, wraps the monster up like a cocoon, flexing hard. Even Nanis and Shirosaki are stunned. Dude just immobilized a mini-boss like it's nothing. Nanis snaps out of it, yelling at him to stop posing an attack already. That's when Haruto reveals he's found a way to stop the core from escaping. Shirosaki decides not to argue. Just mutters, fine, but you'll pay for bossing me around later. He fires off another huge flame spell, and the golem begins to disintegrate. And right then, the core shows itself. Haruto hits Troll plus V, web time. But this time, combined with the bear's claws, the web doesn't just trap it. It morphs into a gnashing mouth full of teeth that bites down and locks the core in place. Shirosaki immediately recognizes it. It's the bear's junk skill. But somehow, Haruto turned it into something insanely effective. Nanis starts piecing things together. He had the Queen Spider's abilities. He was there with that other guy. He also fought at the bridge during the Koisha fight. She's starting to suspect. Is he the Troll plus D, Troll plus V guy? But instead, she's just happy he always shows up when they need him. Eris even compliments him, and the whole squad's suddenly fired up. They finally got a chance to destroy the core. However, the one nearby who wasn't at all happy about it wasn't Kurosaki Takumi's sucker. Even Arita got confused, wondering how that kid managed to stop the nucleus's movement. The problem was that they needed him to keep fighting in order to continue accumulating mana there. Then Shinoda announced that they have to step out of the plan, and everyone was supposed to get into position. Man, the masked group was sneaking up behind everyone, and nobody noticed a thing. Arita asked if he really needed to get involved personally. He replied that with that weird kid blocking the nucleus's movement, things had gotten a little more complicated. While Arita stood there surrounded by mana containers, Satoru was approaching and watching everything unfold. He noticed that the guy who seemed to be the leader had left, but what was he supposed to do? And then there was the question of why that girl was there and why she had so much mana accumulated. Ah, now we see why that bastard was invisible. Just before entering the dungeon, Haruto had handed him an item, saying it helped with camouflage. He was supposed to fight as little as possible, and when the opportunity arose, turn invisible and hunt down the enemy who was probably there too. Back in the dungeon, Satoru felt confident, especially since our protagonist had Shirosaki and Nanas by his side. In fact, I saw the image and thought that was what he was going to say, but the kid trusted Haruto so much that he only considered the three of them as equals. The two guild leaders couldn't care less that he was the one who was going to finish things off, since he already captured someone. He gave the greedy guy a free pass, and then just like that, handed him a sword of the nucleus that exploded. With that, the damn change golem was destroyed. The bastard immediately got swarmed by level ups and of course received the most important thing, the sealed heart key, which granted access to the next hidden part of the dungeon. Granite tells Eris that now she's getting closer to seeing her mother. This guy is excited, even if he just got a little key. Calm down. She responds exactly that, saying the real challenge has only just begun. Meanwhile, our Haruto is more interested in checking out his status window. He gained 9 more levels and naturally all his stats went up. If he activates the sword's power, he should be as strong as someone around level 285. Before long, he become a hunter capable of farming on his own. He's celebrating like an idiot while emptying his bag and wondering if he's lost his mind. To him, it was ridiculous for anyone to celebrate so much after taking down an average boss like that. But Nanas replied, of course, we're complaining about him celebrating, but he was starving to kill that beast. He tries to say it was only a matter of time before he finished them off, when suddenly something appears behind him. Not just behind him, pillars rise up all around everyone. Apparently, it was some kind of bomb that hunters plant to kill monsters. But now, dude, it was being used against them, and right then Shirosaki told everyone to crouch. The whole place exploded, man, that was like an atomic bomb. What the hell? Wow, those little hunters were already all crushed on the ground, poor them. Somebody could hit Ctrl plus Z there, right? That would be really convenient. Walking among the bodies, Kurosaki said that it had cost a fortune to set all that up. If he ignored the cruelty, it really was the most efficient solution. But then suddenly someone shouted that they found it. From the spider web coming in their direction, you all know who it is, man. Haruto went all in, charging headfirst into the melee. Right then, he recognized that damn Kalisha sword. But of course, as usual, he ended up taking a hit right in the chest, especially since he had that curls trick to work with, so why not push it? A full blow right in the stomach slammed him against the wall. Annans got back up and called out for Sano. Seeing that, the guy wasn't far behind. He unleashed a hellish fire on him too. The entire area was wiped out and now she's the one spitting blood. Oh my goodness, did she really use that much mana? Where's our K-pop idol when we need one to hit curls? I mean, she's the enemy, but with all that raw talent, we all know she'll be joining our side before long. Kurosaki was about to use a recovery ability to help her, but Eris quickly told him not to. Once again, the enemy was pulling that move, using that thing that prevents you from absorbing or using mana without suffering the consequences. Then, a shadowy space appeared and Kurosaki moved away from Haruto. At that moment, Shirosaki recognized it as a forbidden ability, a camouflage power so dangerous that the association doesn't allow hunters to use it. The little thug glanced at the ground and saw our guy's sword lying there. The moment he touched it, possession of the item shifted to him. Come to think of it, that's exactly how things work. If you pick something up, it's yours. The whole setup was so focused on making everything feel like a video game that had traveled the world only to end up in the same spot. The guy celebrated his win, but then grabbed our protagonist, insisting he couldn't let that variable live. Even while being strangled, Haruto agreed, saying he was thinking the exact same thing. He activated his spider web ability once more, saying he loves it when the villain is as bad as this. Along with the web, he triggered his bear's grip move, leaving the guy dazed and crushed. A sort of cocoon filled with teeth formed around him, and all his invisible allies were wondering how they were going to break it. But Haruto kept advancing, warning him that he regrets stealing that sword. Haruto then dissolved the web to launch his final attack, but the guy had vanished. Kurosaki suddenly appeared from behind, saying he'd been startled for a second. Without that shadow nearby, he'd have been done for by such a useless ability. That's when he finally understood the desperation high-level hunters must have felt when they couldn't figure out what was happening. Haruto then told the guy to calm down and asked if he didn't even know his own nickname. The Mana Deliverer, right? It was the first time he tried sending mana that far, but apparently worked. At that moment, the fool felt the pressure. Kurosaki admitted he had no idea what had happened, but suddenly he was brimming with mana and ready to take revenge on that bastard. A pentagram of energy appeared in the sky, and Kurosaki knew that if he took that attack, he wouldn't survive, not by a long shot. He immediately ordered that its usability be disabled. And then here comes the bastard hitting curls as all the stored mana began to spread. With that, the Mountain Golem dungeon would be reinstalled and reset. Wow, man, how does that even work? Is time going to rewind? I doubt it. It's nothing like that. just starts reassembling the golem's stones, and of course, the creatures will all reappear from scratch. At that very moment, the first golem charged in to punch Kurosaki. The problem was, he was still under the effect of that gas that prevented him from absorbing mana. All the mana he had was the one our guy had delivered, and the kicker was that he had to keep those barriers up until everyone woke up. Then, as he glanced back, he saw Nanas once again pummeling the boss. A bit confused, he learned from her that apparently he didn't even know Haruto's nickname, the Mana Deliverer, that sly one. Arez, standing right beside him, remarked that the kid's ability seemed to be the power to distribute infinite mana to his allies. But Shirosaki found that very odd. This kind of mana distribution should be the sole province of a priest. Besides, a hunter at Nanas' level would need absurd amounts of mana. Not just anyone could supply her. Moreover, it wasn't just her. Everyone was fighting, which made no sense at all unless he was truly capable of generating infinite mana. He hadn't even known such a unique ability existed. If it were true, having Haruto in the guild would be far better than constantly hunting that infinite mana golem, right? It makes sense to an extent, but it's still baffling, since no one seems desperate for mana. Unless they're running low, then they really need it. Then Nanas explained it all. Everything that happened on that bridge was the work of that damned Blood Tower guild. Grant agreed, but pointed out that now the dungeon had been reset, and this could happen again. However, Arez insisted that it isn't that easy to reset the dungeon. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited until such a crucial moment. At least with this reset, she was sure the chance of the secret dungeon appearing had increased dramatically. Nanas, on the other hand, thinks something's off. There were way fewer golems this time. Shirosaki immediately notices that the ones she melted with the blue flames aren't coming back to life, and now both of them are worried about our dear Haruto, fearing he might have been killed. Finally, folks are starting to care about our kid. He's out there all messed up, hating himself for letting that guy get away. As soon as the dungeon reset, Haruto charged in, but the guy defended himself easily, warning that a low-level hunter like him wouldn't stand a chance. Still, Haruto just grabbed his hand and activated a web that locked it in place. Enraged, the guy struggled to break free, shouting that the bastard was like a disgusting insect. Then an explosion went off beneath them. Kurosaki had unleashed his sword's power. A second later, Haruto found himself sprawled on a pile of snow, and when he looked around, there was no one in sight. Meanwhile, back at the Hunters Association, two guys on the right were saying not to worry because Master Shirosaki was with a group. The one with the goatee replied that the biggest problem now was how they were going to handle that so-called Blood Tower, since they didn't have much information. The guy in the black suit slammed a tablet onto the table and said that the Midas Guild had uncovered some things. Takeuchi then explained that these guys were so confident thanks to the involvement of an international guild called Starfield. Both men were taken aback. The goatee guy even asked why a giant guild like that would try to pull stunts in a tiny place like Japan. The bald guy added that it was precisely that which frightened him. Whatever was going on in this dungeon was huge. 15 years ago, when the accident happened, this very dungeon exploded and a bunch of golems started roaming the city. Back then, one of the most powerful priests in the world, Nishihara Tomoka, managed to seal them back up. Damn, I even jotted down her name, only to find out in the next panel that she'd already died. What shame. Takeuchi then commented that the item sealed in the dungeon was really strange since it's attracting people from other countries. He also mentioned that Nishihara's daughter is involved in all this. And yes, we all know her, our dear Arez. At least she believes her mother is still alive. The guy with the sideburns asked whether she was after the sword or if she was just interested in finding out about her mother's death. That's when the bald guy explained that Nishihara's death was never confirmed, leaving everyone confused. All these people had been declared dead, so what's with the uncertainty? He went on to say that a hunter left this dungeon just 5 years ago and witnessed Nishihara there, coming from her own territory. The problem is, Starfield hasn't revealed much more than that. All he knows is that there's a lot happening in there. Just as he was about to speak up, someone opened the door announcing they were in trouble. The president ordered him to quickly explain what was so important to halt the meeting. He pressed a control and reported that a dungeon collapse was underway. Behind a car, someone messaged that they needed help. A bunch of golems had suddenly appeared in the city and were roaming everywhere. Everyone in the meeting jumped in alarm. Takeuchi knew those were the very creatures that were supposed to be hunted in the snow. Back inside the dungeon, Kurosaki was still totally beaten up. Arita asked if things were going to work out. It was the first time she'd seen him so badly injured. He told her to take a look for herself. They had finally found the hidden heart of the mountain. Just past the bridge, there it was, the secret entrance. Arita got excited. At last, she was going to get the heart of a giant golem. Their team advanced across the bridge, but Seidaru was nearby, invisible, watching everything unfold. He never imagined these guys would actually find something like this. One of the masked men reached out and felt a strange barrier, alerting the boss that something was blocking the way. Kurosaki stretched out his hand, thinking that those damn Starfield guys really had all the intel. This was definitely the spot that had been sealed 15 years ago by the great Nishihara Tomoka. He then warned everyone to get ready to break through the barrier, but cautioned them not to get distracted. That prompted Arita to use all her mana capsules to revert the state of the sword. Then suddenly he looked back and said that a rat was nearby. He pointed the sword toward the bridge and remarked that it was daring as his guild quickly tried to use stealth. Satoru suddenly realized they were screwed, and then Kurosaki delivered a slash to him. The scene shifted to another area nearby. A rabbit was hopping along when, out of nowhere, a little golem appeared and poked it. The golem grabbed the creature's crystal and started consuming it. Whoa, suddenly our kid had scored himself a little golem pet. Where did you even get that, man? He might as well have said. And it looked like he was feeding the creature human crystals so it could multiply infinitely. Then when he touched that golem's core, he obviously copied and acquired its abilities. He could create a level 1 golem and even a level 1 golem armor. On top of that, you could share vision and hearing with the golem to see what it was up to. The only problem was that he couldn't absorb those abilities via a simple copy and paste, but the item itself was enough. Even better, you could copy the core itself, which would let him solo an entire dungeon without any help. At level 1 it was already that big, just imagine what it would be at level 10. But then, out of nowhere, the golem shifted sideways. When Haruto looked, it was Satoru, running over in a panic. He immediately threw his arms around him and wrapped his legs around him, saying he was terrified of dying. There wasn't even an epic reunion. They were both already sprinting back as Seiguru explained that he had found the secret dungeon. It seems that when Kurosaki launched his attack, one of the guys from the Futuro Guild was involved. In other words, Kurosaki, the tattoo guy, had the same idea as him, to leave someone watching invisibly. Satoru then mentioned that there was a girl with them. For some strange reason, she was loaded with mana machines and had begun initiating some process. He thought about stopping her just as Haruto had ordered, but he got so scared that he ran off. Our boy said it was all okay. The information alone was enough. Then Satoru said he saw something very familiar. But before he could explain what, he asked why there was a little golem following the two of them. Haruto replied not to worry about it, saying it was just his minion. The fool just stood there thinking it was really cute. In the next scene, they were already on the bridge outside the dungeon, searching for Kurosaki. The protagonist told Satoru to go fetch the other two while he waited there. He was feeling insecure, but the protagonist reassured him by saying he had a little golem to keep watch over everything around. Satoru had little choice, and our guy even handed over the golem's core. That way he could have his very own minion, which though it looked weak, actually packed a solid attack. The kid was totally thrilled to have received such an expensive item. It wasn't like he handed over the original and kept all the copies he'd made. Haruto was starting to like this little rascal. Even though he was already a rich billionaire-trillionaire guy, he was actually pretty down to earth. With that, Haruto activated the golem's core once more. When the ability kicked in, and I didn't comment on it before, it said that the golem would take on any form he imagined. That's why this time he made it look like a little bird, and with shared senses he could easily keep an eye on everything they were doing. Soon enough he saw the girl holding the sword and realized she was the one Satoru had mentioned. The problem was what was happening with that sword, and why was there so much mana floating around? Arita activated her Charles' ability, and a huge burst of energy began pouring into the sword. And man, its durability went from 6% to 100%. Seriously, that Charles Z is insanely overpowered. I thought it was just a slight recovery, but it totally reset the sword from scratch. She was left completely exhausted, and Kurosaki thanked her for restoring its durability to full. You better watch out, girl, now that you've lost its utility, it's gonna cut your head off. Hearing all this, Haruto realized that an ability to restore a sword like that shouldn't exist. Maybe she was like him, a person who instead of having an ability has either a gift or a curse. And that sneaky bastard was already scheming about copying her talent, though it probably wouldn't be easy to kill her husband. That's when he wondered, could he really copy someone else's ability? He first thought about trying it on someone, but more importantly, he wanted to turn that girl into an ally. Kurosaki then celebrated, saying that the time had finally come to break down the barrier in this place. Without much trouble, he inserted the Kalisha sword and a bunch of chains started snapping. A huge circle appeared and a strong gust of wind blew while our guy watched everything from afar. He knew that this was the barrier that prevented anyone from entering. Kurosaki went on to celebrate that without the key and Starfield's intel, there'd be no way for him to get here. Only this sword could break the barrier created by Nishihara. Arita asked him to explain why. He explained that the true owner of that sword, back in the day, was Nishihara's husband, known as Frederick Hugh. He disappeared in this dungeon 15 years ago, and that's when she sealed off the whole place, leaving only the sword with the power to destroy so he could return. So many details that our guy had no idea about. He even recognized the name Frederick. The guy was considered a sword god back then, and apparently Arez's family was far more important than he had ever imagined. Then the little thug said he was tired of talking and it was time to break. With the blade firmly planted, he activated a level-up boost. The entire area was bathed in golden light, blinding everyone and even destroying nearby golems. Now it made sense why they had to restore the durability. There's no way those 6% would have been enough. Finally, the barrier began to crumble. Kurosaki cheered, saying he never imagined it was nothing more than a hologram. Now it was time to enter this place and find the golem's heart after all these years. The problem was, thanks to Haruto, he didn't know whether to wait for the others to arrive or go after them all by himself. Meanwhile, down in southern Italy in a rank as dungeon, man, the sight of a hunter being sliced to pieces on the ground, it was unbelievable. As he lay there agonizing, the guy muttered that killing just him would have been enough, so why kill everyone? The guy in white gloves replied that if only he died, he'd be labeled a murderer. But if everyone died, it'd just be called a dungeon accident. Damn, with a snap of his fingers, he evaporated that guy. What the another control ability? This kid's got a trolley. When someone dies, his abilities transfer to the nearest person who can use them. Yeah, considering that trolley is like select all, it makes sense, right? He slashes at someone's neck, and you can see he has a similar little stunner as Haruto. What the now he used trolley to select everyone, then Troll X to cut out the chosen targets. It looked like he created some kind of spatial crater and everyone just vanished. Then he feels someone approaching, and when he turns around, it's an elf or maybe an elf woman. I'm not sure. I know the person's complimenting his trolley, saying it's evolving more and more. He replies that he hates that this ability forces him to kill people to steal their cursed skills. Oh, so he's stealing everyone's trolls, huh? Yikes. Our protagonist better watch out. If word gets out that there's a king of Troll C and Troll V around, he's going to start hunting him. The elf is wearing a skirt, but I'm not sure I can trust her yet, guys. These authors have been tricking me a lot lately. I'm getting pretty jaded. The elf says that the only ability you can copy without killing is the famous Troll C. The boss replies that they've been looking for that bastard for a long time, but they have no clue where he is. Maybe Troll C doesn't even exist. I'm telling you, I'm thinking he might be a man. Folks. Ah, you slay author, you really thought you'd fool me, huh? I'm tough, man. Then he explains that a person with Troll C did exist in his dimension, so he must exist in this one too. That one guy asks, where's Troll F? And another wonders, what happened to Troll Z? Man, there are just so many trolls. At that moment, they mentioned that the barrier Nishihara had set up was just broken. Troll Z was important, but even more crucial was obtaining the golem's heart, a must-have for using those cursed abilities at their maximum potential. Back in the dungeon, we see Shirosaki arriving. It seems they ran over there, but didn't find anyone. Looks like our dear Haruto came back and called everyone, right? Smart kid. Let's be honest, if he were alone again against that guy, he'd be in even deeper trouble. There was only one path, so he knew the best move was to dash forward. Manus has no idea who's behind all of this, and Eris says that as far as she knows, it might even be Starfield's doing. Manus gets scared, asking why Starfield would involve itself in something like this. The #1 international guild shouldn't be messing with a Blood Tower guild. Eris mentions that she thinks her mother is the reason for all this. As Haruto listens to all these details, he starts to realize that ever since the bridge was destroyed, everything has been leading up to this moment. He looks at Eris and begins to wonder if their real target wasn't the key at all, but her. Could it be? How did you come to that conclusion, Einstein? I still can't see that possibility. At least Shirosaki knows what's more important and tells everyone to start running again because they have to catch up with those guys. Rather than just speculating, they should capture that bastard and force him to spill everything. Meanwhile, Satoru is sprinting along with his little golem, and Shirosaki asks what that's about. When Satoru says it's a minion he got from our dear Haruto, the guy looks a bit confused. Nanus then asks the protagonist why he handed something so valuable over to her. He replies, it's good to leave valuable things with someone who's got money, right? If the kid loses it, he'll get it back. She gives a little smile, just like she always does whenever our guy says something, and suddenly, Satoru steps on something. Out of nowhere, a magical circle appears under him and Shirosaki. Haruto rushes in their direction. Meanwhile, Nana steps into the shade, calling out doing the same thing. And boom, another circle obviously activates beneath those two clowns as well. They fall to the ground, and as they get up, they're calling out for Shirosaki and Satoru once again. Strangely, they couldn't see anything around them. They seem to be in a forest. Looking to the side, Haruto sees a giant dragon in front of him. The beast was about to bite, and he had no idea where it had come from. At least Nanus reacted quickly, launching an attack that sliced the monster's head off. The head fell to the ground, and the protagonist wondered why there was a dinosaur-like monster in this mountain dungeon. At that moment, is warned that the place seemed to be a completely different world. It was probably a multidimensional dungeon. Wow, guys, they really ended up in a gigantic forest. Nanus says that's impossible. As far as she knows, all multidimensional dungeons vanished 15 years ago. Eris agrees, since it was her mother who sealed all those dungeons 15 years ago. But those magical circles that appeared under them must have been used to connect them to this other dimension. That's exactly how the creatures invade their world too. Nanus then understood why that dungeon had been sealed. However, Haruto already knew that Satoru and Shirosaki must have been sent to another dimension as well. Probably their next move is to clear out this dungeon so they can return to the golems. He then draws his sword and says that if they don't have another option, they better act fast. The problem was, a dozen dinosaurs were already coming their way. Now I noticed that poor Grant's fool was taken as well, only now that he show up. Meanwhile, the whole city was ablaze. The golems that were supposed to be in the dungeon were wreaking havoc across all of Japan. There were those hunters who were just tired of always trying to do something. Of course, that boss who rebuilds itself is right there, and they can't kill it. They call for an area attack, but the fisherman mage warns that he's out of mana and they'll have to hold on a little longer. The poor hunters are really struggling to keep those low-level golems in check until one of them runs up to give the bald guy a smack. Just then, a flash of light appears and instructs a blonde kid all swagged out with a backpack. The fisherman mage is grateful and soon realizes that the kid is a foreigner. He says he's on a business trip but couldn't just stand by while people suffered. The others thank him and are impressed that he speaks Japanese too. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos with the golem, the bald guy remarks that he misses the protagonist and his ability to provide mana. The blonde kid overhears this and asks, "What's this about someone who can generate infinite mana?" Because the bald guy replies that it's nothing special, just some useless person whose only job is to do that sort of thing. Now the blonde is really curious and wants to know where to find him. The other guy says he has no idea. Sometimes when he goes into a dungeon, he runs into that useless guy. But of course now the blonde is determined to find out who this infinite mana guy really is. At first everyone said he was useless, but now people seem very interested. Then someone behind the blonde exclaims that he's finally arrived. Wow, it's Taikuchi, our beloved mysterious deep web doctor. Looking up at the golems attacking from above, they're absolutely sure these are the same ones that were supposed to be in the snowy mountain. Shinoda comments that these guys were the perfect targets for Taikuchi, who rushes ahead to inform the president that he'll handle it. Armor activated. Hey, you're clearly inspired by that fantastic fourth thing, right? Now it's golem versus golem, and the big blue one charges at him. One attack later, the beast shatters into about 300,000 pieces. The burst of glittery magic fills the screen. At one point, I even thought a magical waifu had appeared. But nope, it's just the guy with the goatee conjuring his colorful powers. The giant golem then runs toward Taikuchi to deliver a punch. But obviously, he wasn't about to lose in a strength contest. Taikuchi counters with a punch on top of the punch, and suddenly the monster's entire arm disintegrates, exposing its core. He grabs it and shatters it. This was a real warm-up. The guy was finished in no time, while our boys end up suffering through what feels like 30 chapters. So the boss was defeated and the dungeon cleared. Crazy enough, this city invasion wasn't that difficult after all. Having someone used a trollif on Taikuchi. That's one of those abilities to locate other people who apparently have troll powers, and guess who did it? Our silly blonde kid, who's just scribbling notes and saying he got some good intel. Now he wants to know if Troll Z is still active inside the dungeon. At least it's good that she didn't die in there. Damn, right at this moment she's got a hole right through her stomach. At least she's Troll Z so she can just reset her belly, I guess. But I'm not sure if she's got enough mana for that. Let's go back about 20 minutes when a bunch of zombies appeared. Kurosaki's group was also transported to another dimension and got caught up with all that zombie madness. While preparing his sword, he remarks that the problem is they have no idea what happens after this point, but dealing with those creatures would be ridiculously easy. One cut and the whole area would disintegrate. And then, bam, the dungeon was over, and they'd be whisked away by the giant golem's heart. The entire team appears in front of a huge door, and one of the masked ones cheers that they finally found the hidden boss. Without hesitating, Kurosaki takes the key and slams it into the door. The chamber opens, and they all step inside. Whoa, guys, they're surrounded by a bunch of statues holding weapons. Somehow, this place looks familiar. Everyone's standing there, calmly scraping their swords along the statues as if searching for the boss. Meanwhile, Arita starts feeling an enormous pressure on her body. Strangely, no one else seems to be reacting. One of the masked guys is about to say it's just for the reward, but you can see something coming from behind. That poor guy gets crushed like an ant, and it's clear one of the statues has started moving. The first guy is startled, and suddenly everyone snaps back to reality. Not only was that statue the boss, but every single statue in the room was a threat. Arita is acting really strange, crying even though she's seen countless people die before. That confuses Kurosaki. He knows she's seen it all, so why is she reacting like this now? He orders her to snap out of it and use her ability before these guys are finished for good. Then he rushes over to one of the bodies and yanks one of the mana sources. The problem is, there's no mana coming from the sources. In fact, it looks like the mana is being pulled in another direction. Next to her, she sees other statues decimating the masked ones. Kurosaki orders everyone to focus up and start attacking instead of just taking hits. He lands a blow on the massive creature's ribs, making it stagger, and then orders the rest of the team to start using their high-level minds. One of the masked fighters suddenly reveals that none of their minds or invisibility abilities are working at all. Then look what happens. Another fool gets crushed. Actually, he was both smashed and sliced at the same time. When Kurosaki glances to the side, the only one still alive was grabbed by the hand and also crushed. Right in front of him, a pile of bodies was starting to form. He's getting angry, not because people are dying, but because the group's efficiency is plummeting. Now it's his turn, facing 3 huge brutes in front of him. He orders his Kalisha sword to level up, but the system warns that he doesn't have enough mana to use its power. He's confused, since he's level 300 and should have more than enough mana. But it's too late. Apparently, he's just become another casualty. Meanwhile, Arita, acting on impulse, bolts off the mana source. Apparently, that's why no one has any mana in this place. Everything's being siphoned off. When she puts her hand on it, She immediately sees the giant golem's heart appear. The problem is, that thing is supposed to provide mana, not absorb it. Suddenly, the heart starts cracking and she tries to escape, but it fires a laser right into her ribs. She tumbles down the stairs like a crumpled piece of trash and lands face to face with a statue. And damn, these statues don't hesitate. They immediately start slashing with their swords. Out of her shadow, something begins to emerge. It's Kurosaki. He appears and shields her, as if the villain himself has turned into a savior. He even grabs an advanced potion, tosses it her way, picks her up, and runs off like some Marvel hero. The catch is, the moment she touched the golem's heart, the fight against the final boss was activated, and the door they came through started closing. He tried using the Shadow Step, but he didn't have enough mana. With no other option, he did the most human thing possible and ran. But as he saw the door, he knew there wouldn't be enough time for both of them to get through. Damn, this villain is out here saving more than our protagonist. He grabbed Arita and hurled her out. The poor girl got up, demanding to know why he did that. He replied that as long as she's alive, she can use her Curl Z and reset everything. But she just stood there crying, asking if he was an idiot. She isn't a hunter and doesn't have enough mana to pull that off. There's no way she could restore everything. So it can't be said he was a hero because he was only trying to save himself. He knew she'd eventually rewind time. Still, I'm used to those villains who just try to dash through the door and leave both of them trapped. These guys are pretty dumb. At least this one is a bit smarter. In Arita's mind, she cursed herself for ever agreeing to come to this place when suddenly something warm starts seeping into her. It was our protagonist, Haruto, channeling a massive amount of mana into her. When she opened her eyes, she recognized him immediately. She knew he'd done the same thing for Nanas before. Haruto then approached and said that if she has enough mana, she should be able to restore her own body. That left her confused. How did this guy know about her ability? Meanwhile, the rest of the group was stuck at the door, fuming that they'd come all this way and still couldn't get in. Erez explained that as long as there's even one person alive inside, nothing can be done from the outside. Shirosaki, unsurprisingly, wasn't happy at all, complaining that they just wasted their time. He then glanced over, asking who that girl was. Someone explained that she was one of the healers from the Blood Tower team, and thanks to Sano's mana, she managed to recover. Shirosaki didn't care much for that. He just wanted to know if they were going to remain trapped and if they wouldn't finish the dungeon. Erez confirmed that was a very real possibility. Then he slammed his hand against his head, realizing why so many people had disappeared trying to complete this place. Nearby, Haruto was wondering if he should mention the key. He'd already made a copy. That sneaky guy. You really thought he'd just leave the key untouched and not copy it, like Troll C, Troll V on everything. He was all bent over, saying he could just pretend he found it lying on the ground. Could that be such a huge coincidence? With her hand on the door, Erez knew that this was something her mother had sealed, and she was certain there was something important inside. Suddenly, her hand seems to pass right through, and the entire door starts to glow. The place opens up, leaving everyone dumbfounded as to how that happened. Erez explained that the cloak she was wearing was made by her mother, and it might resonate with the door. Haruto had already suspected that she was key to all this. Suddenly, a dark aura envelops everyone, and Misato wonders what kind of pressure that is. Nanas warns everyone to take cover. There's something in that place draining everyone's mana. Haruto asks Arita if that's what she mentioned before, and she confirms. Instead of providing mana, the giant golem's heart was absorbing it. Now our protagonist is left wondering how to fix this mess. Desperate, Arita says they better run. There's nothing a hunter can do against the kind of creatures that are about to appear. At that very moment, golems pop up right in front of Satoru. Nanas, now used to being near Haruto, asks him for the one thing he does best. He assures them not to worry, promising he'll fill everyone's mana in this place. Troll C, Troll V, Troll C, Troll V, Troll C, Troll V, over and over again. Man, look at all the little windows he spammed, opens his arms and spreads mana everywhere. Arita was instantly confused, not understanding why this was happening. Even though mana was being absorbed, so much was being produced that it was overflowing the area. She figured that if Haruto could just fill her up a bit, maybe her parents would return to her brother. Then Nanas charged in. This amount of mana was more than enough to wipe out those golems. Really, one swift cut, and they were shattered. That delinquent hiked-up kid whipped out his wand and unleashed some thunder. But then even more rocky projectiles came flying in. For the guy with infinite mana, though, it was a breeze. He created a giant chain of lightning that obliterated the entire dungeon. Arita glanced over and saw Kurosaki's sorry excuse for a body lying there with his sword by his side, completely done in. He had no arm, was gasping for breath, and she wasn't sure what to do. Just when she considered maybe saving him, Haruto approached. He gave the guy a cold look, grabbed his most important sword. Yeah, he went ahead and cloned it, and finally got exactly what he'd been after. Now he was convinced that Arita had an ability similar to his, one he definitely wanted to copy. But first, it was time to test another theory. Haruto leaned in close to Kurosaki's face and tried to use his Troll C ability to copy the shadow movement. The system, however, rejected it, saying the target's level was higher than his. Moreover, the target was strongly hostile toward him. In this case, he had two options to acquire the ability: Either kill the target and steal the skill, or forcibly steal the ability when the target's HP drops below 15%, though that would leave the target unable to use their own ability. Either he steals it or he kills the target. It's no less brutal than what that guy did before. Our boy was sure that this guy couldn't possibly be at 15% HP after being so beaten up. This forced absorption might seem harsh, but it'll definitely come in handy in the future. Just then, Shirosaki appeared and ordered Arita to fix this guy just enough to extract the information they needed so he couldn't escape. She was there keeping an eye on Haruto. She moved over to Shirosaki, used her Curl Z, and he started getting restored. Haruto, ever the glutton, thought this was even better than the clone he makes of himself to resurrect, though I'm not so sure about that, since our protagonist can take a sword blow, die, and come back, or else, if someone dies, that's it. As soon as Kurosaki came to, he grinned, saying he knew the two of them would survive. But then the cold, calculating K-pop girl turned and walked off. The fool was already captured, and Nanas warned him that if he tried to run, he'd be sliced in half. He shot back that she could only say that once they got out alive, since the dungeon was about to start up again. In the center of the room, the golem's heart began to glow, and just like that, it shifted to the side. A laser shot toward Nanas, sweeping across the entire room. Damn, Satoru cried as he sprinted in panic, but more lasers were coming, one aimed right at that sucker. The protagonist shouted for him, but it was too late. But wait, folks, the little golem minion is now arriving at containment, and as always, we flash forward 30 minutes to see what happened in that dungeon where Shirosaki, our dear Satoru, was. Like our very own tattooed Harry Potter, he was hurling lightning bolts with his wand, disintegrating every creature in sight. It was like it was raining human rubble, just perfect for his little golem to feast on. Shirosaki even told him to do it, since to him it was worthless otherwise. So the little golem started eating and leveled up to 2. Satoru was all smiles until the creature activated a skill that started to wrap itself around his body. Now back in the present, there's the bastard sporting a massive armored golem. The rare sight left everyone stunned that this guy managed to evolve his minions so quickly. Meanwhile, Shirosaki was convinced that this was the same ability that Taikuchi used. Suddenly, attacks came hurtling in, and one even seemed to pierce his stomach. Yeah, he nearly got hit on the head. Erez told him to focus, because these attacks were made of highly concentrated mana. Not even a magical shield could properly block them. Nanas, ever daring, stepped forward and said that's why it's easier to block them physically. Watch me headbutt, then she declared, and sure enough, she launched herself and redirected the attack to the other side. Haruno realized what she said made sense. The mana was so dense that it could alter trajectories. The problem was they couldn't just stand there. They had to move forward instead of merely defending. After all, since he was giving infinite mana to everyone, that crystal was also draining infinite mana from him. He had to somehow get close to it or everyone would die. Watch as our clever one activates his shadow ability, along with his spider ability, using Troll C and Troll V nonstop. He slips into the ground inside that spider effect, so no one can see him activate it, leaving Grant all confused about where the kid went. Then, Haruto appears behind the cube, or rather in the shadow created by the attack's effect, and immediately strikes at its hand, triggering the resonance of the Kuaisha. Man, that wasn't such a good idea after all. He got ricocheted back and ended up spitting out like 3 liters of blood. And now the kid's all acting like a total protagonist, coming back all cocky like there's no way he'd lose to that bastard using his own mana. He drops another Troll V, this time activating it along with his spider web. Suddenly, the whole heart gets surrounded. Finally, all the non-stop attacks pause for a few seconds. Everyone starts cheering and Haruto smiles. But don't get too excited, this guy isn't done yet. As soon as he sees it wasn't enough, he slams another spider web. And this time, as soon as the target's caught, he activates the Kuisha resonance inside the web. Finally, something begins to crack. Dude, the cube shatters and he levels up. The entire heart fractures and a bright light starts radiating out of nowhere. The system announces you destroyed the golem's heart, the dungeon is finished. Then comes another deluge of little level up windows flashing on the screen. And the best part, man, is that he gets a reward, the heart of a giant golem. It had the ability to generate infinite mana and could absorb nearby mana up to a certain limit. But of all the people in the world, Haruto's the only one who thinks the thing isn't all that useful. Still, it doesn't hurt to make a copy, so he decides to stash one in his inventory. With that, his Troll C leveled up too. It now automatically copies any object that can be copied. What? So long as something's close by, it's just Troll V and done? I guess that's how it works. Out of nowhere, Satoru starts running up, bragging about how amazing he is and wanting to give a hug. But then someone else calls out it's Shirosaki, saying that by some miracle, the kid actually managed to get the heart. Sana was left wondering if he's being trashed for praise. That Nanas tells the guy to stop acting like a kid. Shirosaki adds that when they get back, he wants a little chat with our boy. Haruto just warns, if you want to buy it, the price won't be cheap. Nanas, on the other hand, tells him to save that discussion for when they're back at the association. Soon after, they regroup with Arita and the captured loser. Seno goes over to Eris and hands her the sword, saying that finally her mother's treasure has returned. She takes it gratefully and says everything's okay. He returned just as he promised. Grant doesn't let anything slide and asks if Haruto had used the shadow ability from the Blood Tower's master. Shirosaki chimes in that he really saw the kid cover the distance super fast. Haruto tries to come up with an excuse, saying he was pumped or all hyped. Apparently, after his Atiya ability evolved, he could stick to stuff from afar and pulled himself in really quickly. But of course, no one's buying that lame excuse. Nanas then shows up to save our guy, telling everyone it's rude to keep asking about each other's abilities, and orders everyone to get moving because they need to investigate these two scoundrels. Meanwhile, Kurosaki turns to Arita and tells her she's going to have to pay for that time he saved her. It was high time she reset the dungeon. She asks him if he's crazy, but he quickly reminds her that she doesn't have many options. She's got a contract with him. As long as she wears the Adama Deal bracelet, she'll never be able to betray her partner. In other words, as long as it's on her arm, she's stuck with him. Poor Arita, she's bawling even though she's got a Troll Z, her life's a mess, and now she's in the hands of that bastard who orders her to reset the dungeon because he risked his life to save her. And especially considering that there's more than enough mana in the air. Suddenly, all that mana starts converting to Arita. Sanov immediately senses something strange is about to go down. She crouches and slaps the ground. Before the dungeon resets, Haruto tries to warn everyone to get out because everything's about to restart. Era says doing that would be insane. They could end up getting hurled into another dimension again. So Haruto dives into the shadows and makes a beeline for her, activates his spiderweb ability, and asks why she's doing this. But Arita doesn't say a word. She just gets a tear in her eye, slaps the ground, and goodbye. Or not, because Haruto manages to reach her in time and gives her a little tug on the belly. Then everything explodes everywhere. The blocks fly, everyone's activating barriers. Suddenly, they find themselves in a blue, disoriented state. What's going on, guys? Are we in Minecraft now, and it's time to farm? Next thing you know, they're in another world. A giant portal appears, and they end up in some city that leaves me confused. Apparently, everyone got booted from the dungeon, and Seitoru is shouting our boy's name. They realize they're up in the sky above Tokyo. What the heck is happening? Aris says she obviously has no clue either. Suddenly, someone calls for Nanas, and when she looks over, it's her dad, wanting to know what she's doing. Shirosaki is also baffled, asking what Shinobuta is up to. I'm the one asking, I'm trying to figure out what happened in that dungeon. Besides, why was it just these people? Where's everyone else? Shirosaki grits his teeth, while Nanas can only think about our boy, just 5 seconds apart and she's already missing our Chad. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Kurosaki is fuming that this damn place didn't reset. Arita explains that Haruto pulled her in the middle of the incantation, which ended up canceling it. The guy then shrugs, saying it's all good since the others seem to have left. Plus, the handcuffs disappeared along with them, so as long as they get the heart, everything's perfect. Of course, Haruto isn't about to let that happen easily. He activates his spider webs, but then he wonders, weren't his Troll C and Troll V supposed to locate the item? Oh my god, he mutters. Arita remarks that it seems she not only reset the dungeon, but also reset him. No way, he thinks, this is impossible. I'm still here with all my memories in my body. Nara must have changed. Yet damn, he's now at level 1. And that's a serious rip-off of her ability. She reverted him to exactly the state he was in on the very first day he awakened. Worst of all, even his Troll C and Troll V abilities have reset to level 1. A system message pops up saying an unconfirmed object was copied and paste is now possible. But here's the kicker. While he's at level 1, Kurosaki comes over and slams a sword into his chest. Still celebrating, Kurosaki mocks him, saying his idiot face shows his level must have been reset. It was the perfect opportunity for him to die and vanish. Seeing the sword coming, Haruto gets a devious, desperate, totally protagonist idea. He always makes a copy for when he dies, right? Except, when he made that copy, theoretically he was still before the reset. I think that's his plan, at least in his own head. But the problem is, when he's about to be killed, Grant steps in and protects him. Kurosaki then bellows that it's better for Haruto to get out of there. Otherwise, an International Association hunter is going to die. Haruto demands to know why the guy is doing that, and the reply is just for him to run, warning that Kurosaki will handle it, so he better flee immediately. Haruto, however, insists there's no way he can do that. Fuming over their argument, Kurosaki declares they're all a bunch of bastards. The level gap between them is enormous, yet they're acting as if one of them could actually escape. Meanwhile, Grant is desperately trying to hold on, getting cut from all sides. The poor guy has no chance. His sword breaks, he's thrown to the ground like a piece of crap. As usual, the protagonist's friends are a joke. Then Kurosaki moves in for the final blow, saying that taking out one of the International Association members is just perfect. Poor Grant knew there was no way to dodge it. But then Haruto interposes like a human shield and takes a whipping on his back. Grant demands to know why our boy is getting up, warning that this damn Kurosaki is his target. He doesn't want any help, so Grant should get out of the way. Haruto's acting like he's Thorfinn hunting Askeladd. And before anyone can do anything else, Kurosaki splits the kid in two. Grant is left speechless, watching the boy fall apart like an open kinder egg. The moment that happens, Kurosaki seizes the golem's heart. He then turns to Arita and declares that from now on, she's the only person she can depend on. He He warns her not to make any funny faces. After all, that kid died because she reset him to his original state. Though, maybe he's grateful he died. It must be terrible living with everything reset. Then a sword slices through his arm and someone quips that, yeah, he should be thankful for having been killed. Now his arm looks like a champagne bottle popping, and he collapses in agony. Yet our boy somehow reappears, exuding a powerful aura. Everyone's in shock. This kid just got shattered like an open kinder egg, so why is he still walking on 2 feet? Looking back, Kurosaki sees that his body has vanished. He picks up the sword, trying to figure out what kind of damn ability makes him immortal. But now Haruto has coated the sword with his web with a thunderbolt, pinning Kurosaki in place. While immobilized, Kurosaki declares it's useless because he has a shadow step to get out. However, when he tries to use it, the system warns that his ability has been transferred and can no longer be used. He yells, ordering Arita to use it again, but she's growing bold and says she doesn't want to do it. Shockwaves ripple through the web as he shouts, asking if she's forgotten she's under contract. If she'd have forgotten, she'd remember now. The thing is starting to electrocute her arm. At least now. Haruto understands why this girl always obeys him. He's convinced it's all because of that bracelet. Then, in true Chad fashion, Haruto slides in on one knee, grabs her hand, and activates something. He performs a Control C, embedding the Kueisha frequency into that thing. Destroyed, he exclaims. Is it really that easy? That was too chill. I thought he'd pull some NASA-level move, like channel 1 billion mana into her so she could control Z back to the day before she had the bracelet. But no, he just hit her with a shockwave and broke it. While wondering why he couldn't use any abilities, Haruto turns to him and says, take a look for yourself. In a flash, Kurosaki vanishes and reappears right in front of him, saying he can't use any abilities anymore because he stole them. Take that right in the middle of your chest, sucker. Kurosaki collapses like a mummy wrapped in bandages as hard as stone. Haruto walks over to the golem's heart and grabs it. It's ridiculous that they want something like this just to keep creating dungeon resets. How many lives have they taken over this? He exclaims. Then he activates the Kueisha frequency. In front of the two of them, it completely obliterates everything. The good news? Now he's the only person in the world with infinite mana. The bad news? Being the only one with infinite mana means everyone's going to be after him. But then the system chimes in because he destroyed the reward of an advanced dungeon. He's received a unique bonus. A little crystal orb appears in his hand, and the system announces that he's completed the secret dungeon of the golem's heart. Now I'm confused. Did he just complete it twice? Or was this dungeon even more secret than the other one? Let's see. It seems the doors are opening for the rest of the clueless hunters, who are all trying to figure out what's happening. One of them spots our guy and calls out for him. They want to know what happened to the rest of the team. Our little guy explains that they were sent to another part, so there's no need to worry. Looking around at everything destroyed and that poor sucker still pinned like a mummy, they wonder if he managed to win all of this on his own. To that, he just says, details later. First, everyone needs to get back. The next day at the association, our guy is visibly tense during a meeting. Nobody says a word. Shimono comments that it's unbelievable the dungeon was multidimensional. That's some seriously problematic information. Takeuchi, however, is just thankful that at least now they know why these dungeon resets occur. The leader, though, reminds everyone that the most important thing is that the seal Nishihara had placed has been broken. Plus, it was that multidimensional dungeon that triggered the disaster Grant faced 15 years ago. Everyone in the meeting is terrified, arguing that it's too early to make any judgments. The room erupts in chaos until Nanis loses her patience. As always, she slaps the table, stands up, and announces she's leaving. She's got work to do, like investigating the Blood Tower Association. Takeuchi tells her to calm down. Apparently, they weren't the only ones who had a hard time. The dungeon collapse that happened in the middle of the city wasn't easy either. Shirosaki has to call on everyone. Sakamath, of all things, and who would have thought the delinquent would be the calm one. Takeuchi then stands up and says he isn't there to talk about his own achievements. He moves over to Haruto and asks who he really is, the boy who was a crucial piece in ending a secret dungeon. Our humble kid replies that he's just a hunter. But of course, Takeuchi isn't going to let that slide and asks if he doesn't even know who he is. Haruto, getting a bit cheeky, fires back that he's trying to figure out what it all means. He just dealt with a multidimensional secret dungeon, and instead of being thanked, he's being interrogated. Come on, Takeuchi, are you about to start a fight? Finally, everyone in the room is startled and tells him to calm down. Then the president calls Haruto over and warns that if he doesn't stop, he'll lose any rewards for his work. Greedy as ever, like a true capitalist, Haruto quiets down and leaves the room, muttering that he was only saved by the reward he wanted. Haruto, on the other hand, is impressed with that stone armor ability and already wants to copy it. Later, in the president's office, our guy is being questioned. He explains that he was once just an ordinary hunter from the Great Sage Guild, but now he's a freelancer. The president praises him. Being a solo hunter is tough, and what he did in that secret dungeon was incredible. Our kid, with little else to say, thanks him. But of course, the president isn't going to let him off easily. He wants to know what his plans are from here on out. Eris chimes in that she's heading back to her country to pass along some information, and Grant mentions that he'll be staying on a while longer. Plus, he's planning to leave the International Association. I don't know why, but we find ourselves at Haruto's place. Unfortunately, his living room has turned into a competition. There isn't even enough room on the sofa for everyone. Naturally, Haruto wants to know what everyone's up to. Grant says he just left the International Association and needs a place to stay. Erez asks why he did that, but he only replies that for now he can't say. Satoru says he just wants to stay near our guy. No excuses. You could have been a giant waifu, but no, not this cursed one. Nanas then appears to deliver a message from Narita. At that moment, Haruto wants to know, where are those two rascals? Apparently, Kurosaki is in the hospital because Arita refused to use curls on him. Once he regains consciousness, it'll transfer him to prison for interrogation. Meanwhile, Arita is being interrogated. Or rather, she is exercising her right to remain silent during questioning, which is incredible. Nanas, on the other hand, is already convinced that there is something going on between these two little troublemakers. Are you jealous? Then she reveals that Arita is a member of a K-pop dance group called AF. Satoru seems to recognize her, saying that now it makes sense because he thought he had seen her face before. Hermito then explains about that bracelet thing, that it forces her to stay by that guy's side, and he says he doesn't think she will continue acting that way. As soon as he gets a chance, he will go to the association to talk with her. Now he wants to know why Shirosaki is there. He coughs awkwardly, saying that there is only one reason for him to be in that place. Grant warns that if it is about the golem's heart, it would be better to give up, since the protagonist destroyed it in the dungeon. Everyone is startled, and immediately Shirosaki starts grabbing and pushing him around, demanding to know why he did something like that with such a rare item. Then that silly bastard shows the other one, a sneaky one, who is the clone king. Haruto, embarrassed, confesses that what he destroyed in the dungeon was actually fake. Grant, however, is certain that this is impossible, since if he had not destroyed the real one, the dungeon would not have been completed. At the same moment, Shirosaki already dropped about 5 billion in the middle of the room. That was the price he was willing to pay for that item. Our minister was surprised, but Nanas told him that that was little man. It is certainly worth much more than that. The association was willing to pay 8 billion. Satoru, however, showed a guy that there was an online auction for rare items where the first offer could start at 10 billion. Then Shirosaki says that he did not come here for nothing and that the kid had promised to sell it to him. Out of nowhere, he already offered 20 billion, saying that no matter the price, he is willing to take it. Sometime later, lying in bed, he is disbelieving that they are offering 20 billion for this thing. Not to mention that this one was a copy and paste, right? Imagine if he started selling several to other countries. For those who are not aware, you might be wondering why he can now copy, paste, and deliver. I don't know if I mentioned it or ended up forgetting, but there was a panel that said, now you can set the duration of the item, you know. So that is why he can now pass it on to other people. I guess that's it. If I get any additional information, I will share it with you again. He was all celebrating until he gets up, saying that he forgot about the unique reward. A little crystal ball, which was the sealed item that would shatter when mana was inserted into it. For him, inserting mana was the easiest thing in the world. As soon as enough mana is poured in, a golden triangle appears. It was a dimensional piece. When he collects 5 of these, he could open a door to any dimension he wants. And the pieces have a property that one attracts the other. However, the number and level of dimensions you could open depend on the level of the key. He is all confused, but it seems that he will need 4 more, apparently, to be able to open somewhere. Obviously, he tries the basic thing, right? Like doing a Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V. However, the system warns that this item cannot be copied or pasted. He immediately gets angry, saying that this damn thing never works when he needs it the most. Then suddenly someone knocks on the door and he tells them to come in. It is the damn Grant who is always keeping an eye on everything, saying that he has something he wants to verify. The two exchange a glance for a second, and then so did the guy grab the sword. Haruto is about to ask what the guy is doing, but then he comes over and lands a full cut across our kid's chest. Yeah, obviously I can already imagine that he's trying to test if he has the ability to rewind time. But before we know if that is indeed the case, let's go back 15 years to when the Grant disaster happened in Europe. There is a dragon there that looks more like it is smiling than angry, but, you know, a gigantic beast holding a bus in its hand. Some guys tell the mage that the creature is made of fire, so it would be good for him to use an ice attack. Wow, like a total Naruto Uzumaki, jumping from his head to his arm to his back, he activated an ice attack directly toward the monster. However, it seems the beast easily shielded itself with its wings and threw him back. The people had no idea how they were going to defeat a rank-as creature out of nowhere like that. The dragon prepared another blaze attack and swept through the entire street. Apparently, Grant was there from behind, like an idiot, while his friend fled. The appearance of an abnormal creature turned the earth into hell. And as a newly awakened hunter, Grant threw himself to his death. The explosion was coming, and he just stood there waiting for the attack, until someone asked if the kid was okay. When he looked up, there was a giant figure there holding a shield. I think it was a shield with an all-red armor. Grant recognized him immediately. This guy was the most powerful hunter at the time, the one known as Frederick Q, right? Who was also the husband of Era's mother. Everyone is connected. However, in a split second, he got bitten by the dragon man and only a remnant of his body was left. Grant screamed in desperation, but then suddenly, the boss's expression changed and he started spitting blood. His body filled with a bunch of bubbles and the creature exploded from the inside out. Obviously, man, we already expected it. It was the aforementioned Frederick, appearing all swagged up and wielding the mighty sword. Of course, Grant was confused. This guy had just died right in front of him. Wow, man, is that the infamous Nishihara Tomoka? That badass could still be alive, right? Let's go find her in the other dimension. Where's all that vitality? She could have passed all that energy on to Erez, right? You disgrace. And she's over there saying that she already warned not to use those abilities in front of other people. Grant realizes that she only survived that explosion because she raised a barrier. And Frederick says that, unfortunately, this time it was an emergency, since that monster needed to be killed. She goes over to giving a little hug, saying that it really makes sense, especially since the scales of that creature were as hard as steel. Then Frederick tells the big guy to keep everything he saw a complete secret. He agrees, and at that moment, other hunters appear, impressed that the boss was killed. He then goes into his beloved's arms and says that it's time for them to leave. Poor Grant, completely off base, looks at the guy, puts his hand on his chest, and tells him to remember him. His name is More Grant, a newly awakened hunter. Frederick, still humble, gives a little smile and says you will remember that name. That sucker was left thinking that the strongest hunter in the world had an ability that transcended death. What he never imagined was that he would find someone else with that same kind of power. He knew it was crazy, but he wanted to see it with his own eyes. After plunging the sword into Haruto's chest, the next second, he was on his back asking what Grant was planning to do. In that moment, he relaxed just as he had imagined. This kid had the same ability as Frederick. He then apologizes, saying that he only tried to kill him to confirm something he had suspected. Of course, Haruto remarks that this was pure madness, and the problem is that someone else nearby calls for Haruto. Obviously, Satoru had seen everything too. Now things have gotten complicated for our boy. Next scene, Grant's banging his head on the ground, begging for forgiveness. Haruto asks where the hell this guy learned to do a doujeizer. You know, the Japanese thing where you slam your forehead to the floor. Erez explains she's the one who taught him. In Asia, she says, this is the proper thing to do when you've committed a crime. Then Grant goes, to make up for my sin, I swear I'll stay by your side forever, Haruto. Haruto shuts him down, telling him to quit deciding things on his own. Meanwhile, Satoru's curious. He wants to know if the protagonist actually has the same resurrection ability that Frederick Hugh once had. Haruto tells them to stop giving his power a name already, but since he didn't deny it, Satoru's already hyped, saying it's insane to think someone can just resurrect like that. Haruto figures, might as well let them believe that's his power for now. Out of nowhere, Erez calls him over and says she has something to show. Well, did she find a piece of the triangle too? Of course, Haruto recognizes it instantly. Erez says she was tracking dimensional energy and ended up in that room with it. Haruto explains he got his piece after destroying the heart of that giant from the snowy mountain, a sort of one-time reward. Then Erez drops the bomb. Her piece was left to her by her mother. From what she's read, these pieces react to each other. And since she found Haruto, who's also carrying one, it all starts to make sense. Haruto thinks, well, at least that's good news. It means it might be easier to find the others. But Satoru, of course, wants to know the real question. What can you actually do with these triangles? Erez, as usual, knows everything. She says these can be used to open a dimensional gate. Now, I don't know if Satoru's got memory issues or if he's genuinely surprised, but the guy's like, wait, are you serious? Like he didn't already get this info from the system. What Erez adds, though, is that with the key, they might not just be able to open doors, but close them too. That's when Haruto realizes why she was so interested in that dungeon. She tells them she believes her parents are still alive, but trapped in another dimension. Grant agrees, saying he can't imagine anyone being able to kill those two. Satoru wonders if maybe the keys only exist in this world, or worse, that wherever her parents are, the door can only be opened from the outside. Erez admits that's a possibility, or maybe her parents actually chose to stay in that other dimension for some reason. Haruto figures that it only makes sense if something even worse than the Great Catastrophe was coming and they wanted to avoid it. But the important part, they now not only have a way to access other dimensions, but a way to close them too. As they all look at the triangle pieces on the table, Satoru wonders how they're supposed to connect. A little nudge from the golem activates some kind of magnet and boom. They snap together perfectly. The room lights up and they're all staring like something amazing's about to happen, but nope, they just connected. Erez picks it up and says now she's convinced. The resonant sound got louder and she can feel it. The person holding these pieces isn't just an ordinary human. Yeah, I don't know where she's getting all that emotion from, but there she is, our elven mystery. Still can't tell if it's a guy or a girl. Dang it, all hyped up, saying they can finally go home. Meanwhile, back at Starfield Guild HQ in Europe, someone calls out to a guy named Midshield, asking why he's laughing when the Blood Tower mission failed. Elflorin steps in and apologizes to Lord Michael, saying he's just happy Michael finally absorbed Troll F. That's the teleportation gift, right? With that, he's one step closer to becoming transcendent. The guy teleports again, then sits down, saying that for now, it only works over short distances. The catch? The ability will only level up when he gets Troll C. Midshield says it won't take long. His piece just started resonating big time, which means one of the 5 has been connected. Michael comments that clearly Midshield's eager to get back to his homeland. He asks if there are no dimensional keys over in the elf's country. The elf says there are keys, but the dimensional gates over there can't be opened anymore. 15 years ago, the Dan witch Tomoka Nishihara sealed off all the dimensions connecting their world to Earth. She tried to do the same thing on Earth, but the gates transformed into spatial keys instead. Michael realizes that's why combining the pieces lets you open everything again. The elf nods, saying the first step is returning to his homeland and accessing the sacred tree, Yggdrasil. There's something similar to Troll C there, something that once absorbed helps you grow other talents. Michael asks if he's sure about that, especially since the first time they met, Midshield seemed pretty shocked by his talent. The guy starts trembling, clearly unsure how to answer. That's when the leader stands up and says he knows the real reason. 15 years ago, the elf dimension was corrupted and tainted, and the sacred tree is about to collapse. That's why the elves connected to Earth, to try and dump all their mess onto this world. The plan only failed because Nishihara managed to shut it all down and seal the paths. He asks if it's true, and from Minshield's hesitation, well, it's obvious. But then the leader shrugs it off. He doesn't care. What he wants is to open up those multi-dimensional passages and absorb even more powers, even if that means dooming Earth. He says he'll take action himself. Midshield warns him that it's not time yet. He's the head of a multinational guild. If he starts moving now, it'll draw too much attention. That's why he shouldn't worry. He already told Lucas to go ahead with Plan B. Cut to the Forest of Death, an advanced dungeon in Japan. Someone's facing off against a bunch of level 90 ghouls. And of course, it's Haruto, with his male waifu. Seriously, man. You've had a ton of girls back there to partner up with, and you're out here hunting monsters with all dudes. Or worse, Grant's sticking to him like glue, but already trying to flee because the monsters are too strong. Of course, Haruto doesn't want to leave, obviously. It was a whole ordeal just to get access to this dungeon. He wants to take full advantage and level up. He's already celebrating, telling everyone not to worry, that he'll go on ahead. The ghouls get ready, and Satoru tells him to be careful. Why is this dude already getting emotional? Nothing's even happened yet, you drama queen. The monsters all charge at our boy, and Haruto just starts spamming Troll V like crazy, summoning a whole army of golems. Naturally, the two idiots next to him are totally confused, wondering where the hell these golems even came from. Haruto's over there hyped, saying his minions are killing it. Grant, confused, starts questioning what Haruto's actual power is. Last he checked, it was supposed to be resurrection. The first ghoul goes in for a bite and lands it right on a golem's head. Satoru thought that was it. No way it'd survive. But nope. Not only does the golem tank the hit, it punches the ghoul right back in the face and slams it to the ground. With that, the squad pushes forward and starts absolutely wrecking the dungeon's monsters. Satoru just sits down at that point, realizing Haruto doesn't need help at all. A little while later, the golems had wiped out the werewolves. Just like Haruto expected, their resistances and stats were way above normal. He checks his inventory and notices the only issue now is that it's not big enough to support building a proper golem army. Thinking out loud, he says he'll need to come up with a more efficient system. Satoru tells him to go ask that Kinosaki guy, while Grant is already walking off, thinking he never should have left the International Association. He's feeling totally useless in this group. Cut to the car with Satoru, and Haruto's impressed this spoiled brat got a luxury car for his birthday. When suddenly, he gets a call from Nanix asking him to come to the association immediately. Satoru asks what's up, and Haruto says he doesn't know, but in truth, he's already guessing it's about Arita. Sometime later, in the interrogation room at the association, Arita's sitting there, lips all dried out. Doesn't the art here look just like that Hero of Return series? Same style, pretty sure it's the same artist. Nanis explains that Arita's been refusing food and water for 3 days, but says she wants to talk to him. Haruto asks if it's possible to disable the recording of their conversation, but Nanis immediately refuses. No can do. Haruto starts weighing whether it's worth revealing his ability to try and copy hers. Having 2 overpowered talents might be worth the risk, so if it came to that, he'd pay the price. Inside the room, he offers her a cup of water and politely asks her to drink. She glares and takes a sip. Nanis goes, that'll help with dehydration. What a medical genius, truly. Sherlock Holmes of hydration. Haruto then wastes no time. He tells her his ability is infinite mana generation. She goes to say something, but he stops her and asks if she's been affected by the curse of the troll's ability. I thought she might hesitate for a moment, but nope, just drops a straight up yes. Now Haruto is sure he's not the only one cursed with that mark on the neck, which means if he can copy her Troll Z, he might be able to copy any troll ability. Era's overheard all of this and realizes that an ability that restores things to their original state is way more broken than just recovering them. Satoru, meanwhile, is over there completely lost, trying to figure out what the heck this Troll Z curse even is. That's when Erita makes her request. She wants help restoring the health of her parents, who've been in comas for a long time. She would need an insane amount of mana to do it, and only he can provide that. Haruto stands up and says he'll give her as much mana as she needs. But for here on out, he's gonna have to get a bit tougher. Suddenly, he reaches for the handcuffs and everyone's just staring, totally confused about what the hell he's doing. The whole room is suddenly flooded with a flash of light. A bubble of energy spreads out while he's holding her hand. Our sneaky guy's trying to copy Control Z. Well, trying is the key word, because the system immediately notifies him that copying this skill is impossible. So much for that plan. Haruto already knew it wouldn't be easy, but he didn't expect to hit a total dead end with no options. Still holding her hand, he starts wondering what the hell he's supposed to do now. Arita, all sweet and clueless, just asks what he's doing. He suddenly lets go and says, "Oh, it's nothing," and apologizes. Then a system window pops up. Because it's not a standard ability, it can't be copied right now, but there might be a way with force absorption. And of course, Haruto knows exactly what that means. It's the method that only works if you kill a person. Problem is, he doesn't want to just murder Arita out of nowhere. Staring at her now, he starts racking his brain for another way to get that ability. Satoru's like, "Okay, I'm confused." And out of nowhere, Nanas picks up a mic and asks if something went wrong. Haruto says nope, everything's fine, no need to worry. But inside, he's thinking the smartest move is to keep this girl close, at least until a better solution shows up. Right then, he says he's willing to go to the hospital where Arita's parents are. Later that same afternoon at Central Hospital, Arita explains her parents were afflicted with mana poisoning, something that happened 15 years ago during that mysterious attack. Once again, just like he suspected, she's always had reasons to stick close to Kurosaki. Haruto then asks Nanas if Kurosaki is being treated at that hospital too. She says yes, but he's down in the basement. The plan is to start interrogating him as soon as he wakes up. Nanas asks if Arita is okay with that, and she says she's not too worried. Suddenly, Grant senses something. That blonde kid from before walks by and seems to notice something too. Down in the basement in front of a gate, probably where Kurosaki is being kept, some guards stop the blonde and say only authorized personnel can pass. He hands them a card, thanks them for their hard work, and tells them to take a look. But when the guard checks it, there's nothing but Ctrl F written on the paper, bro. In the same second, the blonde vanishes and both guards are engulfed in shadow. Their eyes turn pitch black, and next thing you know, they're just walking away saying he can go in and look around however he wants. The blonde guy heads through the door and walks up to the capsule where Shirosaki's being held. He activates a glowing purple orb in his hand, remembering how someone once told Lord Lucas that he was the only one who could pull this off. It was Midshield, the elf, who told him that if the Blood Tower mission failed, his job was to place several of those orbs all over Tokyo. He had asked what kind of cursed stuff this even was, and Midshield told him they were contaminated fruits from Yggdrasil brought over from his homeland. Basically, they could be used to create a barrier and open up a subspace. The blonde guy wants to know what's in this subspace. Midshield just tells him to take a look, and the guy merely freaks out when he sees it. A giant, monstrous creature with a gaping mouth appears in another dimension, kinda like those horrors we saw in our good old librarian's world. Midshield warns that this is the most he can show for now. His mission was crucial for letting Starfield and the entire team move freely. Lucas was sure they were using him to trigger a dungeon break right in the middle of Tokyo. The problem? He also had family within Starfield, so backing out wasn't an option. Guess everyone in this world's got that one weakness: family. Seems like it's the ultimate kryptonite for hunters. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Harita's dad starts waking up confused, asking what's going on. He looks to the side and sees his daughter hugging her mom, crying from happiness. Satoru's getting emotional, teary-eyed and all, while Nanas just looks over like, what the hell is this guy doing here? He says it's all thanks to Haruto, because not even a top-tier healer could have provided that much mana to let Arita use her ability like that. Meanwhile, Nanas' mind is racing. A skill that can rewind things to their previous state, that's insanely dangerous. She definitely need to keep an eye on this girl. Then the protagonist asks, where's more? Cut to Lucas casually strolling down the hospital hallway. Nothing suspicious at all. Until, out of nowhere, a system window pops up. Ctrl F has detected a user with troll-type abilities nearby. And now it clicks right. Took me long enough to realize. That hooded guy walking next to him? Yeah, it's Kurosaki, a bastard has been released. And like an idiot, Lucas says out loud something about a troll user being nearby, and of course, Kurosaki hears it. He immediately assumes it must be Arita. Suddenly someone calls Lucas's name, Grant. He says Lucas's face was so hidden, he almost didn't recognize him. Then he demands to know what a hunter from the International Association is doing in Japan. Boom! Right then he spots Kurosaki and says, so, 2 Starfield dogs, huh? Lucas fires back, asking what Grant from the International Association is doing there. But Grant ignores him, draws a sword straight from thin air, and says that Kurosaki is a wanted criminal. Lucas tries to calm things down, says causing chaos in the middle of a hospital is insane. Meanwhile, Kurosaki's over here asking for a sword, since his entire inventory was confiscated. That's when Haruto appears right behind Grant, announcing he's here too. The moment he sees him, Kurosaki's fuming. Haruto is using the power that used to be his. Then a window pops up for Lucas. Right in front of him is the user with Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V abilities. His expression changes immediately. This is exactly what he's been searching for all along. But now someone else is walking down the hall, says, the problems just keep coming. And from the tip of the spear alone, we already know who it is. Lucas, now looking like a total idiot, starts hearing final boss music in his head. And there's the stunning Nanas, all suited up, saying, yep, the day just keeps getting worse. Kurosaki's already panicking. He warns Lucas to be careful with this damn Manus, tells him they'd better get out of there fast. Then bam, someone throws 2 handcuffs right in front of them. It's Manus, cool as hell, telling them that if they put those on peacefully, maybe they won't have to get hurt. Kurosaki, feeling humiliated, grabs a civilian and warns them to back off, because there are already plenty of injured people in this place, but a lot more could get hurt if they push him. But boom, next panel, he takes a flying kick to the chest from Manus. It's launched down the hall, smashes into the wall, and coughs up like a liter of blood. Poor Lucas is just standing there like, that escalated real fast. Manus calls his name and tells him they should handle this peacefully. Lucas glances to the side and sees Kurosaki passed out, slumped against the wall. He figures, yeah, he's probably not gonna fare much better if he tries anything dumb. Then he remembers when Midshield handed him the Yggdrasil seed, he'd asked why he was the one chosen. The elf explained, the seed was cursed with mana corruption and normal humans couldn't touch it, but Lucas could, just like Kurosaki. He asked why, and the elf revealed the truth. Kurosaki had broken international law by using abilities powered by black mana. The same cursed mana the seed needed to work. That's when it hit Lucas. To the association, he's the same as Kurosaki. And just when you think maybe he'll try to talk things out, Lucas says, nope, there's no peaceful way out of this. He draws his sword, saying he needs Kurosaki and he's taking him no matter what it takes. The weapon Lucas is holding is instantly recognized by everyone. Grant knows that rapier, Angelus, an extremely rare weapon, passed down through generations of Britannia's heroes. There's only one of them in the world. It was equivalent to the legendary dragon Chalice sword, but instead of being made for slashing, Angelus was built for piercing. In the blink of an eye, Lucas lunges straight at Nanus. She tries to block with her launcher, but man, Angelus pierces straight through the spear and hits her square in the chest. Haruto flinches, worried, but she stays calm, tells him not to interfere. She turns to Lucas and says that clearly they're about to make a hell of a mess in this hospital. She pulls the blade out like it's nothing, and Lucas just stares, completely baffled about how the hell she blocked it. She moves in with his spear strike. He dodges just in time, still confused by how she managed to defend against a direct hit. But bro, stop thinking so much. You're about to catch a spear to the face. The attack seems to land clean, but Lucas barely manages to deflect it with his blade. Still, Nanus is clearly on another level. Her strength sends him flying backwards. He didn't even get stabbed directly, and he's already coughing up blood. Dude's got internal injuries and is suddenly realizing, yeah, his chances aren't great. Now he gets it, why Nanus is ranked among the 10 strongest hunters in the world. Desperate, he starts activating something in his sword, a feature he didn't want to use inside a hospital. But suddenly, someone yells her name, Nanas Shinoda. It's Kurosaki, rising up from the back, holding the cursed Yggdrasil seed in his hand. He's straight up celebrating, saying the hospital they've been trying so hard to protect is about to be erased from existence. Oh boy. He slams it into the ground, and even Lucas says this is a terrible idea. But Kurosaki just grins. The more central in Tokyo it is, the better. And this hospital, right in the heart of the city, perfect. Haruto has no idea what Kurosaki's even talking about, but Grant recognizes immediately black mana, a rare and corrupted energy, and it's shocking to see this much packed into a single item. Haruto quickly uses Control V to activate both Shadow Step and Web of Restraint. In the next second, boom, meets behind Kurosaki again, mummifying him with the web like before. But Kurosaki grins, too late. Before Haruto can finish him off, a flower blooms from the ground. Massive branches burst upward and the entire hospital starts collapsing. Bro, it's raining patience. A giant tree forms around the entire building, and honestly, not gonna lie, it looks kinda beautiful in a nature apocalypse sort of way. But while I'm here admiring the view, the poor patients are not enjoying the ride. They're falling, screaming, some about to plunge to their deaths. Oh no, he let go of the girl's hand, she's gonna fall. But relax, Chad arrived to save the day with his web. You alright, miss? She goes, yeah, I'm fine. Then zip, off she goes. Bye-bye. Apparently our man already saved a bunch of patients. Problem is, nobody can get out of that place now. Nanus and Grant are working together, helping the others. But the entire hospital is surrounded by an absurd amount of black mana. Somewhere nearby, Satoru is calling out to one of the minions to lift a stone so he can pull people from under the rubble. Then Haruto shows up and Satoru asks what the hell happened. Our boy just wants to know if things are under control. Satoru nods, yeah, thanks to Erez, which of course makes Haruto ask, where is that damn Erez? They head over to a spot completely walled off by ice. He touches the surface and asks, what is this? And she casually replies, well, it's an amazing wall of ice, obviously. Turns out she placed several of these ice barriers in different rooms to keep the structure from totally collapsing. Problem is, it wasn't enough to block all the black mana. Haruto thanks her, saying that at the very least, it looks like things are stable now. Right away, Haruto talks to Arita and tells her, something strange just destroyed the entire hospital. The easiest way to fix it would be to restore everything. He asks if she can do that. She says yes, after all, she's restored entire dungeons before. And with him around, mana supply is the last thing she's worried about. Next scene, they're standing right in front of the tree trunk. Apparently, Kurosaki and Lucas managed to escape, and nobody seems all that worried about it. Like, oh well, they escaped. Guess we'll catch them later. Super chill for two fugitives, huh? Satoru asks where the tree came from, and Haruto explains. It was Kurosaki's doing, and now he's vanished. That makes Arita even angrier. Her parents were in that hospital, and that bastard put both their lives at risk. Eris is quietly observing the tree roots, so Haruto tells her to start the restoration. She begins channeling that warm, radiant energy into the trunk and places her hand on it. The ground starts trembling and the branches shake with it. Not sure if the tree is rewinding or regressing, but the roots look like they're pulling back. Everyone's watching anxiously, and then the whole tree begins to shrink. A giant portal forms in front of them, drawing in all the energy. But then, it looks like Arita loses focus. She stops casting. Haruto notices immediately that thing is the source of the black mana, and now she's in danger. Time for Chad to save the day again. Curl V, he casts a massive web wall to seal off the black mana. Not sure exactly what happened, whether the mana bounced off or got redirected, but suddenly, Arita's in his arms. Satoru asks if he's okay. Haruto says yeah, but one thing's clear. Arita failed to restore the tree. Haruto immediately gives the order, evacuate the hospital. He's convinced creatures could start crawling out of that portal at any moment. Since when is this kid giving orders like a captain? Huh. But hey, the others just go along with it. He turns to Eris and asks if she recognizes that thing. She replies that according to the knowledge passed down from her mother, it's something from another dimension known as a corrupted seed from the cosmic tree Yggdrasil. Its purpose? To attract and concentrate all the corruption from another dimension into itself. Maybe Arita's power didn't work because you can't exactly troll-Z something that wasn't from this world to begin with. And the worst part? The records say this thing normally activates when 3 or 4 of them are used at once. 10 minutes later, outside the hospital, paramedics are trying to recover what's left of the victims. The poor F-rank hunters are doing their best, setting up weak magical barriers to try to suppress the black mana around the tree, but it's nowhere near enough. The association president can't believe it. Yet again, they're dealing with an extra-dimensional threat right in the middle of Tokyo. Nanas apologizes and says she's already sent out a hunter alert for Kurosaki and Lucas. Takeuchi doesn't miss the chance to take a jab, saying he never expected her to let those two escape. And if Lucas is involved, maybe it's time to confront Starfield directly. Shirasaki, however, says it's pointless. They'll just claim the Blood Tower is Japan's problem and refuse to get involved. But that's fine by him. He says he'll capture Kurosaki himself soon enough. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake again. The hospital seems like it's about to collapse. A guy comes running yelling that they've got a major problem. A second tree is sprouting up somewhere else in the city. Haruto immediately realizes Kurosaki is at it again. All because these idiots thought it was a good idea to capture and rehabilitate him instead of just cutting off his damn head when they had the chance. Now, all over the news, there's only one topic. 2 mysterious trees appearing in central Tokyo, both radiating strange black mana. Naturally, the citizens are starting to get anxious, wondering if life will ever go back to normal. Meanwhile, inside a car somewhere in the city, Kurosaki is just chilling, thinking to himself that there's no way he's getting caught in all this chaos. He even tells Lucas, "You're more ruthless than I thought. Never imagined you use black mana to brainwash people like that." Apparently, people are already starting to flee the city. And can you blame them? Prolonged exposure to black mana can cause the same illness that hit Arita's parents. In the car, Kurosaki keeps going on about the brainwashing thing and Lucas snaps, telling him to shut up. Kurosaki just smirks and says, "Relax, man. That was a compliment." They know the authorities must be desperate to track them, but as long as Kurosaki stays close to Lucas, there's no way they'll get found. Why? Because no one suspects they're hiding in a police car. Only 3 more to go, then it's time to move forward with the plan. Back at the Hunter Association HQ in the president's office, they're starting to realize that more trees might be planted. Eris had passed along the information, records left behind in her mother's books. When these trees start appearing, a disaster will hit Tokyo because the trees act as both gateways and barriers. Translation: they're about to get flooded with monsters from another world. Shirasaki is visibly shaken because this is exactly how the catastrophe 15 years ago began. Haruto, meanwhile, is starting to remember something. Way back when those same tree trunks burst out of the ground, he was in a car with his father. Of course, his dad was yelling at him to sit down and buckle his seatbelt before flying through the windshield. As the car sped down the road, they tried to outrun the rising trunks. Then, bam, one smashed right into the side of the car. Looks like Haruto had blocked these memories, but now they're all flooding back. And based on what he's seeing now, it was those same damn trees that caused his parents' death. Whoever's behind this, yeah, he's not gonna forgive them. And we all know exactly who that someone is. Kurosaki, you cursed bastard. Shirasaki says he doesn't remember the tree incident himself. Back then, he was busy dealing with dungeons elsewhere and didn't witness it firsthand. Then Eris steps in and explains that not only do the trees serve as portals to another dimension, they also open a kind of subspace. Nanas looks confused, while Shirasaki wants to know, why go through all this trouble? Why bring contaminated things from another world? Manus explains to create a black mana subspace, you need multiple corrupted trees gathering a massive amount of black energy in one place. Ares warns that in the worst-case scenario, a whole dimension could end up crashing down onto their planet. Haruto, though, he's smiling to himself. Because he's got a plan, use the tree's subspace in conjunction with the one in his inventory to build a golem army. Not sure how exactly he's going to pull that off, but hey, he's got that I have a crazy plan and it might just work face going. And of course, Takeuchi the genius is standing there yelling at everyone to stop making up fantasy stories, calling it all idiocy. Like, bro, what? You're the creator of the universe now? You gotta witness something personally for it to be real. Then someone casually whips out a dimensional key. And suddenly, the same bald dude who just said, none of this is real is like, wait, are you seriously activating a dimensional key? Make up your mind, dude, have you seen it or not? Let us know. Ares explains that one piece came from her mom and the other is the one Haruto got back on the Golem Mountain. Now the bald guy seems to finally believe it, but he also knows 2 pieces won't be enough. Ares agrees but adds that it seems like another piece is drawing near. She believes that this disaster will also reveal the other missing pieces and that they'll be the key to fixing everything. Meanwhile, the delinquent Harry Potter isn't exactly thrilled with how things are unfolding. The president then points out that if the portal's open, it won't just be a problem for Japan. It'll affect the whole world. They need to find all 3 pieces urgently. That's when Shirosaki drops a bomb. His guild also has one of the pieces. Cut to a little while later at the future guild's warehouse. Our guy stands in front of the door, totally impressed by how secure the place is. Takeuchi comments, I knew Shirosaki was obsessed with dungeon items, but I never imagined he'd create an entire subspace just to hide one thing. Naturally, Haruto wants to know exactly how he did it. Meanwhile, that Dan bald guy, who we're all ready to see go, mutters that he probably ended up with a fake item. But Haruto's system for tracking the pieces clearly shows the next one's pointing right this way. Both pieces are resonating. Shirosaki then taps his digital interface and the doors open. I expected a ton of items, but it's really just that one little piece sitting in the middle of a giant crystal. The bald guy keeps asking, why would you need such a high security place just to store a tiny trinket? Haruto cuts him off, saying that from now on, only he and Shirosaki will handle it. Naturally, Takeuchi loses his temper and asks who he thinks he is. But to help out our guy, Ares chimes in that combining the pieces is incredibly dangerous, so it's best if it's just the 2 of them. Shirosaki then orders that Takeuchi back off, just the 2 of them will handle this. Mike Tyson, albino style, isn't having any of it and warns that if anything goes wrong, he'll personally kill both of them. But our guy just shuts the door, bidding the idiot goodbye. Once inside, Haruto sees that the piece Shirosaki holds is number 4. Now he wants to know where Shirosaki got it from. Shirosaki grumbles that he isn't going to answer, it's just a means to an end. Once the pieces are combined, he plans to rush inside the barrier so nothing bad happens. Haruto feels confident. He's protected by his web of shadows and his shadow step ability. But before he can remove the pieces from his inventory, piece number 4 starts reacting. Suddenly, an item flies straight toward him, causing an explosion right in the room. There wasn't even time for Shirosaki to react before the door outside is blown apart. Nanas already senses that something's about to go down. The door is shattered from the inside and Shirosaki is calling out for Sano. Then he hears someone's voice saying they thought they were going to die. Of course, that person used their shadow step ability to dodge the impact. Looking at his inventory with the 3 pieces, Haruto mutters that he never imagined they'd fuse on their own. But Shirosaki is clearly pissed. The kid, already brimming with weird abilities, and also has a very rare movement power. Haruto tells Shirosaki not to be too shocked and that he can explain. But then this guy grabs him by the neck and throws him to the ground. Man, if I were Haruto, that delinquent Harry Potter would have his head ripped off by now. He's demanding to know why, and Shirosaki retorts that it's impossible to use the shadow step without black mana. He insists that Haruto needs to explain himself. Haruto doesn't really know how to explain it. His urge to kill that damn Harry Potter is overwhelming. He obviously doesn't want to admit he's using Troll V, so he just says that he can't possibly use dark magic. But Shirosaki isn't satisfied. He wants to know how, then, Haruto is using a magic that clearly taps into black mana. Before long, the guy is unleashing dark electric energy on our boy. What the hell is this? Hey, come on now, are you guys losing your minds? Don't you know he's the master of Troll C? Wow, and it looks like Haruto can't escape because this black electricity is a power that counters his shadow step. That bastard starts accusing Haruto, saying you've been suspicious of him ever since the Koisha dungeon. He wants to know exactly who Haruto is, what went down on that mountain, and what his connection is with that Dan Kurosaki. Haruto can't believe this guy actually thinks he's in cahoots with Kurosaki. Just because they share a similar ability doesn't mean they're partners. And now he's stuck face to face with him. Finally, the guy starts losing his cool. He's like, let's go crazy, Haruto, start killing everyone. Just the thought of it has him pissed off. He fires off a Troll V, unleashing a flurry of his web abilities and mocks, it's ridiculous that Shirosaki wants to kill me over something so trivial. Take a bath in your own web, sucker. Turn into a little furball. But as soon as the blow lands, Haruto immediately regrets charging in. His cat ball form is getting shredded in an instant. In a split second, Shirosaki breaks free and Haruto's forced to defend against the counterattack. Then that damn Harry Potter character, as he's mockingly called, goes on saying if Haruto doesn't want to talk, it's because he's hiding some secret, and he's gonna die because of it. That's when Haruto remembers Mana picked a fight with a level 500 hunter. He barely made it to 300, and now his only option is to win by any means necessary. He pulls out a top-quality potion that restores 95% of his health. Shirasaki's attack comes barreling toward him, and Haruto scrambles to defend. What the heck is this? Oh, I get it. He let his health drop below 25% to trigger the Callous Berserker mode. Right after taking Shirosaki's hit, he draws his sword and counterattacks. "Take that, you pathetic Harry Potter," he shouts. The barrier starts cracking, and he's dumbfounded at how it's even happening. Then, a flash of light erupts, and the whole place starts exploding. "Agonize already, you bastard," someone yells. "No one meant to hurt our guy." Then a flashback hits. Shirosaki is seen talking with his brother, deciding they wanted to be the strongest in the future, which is why they named their guild Future. They really must have been running on a 10 IQ idea, huh? This bright, shiny fellow is Shirosaki Suda, and you'd think he should have been dead by now with that innocent, almost naive smile. 10 years ago, they were face to face with a creature, while his brother wielded a bunch of talismans. And this time, he even managed to beat the so-called Demon Lord of Hell. Even when the creatures were insanely dangerous, they didn't flinch. In front of a dungeon gate, Suda mentioned having a weird feeling, like some uninvited hunters had slipped into the group. But Shirosaki, ever the naive one, declared it was the perfect chance to snag a dungeon controlled by Midas. This was their ticket for the Future Guild to break into the top 10 strongest in the nation. Besides, he didn't have to worry because his brother was there. Yet Suda just silently watched the mummy guy. Next thing you know, the boss is dead along with all the hunters torn apart on the floor. Clearly, the mummy guy finished off his own brother, and Shirosaki is screaming for answers. But the mummy just tells him to give up on his brother. He was contaminated by an addiction to black mana, a disease that had soon turned him into something even worse than a ghoul. Shirosaki then orders that the bastard hand over the antidote immediately. The mummified guy says, "Give me your shadow step ability and I'll show you how to save your brother. Refuse and you're dead." So it looks like Shirosaki reluctantly hands over the ability. I love how practical this world is. If you have a power, you just pass it on like a credit card. "There you go, man, take it home." When he asked for the antidote, the guy revealed that he'd need the sword known as Brilhance. It was the only way to cure his brother's mana poisoning. Naturally, Shirosaki panicked. He wanted an antidote, not this kind of information. Then the guy dropped another bomb. There's no real antidote for a mana addiction. But that didn't really matter since this dungeon was about to collapse, and they'd both die anyway. Shirosaki acted even more naive than the characters in those cheesy stories, insisting that it looked like the bastard had planned to kill him from the start. The guy began to fade away, saying it wasn't yet time for the world to know about the existence of black mana abilities, or black mana itself. That's when the whole place started getting destroyed. At that moment, Suda showed him the item he found in the boss room. Shirosaki had no idea what it was for, but it looked completely different from any other item. In desperation, Shirosaki told him to forget about that damn item and focus on surviving. They needed to use an ability to get out of there. But Suda replied that there was no way to save him, and then he used a forced return ability on Shirosaki. Poor Harry Potter, as he was mockingly called, screamed in desperation, demanding to know why, but his brother could only apologize. Suddenly, he reappeared in the guild's office, crying uncontrollably while clutching the dimensional triangle. Back in the present, during his fight with our dear Haruto, Shirosaki explained that for the 10 years following that incident, he'd searched every dungeon but never managed to find that exact piece again. He doubted his brother was even still alive. Haruto then understood why this guy was so obsessed with raiding every dungeon he could get into. Haruto was downing a potion because, even though the Berserker effect was incredibly powerful, the cost was steep. Shirosaki warned him about that, which was why he'd been researching black mana and dark abilities despite the inevitable punishments. The Shadow Step is an extremely rare ability, and aside from that guy wrapped in bandages, no one else should be able to use it. Haruto then offered to explain how he managed to use it, but Shirosaki interrupted, saying it wasn't necessary anymore. He'd seen that Haruto had just used the Dragon Sword of Callous. That could only happen if Haruto possessed some kind of ability to copy or steal other skills. Shirosaki apologized for not knowing that our guy was a bandit, but insisted that everything was now clear. Haruto shot back, "It's not clear. I'm not a bandit." They argued for a bit, and after a while, Shirosaki said that once the dimensional key was complete, he wanted to go along. He also insisted that he should be the one to kill Kurosaki. Haruto only replied that he didn't really care about Kurosaki anymore, apparently. Speaking of that bastard, Kurosaki was already out there causing more destruction in Tokyo. Suddenly, the door to the battleground swung open, and Grant, looking at our guy all beat up, asked if something had happened. Haruto explained that it was just the combination of the keys that created that huge explosion. Nanas then urged them to hurry, pointing out that while they'd been inside, the contaminations had continued to spread. Shirosaki knew that it was all Kurosaki's doing, and he was already itching to go kill him. That Eras warned that, judging by Kurosaki's movements, she could guess where he'd strike next, apparently in the city of Ginza. Nanas agreed, noting that since Ginza is huge and packed with people, it could mean mass casualties. Haruto wanted to protect the city, of course, but there wasn't enough webbing to contain a portal spewing millions of monsters. Shirosaki said he'd call on the future guild to take down that bastard, while Nanas declared she'd contact every other guild. She even suggested that Grant and the protagonist join her at the association to start helping, but our guy was too emo for that. He insisted he'd prepare everything on his own. Nanas couldn't help but ask, "Why do you want to handle this all by yourself?" He replies that he's sure the subspace will be huge, so it's going to be a numbers game. She retorts, "All right then, are you going to stop talking about your plan?" Shirosaki is already heading out, saying he wants to see him do his best. At that moment, our guy announces he's going to need Grant's help, who's finally getting recognition for his value. Our protagonist adds that yes, he's come to appreciate Grant for being the perfect guy to carry all the stuff he needs. Meanwhile, at Starfield's Operations HQ, that weird-ass elf I've been absolutely hating on is saying that Japan's call for help has come in. In other words, the time has arrived. Michael isn't too happy about it because the barrier still doesn't seem complete. He asks if the subspace is going to open properly, and the elf insists it will. The place is already filling up with orcs and goblins, and the situation is becoming ripe. A guy in a helmet chimes in that it's ridiculous to think goblins and orcs alone will be enough. With Taikuchi and Nanas, the Japanese would wipe them out in no time. And now it seems the whole colorful crew, yellow, green, and blue hats like some kind of Power Rangers, are doubting the plan. But the guy tells them not to worry, that the master and he will handle everything. Minshield reminds everyone that it's no accident they prepared countless cursed trees. The subspace is even bigger than before. The White Ranger gets excited, saying that with this, even with help from the Americans, it wouldn't have managed. Midshield is convinced that if he drops this massive debuff in the middle of Tokyo, it'll be curtains for that place. Michael celebrates, swearing that by the land he comes from and by Yggdrasil, this time the plan will work. He's already heading out, telling everyone not to worry. This isn't the first time he's opened his subspace in Tokyo. "Ah, you bastard. So you were the one who stirred things up in the past too." Meanwhile, over at the White House in America, President Biden, looking a few decades younger and sporting an albino complexion, is visibly shaken by this whole dimensional mess reopening in Japan. On the other end, Logan Bauman, the black-skinned CIA director, explains that it's the same kind of catastrophe that happened 15 years ago. Naturally, the president is even more worried about something like this happening on American soil, but the folks tell him to relax. Since it all seems to be happening over there, they're pretty calm. Biden asks how the International Hunter Organization is reacting, and Logan replies that it seems Michael from Starfield is heading over there to help out. Yeah, he's coming. He'll offer plenty of assistance. You can count on Michael. A woman nearby finds it all odd, wondering why a hunter as famous, rich, and powerful as him would want to help Japan during a catastrophe. He just shrugs, saying he has no idea. Suddenly, she looks startled. She just received a call. Apparently, it's from the president of the American Hunters Association, sending a video message. As she turns on the TV, Simon Defrey appears, explaining that they're facing a huge problem. Biden remarks that if it's about Japan's accident, he's already been briefed. The guy says it's something like that, but that everything seems to be spiraling out of control. This is because the Ouroboros Guild is heading straight to Japan. That development leaves Logan a bit confused. He wonders if Turner isn't going to handle it in person. Defrey responds that it's not even that. It seems Turner took all the equipment from the American guilds. Logan says it's crazy to send someone like that to another country, since he wields as much power as an entire military force. If he went berserk in a peaceful country like Japan, it'd be a huge problem. To be honest, the Japan we're seeing isn't exactly peaceful these days. Logan asks what the association is planning to do, and the guy simply replies that there's not much they can do to stop that guy. Then Biden says that things are becoming something that goes beyond Japan. They were meant to prepare the best hunters and send them there too, but kept it under wraps. Back in the city of Sakuras, trees keep sprouting everywhere. Meanwhile, Lucas Idiot is monologuing that now, just like Kurosaki said, he's become just like that bastard, using the excuse of protecting himself, his family, and his father as the reason behind everything. It all started the day he received the Troll F curse. Suddenly, information from all over the world, wishes, events, everything began flooding his mind. He could even sense the consciousness of dead monsters. A whole week passed and he couldn't even wake up, lost in the vast sea of data. Exhausted, he even tried to take his own life to end that damned Stroll F curse. But, ironically, it was then that he found a will to live, the inheritance left in his family's hall. The Angelus Rapier, a sacred sword. Just by holding it, the Troll F curse was instantly nullified. Finally, he had a way to understand and control that accursed ability simultaneously. That's why, from that day on, he always kept the sword with him. But obviously, this wasn't just any sword. It was a national treasure that everyone, in one way or another, wanted use to protect the country. When several accidents began happening, Ishihara, the one who sealed the portals, started asking his father to hand over that sword so they could use it to kill the creatures. But to protect it, his father always refused. In a way, because of him, indirectly, they suffered countless losses since the sword was extremely powerful. And with that, the Cooper family lost all their status and power. Determined to restore their glory, he began trying to master the Troll F curse. It's almost ironic, trying to deliver an epic speech, and then casually dropping a Troll F, but the bastard was there, absorbing black mana, because he realized that was one of the few ways to control it. In his quest to learn black mana, he encountered that damn mint shield Michael, and thanks to them, the family regained the power they once had. But the price was astronomical. As soon as Michael discovered he had Troll F, his talent was used to track down targets. When people were found, Michael would finish them off and steal their powers. For a long time, he's been using the excuse that he was just following orders for the sake of family and to restore his father's glory. But the truth is, he obeyed Michael because he was terrified of being killed. Honestly, he was nothing but a coward. And now he's scared stiff of what will happen if Haruto Sano's Curl C falls into that guy's hands. Then he seems to toss his sword into his inventory, and at that very moment, he's overwhelmed by a flood of information. He starts searching for our boy's outfit until he finally finds Curl C. What, you bastard? Didn't you already know who he is? You're tracking down his whereabouts in the world. Fast forward, now we're on a plane soaring through the skies. This clone of XXXTentacion turns out to be none other than Turner Miller, the #1 hunter in the world. The #1 in the world? I thought he was just from the United States. But no, he's the real deal. The system even rates his level as immeasurable. The kid's literally broken the game. Now you, the author, knows what level he's at. Then the guy next to him asks why he's heading to Japan in a private jet instead of using a teleport. Are you crazy? A trip to Japan like that takes about 10 hours, man. Seriously, it would have been better to take the teleport. But then Temptation asks if Richard forgot their motto. All skewed, he replies that he never forgot. Their motto is, the moment you let your guard down, danger will appear out of nowhere. Wow, what a grand motto. Can we please get a summary of that? Looking out the window, Turner Miller, our clone of XXXTentacion, remembers that 15 years ago when Japan's disaster hit, he was just a lowly rank hunter. It was Nishihara who saved him, and not long after, he received his transcendental ability. In the blink of an eye, he became one of the strongest hunters in the world. It seems something was given to him right before the disaster ended. Hey, you rascal, got another bag of Doritos, huh? He muses, as if this whole situation is straight out of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel. Your turn. It's time for a duel. Now he's excited because after 15 long years, that dimensional piece has finally started resonating. So what exactly is happening in Japan right now? Back in Ginza, Tokyo, just as Eras had predicted, the subspaces are beginning to open and black mana is starting to pollute the area. Master Shinoda, who, come to think of it, looks like Doctor Strange from the deep web, is busy purifying the air with some high-tech kit. But it's obvious that he can't handle everything this cursed tree is doing all by himself. The rest of the association is also pulling out all the stops. Meanwhile, Takeuchi is out on the streets of Midas City, just waiting for the creatures to start appearing. The president wants to know what the other guilds are saying. She explains they're helping evacuate citizens, though not everyone will be able to escape in time. He then demands to know where the hell the protagonist is. She tells him the guy claimed he had a different important mission. He's a bit confused. What could be more important than saving all of Tokyo from annihilation? She admits she's curious too, but insists he didn't seem to have any bad intentions. Then, some other guy, Aniclimax, asks why they keep mentioning Sano's name. I'm starting to think the author of this work is such a gossip. Every time someone's name is dropped, another person overhears and wants in on the scoop. Over at a hunter mall in Ginza, Satoru emerges, loaded with backpacks, boasting he brought everything he was asked for. The problem is, they seem to have brought way too much, and Grant is complaining, wondering what they're going to do with it all. Hermano is trying to use Curl V on the Callous Sword, but the system warns him he doesn't have enough mana. What are you trying to do, clone the sword for everyone? I'm not really sure either. Satoru announces they've already gathered over 1,300 items, but apparently it's still not enough. Grant asks if he's sure about the plan, and Haruto says this is their best bet right now. What he really needs, though, is a bit of subspace to be able to copy and paste. Then, mid-stride, the blonde guy shows up right in front of them. Grant opens his mouth to say something, but the blonde just orders him to shut up, insisting he wants to talk with Haruto. Obviously, he first demands that Haruto put down that extremely dangerous sacred sword, but Haruto's grinning. If there's one thing he loves, it's a powerful sword. After all, with the Curl C/Curl V talent, it's always a solid choice. He suddenly drops all his bags and teleports behind Lucas, confident that now that he's reached the highest level, copying will be a piece of cake. But Lucas quickly backs away and warns him to keep his distance with that damn Curl C. Naturally, Haruto is confused. How does that bastard even know about his keyboard? He pretends to be clueless. What are you talking about? I don't know anything about a Curl C trick. The blonde, however, makes it clear that there's no use hiding. It seems he's got all the information. The cut is coming for Haruto. but his shadow step is ridiculously overpowered. It appears right behind him. However, shadow step is a dark ability, a weakness when fighting against his sacred sword. In that moment, Lucas drives the sword into the ground, unleashing a flashbang that lights up the entire city. Looking out the window, Haruto says it feels just like that time with Shirosaki's black light. It was so intense that it practically erased his shadow, making it impossible for him to move within it. 200 IQ, huh? But then again, you can do that with the spotlight too. The blonde guy approaches and remarks that the reason Haruto is standing still is because all the abilities he's copied so far must be of the dark element. Haruto thanks him for the tip, promising that next time he'll be sure to copy something different. The real issue now is that he needs to find a foolproof way to get a grip on that sacred sword. While Haruto ponders his next move, Lucas chimes in, insisting that the whole mess he's caught up in is because of that damn Troll C ability he possesses. Immediately, our protagonist is convinced that this guy must also have some kind of troll ability. He asks, "Are you trying to kill me to steal my talent? Is that why you join up with Kurosaki?" Lucas loses his cool and launches an attack, telling him not to mix him up with that trash. Wow, he lands a solid blow right in Haruto's chest. Even Lucas seems surprised. He didn't expect to hit him so easily. But Haruto was just trying to stay composed. He activates Curl C on the Sacred Angelus sword, though the system warns that if he copies and absorbs the sacred sword, he won't be able to use his Shadow Step ability. Realizing this, Haruto calmly backs away and pulls a potion from his inventory to recover. He thought that since his ability is mostly about copying, and isn't inherently dark mana, he could keep both powers. Lucas already notices that the bastard let himself get hit in order to trigger the copy. Then he says he's going to ask one last time. What exactly is Haruto planning to do with Troll C? Haruto explains, "Obviously, I'm aiming to become the most powerful hunter, someone who'll surpass even all the transcendent ones." Dodging Lucas' attacks, he adds that ever since he received this talent, time has never been on his side. Apparently, he wasn't aware of the curse it carries. He only has 5 years until the catastrophe strikes. Lucas is completely baffled by this talk of scarce time and impending disaster. When he absorbed his talent, so much information came at him at once that everything became a blur. Haruto debates whether to copy the sword or not, fearing he might lose his shadow step in the process. The system then warns that he can no longer copy it. "Guess I'll just take another sword hit. Might as well, it's free," he thinks, planning to clone it later. Then right at that moment, a flash of lightning splits the sky. Everyone realizes that what they dreaded is about to begin. The system alerts them that a portion of another dimension, home to the black spirits of the subspace, has opened up in Tokyo. The designated area will be contaminated, reducing all hunters' HP and MP by 30% and imposing restrictions on the number of abilities and mana they can use. Damn, that portal is devilish. It's debuffing the entire city. We flash back a few minutes to when a massive tree was demolishing the city. As it fully evolved, one section of that dimension completed itself, and everyone in the area received the same mana warning. Kurosaki was celebrating. Once this subspace opened, Tokyo was destined to turn into hell on Earth, and the mission would be complete. Then someone shouts that they won't let this happen. With thunder crashing down, you know what comes next. Bandit Harry Potter appears, declaring that today, Kurosaki dies. The bastard retorts that he doesn't care. It was too late. The contamination had already begun, and Tokyo was now destined for destruction. Kurosaki just shrugs it off, saying he doesn't give a damn. He's going to kill him plain and simple, especially since the black mana debuff isn't affecting him. Both of these bastards use black mana, so at that moment, neither of them is being debuffed. Damn. But now Kurosaki has switched to devil mode, warning that he isn't the only one who knows how to use black mana. Every hunter on standby receives the message, and they all get pretty spooked. It's the most intense debuff they've ever suffered, on top of not being able to use several of their abilities. The guy with the little occluded head keeps trying to trigger some skills, but nothing works. Even that footed chick, who looks like a character straight out of Adventure Time, says that even her recovery abilities aren't taking effect. Nanas feels the pressure mounting and informs the president that things aren't going to be easy. He agrees, admitting that dealing with the bigger monsters without nearly any skills is going to be a real challenge. Then, out of nowhere, a cyclone starts ripping through the city, sweeping away buildings. Up in the sky, the rift opens. The first thing to emerge is a foot, and when everyone looks up, who do they see? None other than that damn midshield. The hunters are puzzled. Why would an elf show up now? Then someone points down, of course, a swarm of monsters already pouring in. The poor hunters haven't even had time to start a proper fight before their morale is shattered. Meanwhile, the cursed midshield apologizes, saying he's been gone for 15 years, but he's back now. Over on the bridge, Kikuchi, oh, I can't stand him, but at least the guy has some swagger, is sitting there waiting for the monstrous horde to arrive. He goes on, declaring it ridiculous to think they can win just because they have more numbers. His stone armor activates and the creatures come charging, only to get a massive punch right in the face. The beast falls like a piece of trash. He laments it's a pity for the monsters, but his armor ability never uses mana. At least he's got that advantage. The downside, though, is that he's alone against a horde of giants. Or maybe not too bad, because in the very next panel, he's already taken care of everything with a single sweeping move, tearing through the enemies. That raw strength boosted everyone's morale just enough for them to muster the courage to take down a level 1 goblin. All the while, Nanis is calmly clearing the path. An ogre suddenly appears from behind, charging at the president. Let's see how he handles that. The president glares at the creature and activates his giant shield. The ogre slams into it, and the club shatters on impact. Dude, he literally used his shield as a weapon, cutting down not only that ogre, but 3 more charging from behind. Nanis is clearly impressed. It's no wonder this item is so rare. She decides to let the president and Takeuchi handle the big monsters. The only remaining problem is the rest of the hunters. Their combat abilities take a severe hit without their skills, and creatures are still being endlessly poured out of the portal. Then suddenly, something comes soaring overhead. A phoenix appears to fall, but she dodges just in time. Oh no, in that split second when she turns, it's clear it's not a phoenix at all, but something like a griffin, a level 150 boss-type creature. I thought it looked somewhat friendly, but now it's clearly in attack mode. Definitely not friendly. Immediately, Nanis charges at it, and the creature unleashes a burst of flames. Back at the moment with our protagonist and his crew, everyone gets hit with a debuff alert. Naturally, Grant isn't happy at all. Those who rely on their abilities now have virtually no chance to fight. Our guy warns Lucas that there's no time for fooling around. It's time to save this place. And above, the skies are being overrun by countless dragons. Satoru and Grant are fleeing with their backpacks, although I'm still trying to figure out what on earth those are for. Well, I guess I'll make my guess here. Do yours too. I bet he brought a ton of swords to equip his golems. I might be completely off, but that's my wager. He's fleeing, and it's weird because Lucas is running right beside him, which is kind of confusing. Maybe that's not such a bad thing, since it means he's closer to stealing the sword with Troll C. After all, the priority right now is leveling up the monsters on Earth. While he's sticking to his humble, low IQ plan, Nanis is locked in a face-off with the monster's attack. With guts, she goes right at it, ready to take some damage if it means finishing off the creature. Then something brushes past her. The president steps in with his massive shield, defending her and warning that he'll hold the creature off so she can decapitate it. She just nods and charges in. The monster begins sweeping through the area, but then she jumps, gets on top of it, and lands a slash. But that bastard isn't stupid. He manages to dodge. She hadn't expected him to be so clever. The damn guy even came over to trample her. In response, she's forced to defend herself with her spear, but the monster sets up a frontal assault. However, the captain then flings his shield like a boomerang, forcing the beast to dodge. She thanks him, and he replies that by the looks of it, these creatures are worse than he imagined. And now that damn boss is on high alert, making it hard to catch him off guard. Seriously, what a boring boss, already gearing up for another attack. Give us a minute of peace, will you? He was trying to plan something, but Nanis just orders him to send his spinning shield, promising she'll handle it. He complies, and as the shield flies through the air, she uses it like a trampoline to get onto the boss's back, lands a slash, and finally decapitates that useless monster. Man, that creature was one of the first to show up. Surely there will be a whole bunch more. Speaking of which, there's a giant steel brute over there wrecking poor random hunters. Those poor guys trying to devise a plan, then look at that guy pulling out a scroll. What are the chances he can actually do something with it? Whoa, what's that? He sliced everything up. Seriously, that scroll is even more dangerous than I thought. But as soon as they start celebrating, one of them suddenly collapses, spitting blood. The next one feels the same, and before you know it, the whole group is down. That's when the damn midshield shows up, saying they realize too late. Every subspace creature released a huge amount of black mana when killed. They had no choice. If they hadn't killed them, these monsters would have destroyed the city. He spreads his arms, summoning even more, and warns them that there's a lot more coming. The little hunter, poor guy, instantly realizes that Tokyo is doomed. Then someone appears and shouts, "No, man, it's not the end yet. It's our kid." After 10 chapters of hauling those bags back and forth, stepping in. But with all that swag, he tells the guy things are just getting started, man. That dude recognizes Sano, bro. Out of nowhere, our boy's getting famous around town. He immediately hands over some potions, saying there's no time to talk. The guy's kind of confused, right? Saying it'd be better if Senpai got out of there. But our guy just tells him to chill. He's gonna handle everything. He tosses the bags on the ground and says the first thing he needs to take care of is this awful debuff. A bunch of windows starts popping up, right? The damn Troll Plus C must be on fire. Mana's spreading everywhere, and finally, everyone's gonna be able to use their skills again. Obviously, it's not the same as when there was no debuff, but hey, it's way better than nothing. Once again, people start recognizing Sano Man, saying they're remembering that useless guy who gave out mana. And it looks like the mana's even reaching Nanis and the captain over there. It's spreading through the whole city for real. A bald guy says that now, with that amount of mana, maybe he can finally do something. They start fighting off some of the monsters, and of course, the one who's not liking this at all is Midshield. He starts weighing his options, and when he looks at the protagonist, he already guesses. Yeah, it's gotta be Troll Plus C. The folks I thought were about to do something, even with the mana, start complaining it's still too hard because there's just too many creatures. They knew that at this pace, they were gonna lose. Then Sano walks by with a bunch of backpacks. I seriously want to know what the hell's in those things. People thought it was crazy, saying they were nuts to just run straight at a monster horde like that. That's when our boy's group stops face to face with the creatures. Satoru's already freaking out, but Haruto tells him to calm down and start pulling everything out of the backpacks. Grant starts tossing what looks like a bunch of red balls on the ground. The little golem does the same. Just like us, the other hunters are all confused, not understanding what the hell this kid is trying to do. And that's when Sano tells the golems to start leveling up. He starts Troll plus Ving into the monster's cores. Nanis is nearby, and so is the blonde guy, both of them totally clueless about what this madman's trying to pull. That's when a bunch of tiny golems start rising up from the ground. Nanis has no idea how he's summoning so many at once. Then one of the bosses comes in and punches, breaking a bunch of them right away. The hunters start thinking the kid's plan might not be very useful after all. But man, the number of enemies is endless, and the little golems that survive start climbing up the monster's arms. The first one to reach its head morphs its hand into a knife and starts stabbing, bringing the thing down. Then they jump on the next one and the next, repeating the process. The hunters start to gain confidence. They finally feel like they have a shot thanks to these little guys. That's when Satoru and Grant say they're jumping into the fight too. And the golems from our boy, man, they leveled up like crazy and all hit level 3. That unlocked skill number 4, which let Haruto give them specific commands. What he liked too was that now he could share senses over a much greater distance. So he activates skill number 3, which lets him regenerate a golem in a different form. The three of them merge together, blow up, and out of that, a giant appears. Haruto says it's finally time to take down the wyverns. And man, turns out he made a golem dragon. The thing takes off into the air and all the hunters are just standing there totally confused. Then one of the wyverns blasts a stream of fire at the golem. Bro, I thought it was gonna be one of those epic moments where the golem just flies right through it and comes out untouched. But nope, the dragon grabs it midair and just slams it into the ground like trash. Completely shattered. What a mess. Haruto's standing there thinking, yep, just like he figured. Going head-on with a wyvern like that out of nowhere was basically impossible. So he hits Troll plus V on the respawn and little dragons start coming out of the ground. The hunters aren't buying it since the big guy didn't stand a chance. Another blast of fire comes from the wyvern, hitting all of them directly. Nanis thinks the whole thing is stupid, like if they all keep getting hit like that, the result's gonna be the same. But then, weirdly enough, one of them starts spinning like a bee-blade and creates these vortexes of fire that shoot out attacks piercing right through the wyvern's chest. Not just one of them, but all the wyverns. Man, I don't know how they made those energy drills or whatever, but I know our boy's leveling up like crazy again as usual. The hunters are kind of in disbelief and Nanis tells them to snap out of it and help finish off the rest. Haruto gives the order for the golems to go back into the ground and clear the rest too. It was time for auto level up to kick in. Taikuchi's fighting nearby too. While watching the creatures, he thinks that even though the little guys looked weak, they were actually super useful. That's when suddenly, one latches onto his back and then like 3 or 4 more pile on and hug him. He's kinda confused. Satoru says that because he's wearing that armor, the golems probably see him as an ally. Taikuchi asks if his shield is a golem too. Satoru explains that yeah, it was actually the first gift he got from Haruto, and if it keeps leveling up, it'll eventually turn into full body armor. Of course, Taikuchi doesn't like that at all. Face to face with another creature, he says to himself that his armor is nothing like those things. He cuts through like 3 enemies in a row while saying not to lump him in with that trash. Satoru apologizes, saying he didn't mean it like that. Meanwhile, Lucas is over by the defeated dragons, looking kinda lost. Now he finally understands the power of Troll plus C. The kid had taken down all the wyverns by himself. What scared him the most was imagining what would happen if Michael ever got that ability. Just then, Haruto shows up calling out to him, asking who's the guy that opened the subspace. But Lucas says his family's in danger, so he can't betray those people. Haruto says he knows Lucas is hiding something he doesn't want to tell him. He's had that feeling ever since they first met. Lucas lowers his head and says he'll tell him that the chaos hasn't even really started yet. And then suddenly the ground beneath them starts breaking apart and a ton of tree roots start rising up. It looks like Haruto's being absorbed and Lucas recognizes it as a mid-shield ability. If that guy's already using something like this, maybe things aren't going so well for them after all. Plus, Lucas could use the advantage of having the sacred sword to purify that place along with Sano. But right then, some of the roots grab his arms and legs. Oh man, now he's stuck with his arm up like that. And it's looking like they're gonna steal his sword. Total chump move for sure. The roots are now taller than any building in the city. The hunters have no idea what's going on, but Nanis is sure. By the way, things are developing again. Whoever's behind this is close by. That's when she ran into mid-shield up ahead and wondered what the hell the elf was doing there. I had honestly forgotten about the whole fight going on right now between Shirosaki and Kurosaki. Our Harry Potter lookalike was kinda confused because his ability was acting weird. Kurosaki explains that a person needs to overcome their addiction to dark mana before they can even start to control it. The tattooed guy doesn't really get what he's talking about, but he charges anyway, slamming into Kurosaki's barrier. Man, it didn't last a second. It shattered instantly. But apparently, he managed to bounce the attack back. Shirosaki is spooked. This bastard actually knows a way to survive the poisoning from dark mana. If that's really possible, then maybe, just maybe, his brother Sona might still be alive somehow. He backs off and Kurosaki says he doesn't know what's going through his head, but you better focus on the fight. Also, absorbing and controlling dark mana isn't something just anyone can do. Erez comments on something and Shirosaki says yeah, he noticed his black lightning mana had been absorbed. That's when Kurosaki fires off a purple slash for the both of them, but it seems to pass right between them and they dodge pretty easily. The building behind them? Absolutely shredded, but at least they're fine. Still, the bastard's celebrating, saying their abilities have become useless now. He charges again and suddenly, his sword and legs start to freeze. That was Erez doing, and Shirosaki wants to know if she managed to fix that debuff that blocked mana usage. She replies, no, not exactly. As always, it's probably that damn Haruto, pumping out infinite mana for everyone. She's only using about half of her full power, but it seemed to be enough to stop that guy. Kurosaki, however, hears that infinite mana bit. Instantly, he breaks the ice and Erez realizes, yep, half her power is not gonna cut it. Even so, she throws out another attack. Kurosaki tells her to stop with those half-baked attacks already, cause the outcome's always gonna be the same. He walks right through her spell and says he's the guild master of the Blood Tower Guild. Honestly, that guild of his sounds kind of busted and sad. Not much to brag about. He knows into land a hit on Erez, but she throws up a bunch of magic circles to block it. She warns him that a human-made barrier won't work. He just absorbs any kind of mana and gets stronger. Damn, this guy is broken. He breaks through her shield and even pulls her toward him. But she's not backing down that easily. She whips out a scroll, tears it in half, and puts up another barrier. At least this time, he says that one's incompatible with his mana. But even without absorbing it, he still blows it apart with a simple attack. Shirosaki jumps back into the fight. Here he comes, throwing lightning around again, even though you'd think he'd know by now the guy can absorb it. At least before he absorbs it, it knocks him back a little. And that's when Erez launches another ice explosion. Man, this Kurosaki guy is weak, like, even with all his absorption, and while the other two are still debuffed, he's getting his butt kicked. Then Shirosaki drops the hammer, saying it's way too early for some low-level gang leader to call himself a guild master. Now he demands Kurosaki tell him where he got the Shadow Step ability from, or else dying will be the easy part. Kurosaki just grins and says now he gets why the guy's been looking for him. Must be a question he's been dying to ask. Shirosaki goes cold and tells him to answer now or die. But the guy just ignores him completely, and says he heard something really interesting from Lucas. Bro, no one in this story finishes his sentence. He starts saying something, then out of nowhere blasts out some purple power, mixed with ice, and traps Shirosaki. Suddenly, Shirosaki finds himself on the ground, frozen, and when he looks down, he sees his brother from back then, poisoned and dying. And just when it's getting heavy, the scene shifts, back to mid-shield, walking up to Lucas, who's tied up, and asking if he really became buddies with Mr. Troll plus C. Before Lucas could even answer, a guy snatches the sacred sword and says he'd been looking forward to getting his hands on it. After all, it's super important to the plan. Lucas, the poor sucker, only now realizes he was kept around from the start just because of the sword. Midshield replies that of course he was because the power of Troll plus F is essential to help Troll plus C, and he needs to combine Troll plus C's power with the sword to save his homeland. Then he says now that he's got what he wanted, he's gonna tell Lucas everything. In the elves' dimension, everyone is cursed, and he's one of them. Lucas, confused, asks if that means he's trying to steal Troll plus C from the kid. Midshield says that, unfortunately, because he's from another dimension, he can't absorb a curse that belongs to this one. However, if he kills the kid right now, the power will transfer to Lucas. That's because the curse, when its host dies, jumps to the nearest person who also has a control power. Once Lucas is stuck there with Troll plus C, Mikal's gonna show up, kill him, and absorb everything. Poor Lucas is hit by the reality. He's been nothing but a disposable pawn since day one. But just then, bam, a cloud of smoke appears behind Midshield. Haruto shows up, saying he overheard something real interesting. He goes in for a strike, but Midshield manages to block it. Then he fires off an attack with vines, saying it's funny that Haruto copied the shadow ability. Haruto shoots back, saying he knows Midshield's the bastard who opened those portals in Tokyo. He unleashes his sand-based attack, but Midshield isn't all that impressed. Says Haruto's just wasting his talent. The webs close in on him, but he uses branches to shield himself and says that won't even leave a scratch. But Haruto answers that strength doesn't come from the ability itself. It's all about how you use it. With that, he activates both the Kalisha Sword's power and the Bear Claws. The webs tear through the roots, but Midshield escapes. He's impressed, but says he expected Haruto to act desperate. After all, this is the strongest curse of them all. Haruto suddenly appears behind him from above, asking if he's speechless now after seeing how he fights. The bastard dodges and says no. He's actually even more eager to steal his power. But Haruto grabs him by the shoulder and says that's exactly what he wanted. From the start, he's been after the guy's subspace. But when the system tries to locate it, nothing. No subspace found. Midshield grabs his arm and says, unfortunately, nothing can be copied from him. Then he tosses Haruto like a rag doll and slaps him in the face with a tentacle. I've definitely heard that line in another kind of story, but let's not go there. Lucas is sitting there, facing his hands like a total clown. Bro, how many times are you gonna wonder if you were used like a pawn? This is like the 6th time. Well, okay, to be fair, the dude's a wreck. After losing the Sacred Sword's power, he can't control Ctrl plus F anymore. That means an overwhelming flood of information is now crashing into his mind. At that moment, he starts wondering why Midshield and Ctrl plus C are even connected. What's that guy trying to do here? And is that huge thing in front of him the subspace Midshield controls? He's almost able to see Midshield's subspace now, like physically, and he's asking himself why it's so huge. That's when he realizes the subspace and the sword seem kind of similar. Maybe the guy's using another type of item. That would explain why Haruto couldn't copy it. He was trying to mimic the ability, but that wasn't the right move. Anyway, we're back in the fight with the sword-snatching villain. He's telling her Harry Potter that he'll be trapped in the abyss forever, at least until someone kills him. Then he launches an attack at Erez, asking if she's Nishihara's daughter. She stretches her arm out and throws up an ice barrier, but once again, he smashes through it. That's when he says that clearly he'll need to change his approach. On his next attack, he pulls off some Tokyo Ghoul-style moves, but she dodges. The problem is, he anticipated the dodge and was already right beside her swinging the sword again. But this girl's packing serious mana and throws up yet another ice shield. Kurosaki remarks that her determination to find her mother almost brings him to tears. But Era's not here for the drama. She's about to drop the hammer. She says the most dangerous people are usually the dumbest. But she's not losing. Not today. Because only those who've mastered one single thing are truly strong. As Bruce Lee would say, I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. I think that's how it goes, right? That's the legend. And what she's been practicing her whole life, man. Her ice magic, it's next level now. She drops a freaking building-sized ice meteor right on Kurosaki's head. The thing explodes in the middle of the city. Snowstorms spreading everywhere. Bro, we're in full-on ice apocalypse now. Even Kurosaki is shook, asking if she's insane for letting off that kind of attack in the middle of a city. But when he tries to get up, he's already half frozen. Erez walks over and tells him not to worry. Everyone had already been evacuated. She adds that she knows Shirosaki, just like her, master is single ability too. Kurosaki's expression changes the moment our tattooed Harry Potter shows up, man. He realizes there's no way out now. And weirdly, Shirosaki's eyes are glowing purple. He's using dark mana. The bastard wants to know how he absorbed abyss mana and still looks normal. Shirosaki just says he made a promise that he'd be the one to kill him. Then bam, he slashes with his wand, sending a wave that cuts right through the guy. No way did he just get sliced clean in half. Don't tell me this bastard's gonna pull some comeback anyway. Erez asks if there wasn't something Shirosaki wanted to ask Kurosaki. But now the dude's full of Demon King swag, saying he already got all the info he needed. Sending him to the abyss was the worst mistake he could have made, because once he got there and watched it, he figured out how to beat the addiction to abyss mana. The dark abilities Kurosaki had, they were the key. He remembers Selda once brought a book that talked about a dark ability, said maybe they should learn it, could be useful. Of course, he didn't want to go there. Messing with dark mana wasn't exactly a great idea. But back in the present, he trusts that Selda was smart enough to find the solution and survive somehow. And with that, he launches into the sky, telling Erez they've got to go help Haruto right away. He'll explain everything to her later. For now, just having a little hope again was already enough. Meanwhile, Haruto is still in the middle of his fight with the femboy elf Midshield, who's now losing his mind over all the teleporting. Says he's gonna seal that damn ability. He lands a hit near Haruto's foot with the sacred sword. The sword shines, does something, and then Midshield announces that from now on, all dark mana abilities are useless. Haruto charges forward, thinking if Midshield canceled his dark mana powers, then his should be canceled too, right? But nope, Midshield says it's no problem at all to control mana that's already been nullified. And with that, he grabs Haruto by the waist and moves in for the finisher. But our guy pulls through, blocks another attack. His sword breaks, like completely shatters. That doesn't matter. Curl plus V time, baby. He pulls out the Kalish's sword. Now, real question here. Why weren't you using this sword since the beginning, you Luminic? Midshield immediately recognizes it, says it's a copy of Frederick's sword. Haruto just says yup and fires a beam of light straight at him. The elf blocks it, saying that just as expected, the power of that sword is incredible. Haruto charges in again, saying that that's not going to be enough. But just as he's coming in with an overhead slash, Midshield's expression suddenly shifts. A portal opens up behind him, and bam, he vanishes right in front of Haruto. Next second, he appears behind him and lands a little stab to the shoulder. And the bastard actually says, just because you leveled up with that sword doesn't mean you got the experience to back it up. Haruto, though, doesn't give a damn what this guy's saying. He's only interested in figuring out how to steal this bastard's abilities. He grabs a potion from his inventory, but the system warns him. Wounds caused by this sacred sword can't be healed. Midshield chuckles and says he knew those potions wouldn't work. He lands another hit on Haruto and asks what else he can copy. You're the one with Troll plus C. Don't tell me you're already out of tricks. Haruto just replies, of course not. Things are only getting started. Then suddenly, slash. A cut comes in from Midshield's side. He tries to defend but gets launched across the area. Worst of all, his sword falls to the ground. And just as he's trying to recover, boom, hellfire rains down, forcing him to raise vines to shield himself. And with that blue flame, you already know who it is, right? The one and only Nanis. Haruto thanks her, and she says that thanks to his golems, nearly all the monsters had already been wiped out. Haruto kind of already knew. He hadn't stopped gaining XP this whole time, after all. Then Lucas steps forward and picks up the sacred sword. He says today's the day Midshield pays for everything he did to him and his family. Nanis' fire keeps burning the vines and Midshield slips into a portal, grumbling that this hellfire power really is something else. But it's not like it's gonna last. He fires off an attack made of roots toward the two of them. Nanis responds without hesitation, saying it won't be hard to burn all those corrupted trees. But Midshield doesn't let up. He launches more roots from above, trying to trap her in a cage of vines. She slices through it easily with one more slash from her witch's blade. Before the idiot can figure out how to counter her, boom, Haruto appears right behind him, saying he's still alive. He lands a slash that looks like it hits hard. But when the smoke clears, Midshield steps out of another portal. I'm done playing around, he says. It's time to move on to the final chapter. The ground beneath them starts to break apart. Countless seeds from the corrupted trees begin to sprout. Nanis tries to destroy them with another blast, but the moment the seeds break, a purple mist starts spreading out. Midshield announces that this mist is 10 times more toxic than the previous ones. Anyone who touches it becomes addicted to dark mana instantly, and the more they attack, the more they use the surrounding mana, the worse they'll get. Sano starts thinking that maybe he should have copied the sacred sword after all, even if it meant giving up his shadow movement skill. But just then, Lucas slams the sword into the ground. A radiant light bursts from the area. The mist starts to fade away, dispersing in all directions. Lucas stands there, full Chad mode, holding the glowing blade. Nanis and Haruto watch while Midshield starts losing it, yelling, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" He sends another barrage of vines at them, but Lucas keeps walking forward. He says, "You betrayed me first. I don't care anymore." As he moves toward Midshield, the elf sneers, asking if Lucas doesn't care about his family anymore. But Lucas just leaps forward, shouting that he's sick of being a tool in someone else's hands. He activates the Angelus spear attack, but once again, the Dan elf blocks it. And of course, he starts slipping into another portal, bragging that nothing can even scratch him. But Lucas calls out to him, "You're not getting away. I want to see what happens when a dark mana user gets pierced by the sacred sword." Lucas is forced to dodge the attack. The sword actually shatters the portal Midshield was using. But even so, the elf lands a follow-up root strike straight to Lucas's chest. Still, the portal really was destroyed. Nanis calls it, he's got nowhere left to run. This is the end. Midshield actually looks worried now. He knows if he gets hit by the hellfire in this state, he's in real danger. He raises more roots for defense, but Nanis' flames are spreading across the entire city. It's getting out of control. That's when Lucas calls out to Sano and says he finally figured out why Haruto hasn't been able to copy Midshield's abilities. It's because they're not abilities at all. It's an item, just like the sacred sword. And most likely it's an item that connects him to another dimension. Makes sense. Dude's clearly not from Earth. Nanis wants to know how he's even staying in this world. Passing through a dungeon break like that should cost a ton of mana just to survive here. Lucas says he's well aware of that, which means this guy's using something, either an item or some other ability, to stay anchored. Haruto, meanwhile, is thrilled with that info. Now he knows the reason he couldn't copy anything. It's because he hasn't touched the right item yet. That brings up the question though, why is Lucas suddenly helping them? Lucas answers, it's out of respect, because Haruto had the chance to kill him and steal Troll plus F, but didn't. Haruto thinks to himself, of course he wouldn't just kill someone like that to take a power. Nanis, who overheard everything, is now demanding to know what all this control and copying stuff is. Also, why is Lucas using the sacred sword? That sword was supposed to be delivered to Ares. Haruto's caught off guard, doesn't even know where to start explaining. But right then, from the middle of the flames, more branches burst out. Midshield is back, barely alive, looking wrecked, but still standing. The problem is, something's different. Midshield had absorbed the mana of the roots into himself, and now, completely unhinged, he's screaming. The real disaster starts now. Haruto dodges the first crazed strike and yells to Nanis to hit him with the hellfire. Lucas says he can use the light again too if needed. Haruto goes in first, asking them to block the guy's vision. Nanis unleashes a vertical wave of flame, walling off the area. While the elf is distracted, Haruto focuses. He's trying to figure out exactly which item holds the abilities. He touches one of the corrupted roots, and the system tells him, you need 2 more pieces to absorb the ability and vitality of Yggdrasil. He tries Troll plus V, and another message pops up. Target HP, 15%. Haruto realizes this same alert is probably appearing for Midshield too, which means the guy's on the verge of collapse. He uses Ctrl plus V on the first batch of roots, and they turn golden. Mid-shield is thrown off. Did that bastard just copy the corrupted tree I was using? But right then, Lucas drops in from above, telling him it's not the time to worry about that. Mid-shield tries to use the trunk ability, but the system denies him. Roots of Yggdrasil not available. He's confused and nearly gets smacked in the back of the head by a flaming whip. He dodges, but it still hits him in the chest. He tries to open a subspace with his other hand, but Lucas immediately warns Haruto, don't let him open it. Haruto fuses the copied root ability with his spider webs and bear claws, immobilizing both of the elf's arms. Man's a walking combo now, spider, tree, bear, he's got the whole build going. Nana says that when someone crosses into this world from another dimension, they become an enemy, and it's her job to eliminate them. The blonde elf scoffs, calling it ridiculous that he's being treated like a monster. She smiles and tells him not to worry because she likes finishing off monsters quickly. Then she fires off another blast of hellfire, engulfing the entire street in roaring flames. Bro, what the hell? He really got fried this time. No way he's walking out of that. Nanas even congratulates him, saying it's impressive he still has the strength to scream. But then Midshield's expression twists and he says, if I can't purify the land I came from, then I'll leave this place just as ruined. Lucas yells, begging him not to do it. But out of nowhere, a giant space pillar of light shoots into the sky. Midshield calmly states, now the whole of Tokyo is in danger, and I couldn't care less. Right in front of Haruto, a massive subspace forms, and he realizes his chance to get something like that is slipping away. So what does he do? He charges. Straight up impales the guy in the gut. Brutal. But he used too much force and ends up falling into the rift himself. His friends call out to him, but Haruto is already drifting through some dark place full of floating stars, wondering if this is the subspace contained in the item. He crouches down, thinking maybe physical contact will do the trick. As soon as his hand touches the ground, the system chimes in. Ctrl plus C available. You may copy this subspace. But just as he confirms the command, the system hits in with a warning. This is an item connected to another dimension. An exact copy is not possible. Haruto's sitting there, confused. What's all this talk about another dimension? Still, he manages to copy part of the dimension, but he can only access a limited section of it, unless he gets his hands on a dimensional key. Then the system starts syncing with the copied subspace, and suddenly he realizes he can open it like an inventory. Ctrl plus C, Ctrl plus V, level of access, the whole interface. Even I'm starting to lose track a bit here, but you just know all these pieces are going to click together eventually. It's building towards something. Midshield says he can't believe Haruto's Ctrl plus C can even copy items from another dimension. But now it makes sense. These fragments are technically items now. Haruto ignores him and just wants to know why he's doing all this. Cue the villain backstory. The Femway elf says his homeland is on the brink of extinction. He stole the dimensional key from the fallen spiritual king. Haruto's like, wait, is that the guy I need to kill to finish copying this subspace? But Midshield tells him to forget it. That guy's the one who led his world to ruin. Right when he was about to be killed by him, he managed to steal a fragment and teleport away, and that's the only reason he's still alive. Haruto asks how this supposed ability became an item. Midshield explains he used a curse, just like the one Haruto has, but this one came from his own dimension. And oh my god, he has the curse of shift. Now whether that's shift like the keyboard key or shift like dimension hopping, we don't even know. Probably both. Honestly, this author must just glance at his keyboard when naming skills. Ctrl plus C, Ctrl plus F, shift. Perfect. Done. That's when Takeuchi shows up in full armor, followed by a horde of tiny golems and Masato calling out from behind. Nana smiles, and then the captain arrives, reporting that all the monsters in the area have been wiped out. Takeuchi's about to mention that there was something left in another part of the city, but bam, Shirosaki steps in, saying it's already handled. Right away, Nanas asks what happened to Kurosaki. Shirosaki, with his purple eyes glowing, says, that bastard didn't want to be captured, so I had to kill him. Nanas notices something's a little off about him, but still compliments the job. Masato wants to know where the hell Haruto is. Nana says he's inside that dimension along with that elf. Masato warns it's dangerous, but Nanas reassures him the elf was practically dead, so Haruto's probably fine. Lucas, on the other hand, says they need to seal the portal now before even more powerful creatures start showing up. Takeuchi looks over at Lucas and asks, and who's this new blonde guy, and why the hell is he holding the sacred sword? Bro, he's really toast now. No way he's making it out alive. Nanas instantly says this guy was working with the damn elf. Of course, Takeuchi doesn't take that well. He grabs Lucas by the neck and demands to know why a hunter from a noble family was helping someone from another dimension. Lucas answers he'll take full responsibility for all his actions. Takeuchi glares and throws him to the ground, saying that once this is over, his family will have a lot to answer for. Lucas gets up without a word and dashes toward the dimension portal, saying they have to seal it before that creature appears. Back inside, Haruto is stunned to learn that other worlds have their own curses. Midshield admits he was shocked too, and it's a shame he can only use shift on abilities. But now he wants to know, can Ctrl plus C steal something truly exclusive to another dimension? Now it all makes sense to Haruto. That's why they were hunting him down. And Midshield says that once Michael steals Troll plus C, he's going to open a portal between the two worlds and bring the damn Grimoire right here. The plan almost worked 15 years ago if it weren't for Nishihara interfering. Haruno tells him it looks like the plan failed again. So why are you talking like you've won? Still burning, Midshield starts to fade. It doesn't matter if I die here, nothing changes. And then, bam, a massive claw crushes his body out of nowhere. Haruno is thrown back, and when he gets up and looks, a giant dragon looms overhead. He's stunned. Why the hell is this thing inside the subspace? He sees the blood pool. No doubt about it, Midshield's actually dead. But if this thing gets out into Tokyo, yeah, it's gonna be a nightmare. The dragon swipes at him, he dodges and starts running, trying to figure out where the hell the exit is. Then a light bursts from below. Lucas appears and tells him not to worry. The creatures in subspace are weak to the sacred sword. Haruto asks what he's gonna do, but before Lucas can answer, the dragon roars, knocks him flying, and he drops the sword. Welp, so much for that, they're weak theory. Haruto sees the guy got wrecked and the sword is just lying there. The dragon's closing in and he's about to be stomped into paste. And here comes our boy. He rushes in, slams Crawl plus B. Now he's gotta make a decision. Pull the sword, or like this video that— And you remember how last chapter ended right when the blonde guy got hit hard by that sword and went spinning backward, while the main character looked on as the huge dragon closed in on both of them. But let us rewind about 10 minutes back to when Pretty Thing was racking up a ton of experience points. She is confused because a high-level hunter like her should not be getting that much experience. It looks like that elf actually died. What she finds strange is that the guy was saying something like, "So I am being treated as a monster," and a notification even popped up. Midshield, an elf from Gidrissy level 345, and she contributed 75%. She realizes that because he came from another dimension, the system recognized him as a monster. At that point, Moore walks over to the rest of the group and wants to know where Seno Clothhead is. Omega says that sadly he is still inside and the energy does not seem to be stopping at all. It keeps rising and then there is an explosion, and someone gets thrown out. That is when our boy comes flying out carrying the wild blonde girl. Everyone is shocked, the two of them hit the ground and everyone starts calling out to him. Then Sano shouts, "Everyone fall back," and throws himself in again. No wait, he sticks his hand into the portal and activates Control V to try to close that spiritual space. He keeps pushing, begging for it to finally end while the energy keeps expanding. Pretty Thing notices that the subspace is actually starting to shrink. And wow, the main character is really doing it. But then, a red message appears saying the subspace cannot be closed due to the forces inside. And then Sano Haruto, the thing opens back up, and the dragon head starts coming out. Anyone with eyes knows exactly what that is and starts running. Moore recognizes it instantly, a dragon identical to the one that destroyed England 15 years ago. If that thing comes out of the portal, it is over for everyone. And yeah, it is coming out. The only one still trying to do something is Sano. Then he realizes it is already too late, the massive head is out. The main character knows they have to stop it somehow. Another Control V goes off, activating a branch of Yggdrasil. A root bursts out of the ground at full speed, wrapping itself around the dragon while everyone around is confused, trying to figure out what is going on. The dragon gets completely wrapped up and the main character looks like he is celebrating. But obviously, it is not going to be that easy. Satoru has that dumb smile on his face and Nane senses something strange because she does not feel any evil aura coming from the dragon. On top of that, the elf uses similar skill before. She is starting to notice the main character powers. The clueless hunters start celebrating while Moore knows something is off. There is no way a dragon that destroyed an entire country in the past would be stopped by some branches. And sure enough, with everyone hoping it works, the dragon breaks free and starts charging a fire breath. The shield guy tells everyone to get behind him while Wizard Boy tells them to get into range because he is going to deploy the big shield. A massive sphere starts expanding and then the flames hit. Sometime later, everyone is saying, "Hey, we are alive." At least, yeah, we are alive. The shield guy really protected everyone. The street got completely swept, but it looks like everyone survived, and people start cheering. Satoru only wants to know where Haruto is. Turns out the guy protected himself with a branch's absolute beast. He brushes the flames off his clothes and says that one could not be stopped. Then something strange happens. "Hey, what are you doing here, Lucas? Who gave you permission?" Lucas explains that he literally just fell there. Now it would be best to start evacuating the regular hunters. You know things are serious when hunters have to be pulled from the field. He warns them that even if they gather all the S-rank hunters, they still have no chance of beating that thing. Its scales are as hard as a dragon scale. Well, yeah, it is a dragon. That analysis made zero sense. No weapon or magical power will work on it. The main character realizes those bastards wanted this from the beginning to destroy everything. Then Lucas says he has a plan. Mikhail Kurse can delete it. He is a control user and a field master just like us, but you can never meet that person. So how are we supposed to do that? Meanwhile, there's a helicopter and people are discussing how they are going to deal with the dragon. The triangle holding guy says that for now, they will only move once. Reconnaissance gets stronger. The guy looks like a Yu-Gi-Oh character. He says he will leave everything to Mikhail Sama. He asks Midshield what his plan is, and Midshield replies that there's a way to make Mikhail-sama the one who opens the gate because he believes someone named Tomoko Nishihira already took the necessary steps for the first gate to open. She tried to connect this dimension to the elf dimension because she figured out what Midshield was trying to do. Mikhail says it is fine, all of this is part of the plan. Midshield then shows a stone and says this is the guardian stone passed down to elves. The moment it shines, it means I have died, and it will also tell you who killed me. From the skies, someone says this is the perfect moment for Mikhail to make his move, and there it is, that little glow showing up, and it turns out it was our dear pretty thing, Nanes. Damn, Mikhail is a villain, but I respect him because he says, Midshield, I swear revenge is part of my plan. He wants to kill, and honestly respectable. At least the guy protects the people on his side, which is better than a villain who abandons friends, enemies, and everyone else. Meanwhile, the hunters are getting wrecked, those trash F ranks, and some crazy guy with a quest level 3 popping up right in the middle of the fight. Gang Potter tries again firing off a black lightning bolt, but the dragon is clearly untouched. Then he says, I am sick, magic is completely useless. Shirosaki wants to know what they are supposed to do then if it is useless. Are they just going to stand there and watch? He explains that physical attacks can still work, but the problem is the dragon's resistance is way higher than anything they can deal. Shirosaki starts crying, saying if Master Takeuchi were here, they would find a way to handle this. Where the hell is that bastard? Then a J-rank hunter says, what is this? Is that Master Takeuchi or what? And damn, the guy looks like one of those mummy remains you find near the mountains hugging the ground. The kid says he probably got hit by the dragon's breath and melted. But obviously, the guy would not die like a complete idiot, and the rocks start cracking and boom, he comes out from underneath. The guy is basically a rock, which in theory is the only thing that could resist fire. He is furious at that damn lizard. His friends call out Master Takeuchi, saying they knew he would not lose. But he is more worried, asking how they are supposed to deal with this dragon because it is huge. Then he notices black metal fragments coming out of the ground and asks who's pulling something like this. Meanwhile, pretty thing Nanessa swings her witch blade and throws another spinning circular slash at the dragon's head that does absolutely nothing, and the dragon roars again. The main character comes in, Control V activates the Yggdrasil branch, trying again to block its mouth, but the dragon bites and stomps through everything, completely ignoring it. You do not notice the most obvious thing, that skill of his is doing absolutely nothing. Then Lucas asks to put something inside his subspace. Hold on, what is this? Walking up to the girl asking, hey, can I put something in your subspace? No, do not do that, for the love of God, straight to jail. The idea is to kill the dragon inside the subspace because then they can use the holy sword better. But Sano says, Blondie, I do not know why you think your holy sword is that amazing, but it will not do anything. It is a toothpick against this dragon. Lucas replies, Sano, do you think I do not know that when we escaped that place, you copied the sword? The main character says, hey, I copied it by accident, it copied itself. Lucas says, fine, I would have died with the sword there, so that would be even worse. You have my gratitude. But the main character wonders if these misunderstandings are just making things worse. He wants to know what the plan is after this, if they are going to arrest him. Lucas says no, he can use his ability to create many copies of the sword and basically rain blades down on the dragon, but inside the subspace. He can make like 10,000 swords. This catches the attention of our dear Haruto with his legendary 16 IQ, who says it sounds like a good idea, but how are they going to shove everything inside? Then Thing shows up saying, Hunter Sano, I am borrowing your golems. The main character is confused, asking golems, what are you planning to do? The guy smiles and says he is going to make that bastard who pointed a sword at him pay. Sano finds it strange and asks if he can really deal damage to that creature using golems. He says he is not going to deal damage, he is going to kill the dragon. Anyone want to bet he will not do it, even though it is obvious? Sano says, fine, then I will open the subspace and you try to shove everything in. The guy says, fine, he wants to see how Sano handles this and they will talk later. Then the main character activates Control V, placing the golem core. Actually not one, but a ton of golem cores. A bunch of green orb cores start appearing, the ground explodes, and the little bastards show up. Thing raises his hand, slams the ground, throwing rocks everywhere, launching the golems into the air. He starts mixing them together into something that looks like golem DNA, and the main character is shocked. A yellow explosion forms a massive arm Gara style. The dragon prepares its breath, but Thing slams the arm down, smashing the dragon's entire face. Shirosaki is amazed because that hit actually hurt. The main character comments that stone armor is a perfect match for a golem, and he is definitely copying that later. But the dragon keeps staring and he realizes one attack is not enough. The main character fires him up, telling him to go again, raising another arm, summoning more golems. Actually, he throws the golems straight into the dragon's mouth. The dragon bites down and destroys everything. But the main character says he is counting on them, and the little bastards start glowing and explode with mana inside the dragon's mouth. The dragon gets roasted and falls backward onto the ground, stretched out like Mimi passed out. W-rank hunters celebrate, saying that was Sano Golem, and thanks to it they won. But Thing knows it will not be that easy. Thanks to Sano, they dealt good damage, but it would never be enough. The main character rushes, saying he needs to put this thing into his subspace now. The poor Z-rank hunters are climbing all over it like a kaiju, trying to rip out organs, but it does nothing. Then Sano arrives, puts his hand on the ground, and opens the subspace using that black spirit thing. A massive portal appears above the dragon's head, and everyone is confused about where this ugly thing came from. The main character tells them not to worry, he will send it inside. Then he asks Tachibana, can you throw this thing into my mana? The big guy says all the golems self-destructed, so getting that same force again will be really hard. Sano wonders if he should copy and paste more golems, but the problem is he cannot get the same impact because he is already using mana to keep this open. Then Nages, the big one, says what if they use the impact of Hellfire? Immediately, the big guy says they need to hurry because Phase 2 is about to start. The ground starts shaking. Yeah, the dragon got up while you are all standing around talking. The big guy yells, run, we are screwed. But it might already be too late since everyone is right in front. Nanase knows that if they get hit like this, there is no way to survive, so she has to minimize it. Damn, she's going in with pure guts. Pretty thing, just please do not die because there is no other option. The main character shouts, no hunter Nanase, while the shield guy tries to use the same magic again. A poisonous breath comes out, she charges straight and stomps forward, activates Hellfire blue fire against red fire, an explosion happens and damn, she loses. The flames look like they are about to swallow her, and they tear straight through an entire city. Come on, Sano Haruto, save her please. Once again, Yggdrasil branches move with the shadows. The flames are about to hit. She is standing there with her arms crossed when the main character appears right in front of her and pulls her into the father's cocoon. Everything explodes. She gets thrown far away, spinning like a marble. Thank God the waifu got saved. He asks if she is okay, and she says yes, but the problem is the Witchblade was right there too, so it is fine in that sense. And since he made contact, he copied it automatically. The system warns him that it does not work well with a holy sword. Then the main character notices that he did not just touch the cocoon, which means he can copy things using just the small branch like a spider web. Nage says, if that monster uses its flame breath again, it is over for us. Then someone says this is the perfect moment and activates Control X to destroy the target. A golden light starts appearing around the dragon, spreading outward. The main character feels a strange sensation. Lucas Control F warns that someone used Control X, and it was that bastard Mikal. He yells, Sano, get out of that barrier now. But the main character wants to take Nanes, who is standing there frozen like a complete idiot. Once again, he uses the spider web while the energy keeps expanding around the dragon, forming a black sphere that covers the entire city, and then everything is gone. It is literally a delete, nothing is left. Everyone stares at the massive crater, trying to understand what just happened. A power appeared in the middle of the city, and now everyone vanished. People look around, asking where is everyone else. Sharon Arras is coughing blood. No, she lost an arm. And honestly, I am not even going to cry because she stood there frozen like an idiot. Everyone starts shouting, no Nanes, you cannot die like this. Satoru arrives and says, hey, your arm. Everyone is in shock and Satoru turns on Sano asking what happened to his sister and if he can heal her arm. The main character blames himself saying, sorry if I had pulled you out of the barrier sooner. Then he covers her and takes her into the subspace to treat her. The little bastard really took the guy's sister into his subspace and said, leave it to me. Meanwhile, a helicopter is hovering over the city and everyone is confused about why this guy is here. And the worst part is the Starfield Guild emblem. Then the group lands together with Mikhail. The bastard shows up after everything is already ruined. He introduces himself, acting innocent, saying he came because he heard they needed support, and since it was an emergency, he acted as fast as he could. He says it is unfortunate that he caused a bit of damage. Someone steps up face to face, asking if he really thinks it was just a bit. Mikhail replies that it was a creature capable of destroying a nation, so using excessive force to ensure the best result was the right choice. Master Takeuchi Tachibana. Furious Takeuchi says one of our hunters lost an arm because of this. Mikhail does not care and says he destroyed the dragon, and one hunter losing an arm to eliminate it is a positive outcome. We know he is being cruel, but logically it makes sense. Tachibana wants to punch him, but stops when he notices that smile. Mikhail suddenly quotes a Japanese proverb about repaying kindness with malice, which seems to be exactly what he is doing. Then Fuwa Tokuo introduces himself as the director of the Japan Hunter Association. He is about to thank Mikhail when someone says there is no reason to thank him, because all of this was actually caused by him. Lucas steps forward with the truth. Takeuchi looks confused and Lucas says exactly what I said, that blonde elf who released the monster horde is someone who directly follows this guy. The association master says, hold on, you are a member of Starfield, so we cannot just trust what you say. Lucas replies, things have changed. I was discarded because I was no longer useful to him. Mikhail smiles and says, you are saying unnecessary things. Do you really think this is the time for a conversation? Takeuchi says he does not fully believe Lucas, but Starfield is suspicious, so they should start explaining themselves. Mikhail responds that he has no reason to explain anything because everyone will be deleted by him. He uses Control A to select everything around him, which is completely broken. At the same time, the main character is in the subspace with the girl trying to find the hospital, and he does. Because of the contamination, he can move freely now. A portal opens inside the hospital, and people are confused, asking what is going on. The main character appears calling for Sarah and asks if she can heal Miss Nenes. She is confused and he immediately dumps infinite mana into her. Her mana skyrockets and the arm starts healing. He asks if she can save her since she lost so much blood. Aridacera says if she has enough mana, it should be possible. The arm begins to regenerate. Control Z repositions the arm and the energy keeps expanding. Then a red screen appears. The message says items deleted by Control X cannot be restored. She tells him sadly that what was erased cannot come back. Sano asks why, and she says a message popped up saying it is impossible. He realizes it is because of Control X, and Arida notices there are others with control abilities. He asks her to try again, but she says it would just waste mana. This only makes Haruto angrier. So Control X cannot be restored, but what if I use copy and paste? No idea, but let us try. He creates another witch blade. Arita asks if it is Nane's weapon, and he says no, this one is a copy. She immediately gets an idea and asks what if you copy her arm. He explains he cannot copy any human except himself. Suddenly, the copy blade starts falling apart. Items deleted by Control X cannot be pasted. He pastes 3 more times and the same message appears and all 3 vanish. Stop spamming, you idiot, you are just making blades appear and disappear. Hospital staff ask what that noise is while the system keeps throwing error windows at him. What kind of broken game is this? He pastes so many times that the system finally says an unknown error occurred and the item deleted by Control X can now be copied and pasted. This was a real-life lesson, everyone. Just because someone says you cannot do something, do not give up. Now he tells Arita to try one more time. Back in the city, a mark starts appearing on everyone's head and people are asking what is this thing on my head. Someone else recognizes it and says, wait, does this look like an area attack target? Mikael stretches out his arm and says not everyone here is stupid. Suddenly, a red beam starts expanding around him. He activates Control H to move closer to the targets and vanishes from the ground. That is because the beam coming in was actually Shirosaki attack. The damn Control H keeps dodging while Shirosaki says area attacks are his specialty. He does not know what Mikael is planning, but he's going to end this now. The bastard smiles and says he really does have an annoying ability, and that is why he will be the first to be deleted. A bunch of black holes appear around Shirosaki's shield and start expanding. Damn, it takes a leg and an arm. He gets thrown to the ground like trash, while everyone screams asking what happened and what kind of skill that was. Takeuchi charges forward, saying he will end him now. Another explosion happens, but it was just Mikael raising an eyebrow. A barrier appears and it destroys and corrodes Takeuchi's arm. Fuo realizes they are in trouble. The stone armor that resisted the dragon attacks is being deleted by this guy. Mikael calmly tells them not to be scared every time this happens. Once again, he activates Control X and a black hole appears. When the smoke clears, the area is gone. But Fuwa had arrived and raised his shield. The old man actually blocked the delete. That is insane. Now everyone wants to know what kind of shield that is. Thing thanks him while Fuwa says this is no ordinary skill, and he barely managed to block it, and the worst part is the giant shield cracked. Mikael laughs and says he cannot believe they made that shield using the bones of that legendary creature. The name is stupid, but it is useful. Fuwa gives a classic speech, saying, Mikael, your actions cross the line and the International Hunter Association will not let your guild get away with this. Mikael says, sadly, they will have no evidence. He uses Control A again to select everyone in the area. Fuwa raises the shield, but then Control X hits, and everything slams into the shield, bombarding it non-stop. The shield holds, and Mikael raises his arm, saying he wants to see how long it can stand. More Control X keeps coming non-stop. Eventually, the shield starts to break. Fuwa notices, but a black hole is already heading toward him. Takeuchi grabs him and pulls him back, but the shield gets bitten away. He asks if his friend is okay, but with half his body gone, that seems unlikely. Mikael approaches and says it is a shame that the 5th strongest in the world ended up like this. Takeuchi asks if he really thinks he has already won. Even if his body is destroyed, the stone armor will not break. And just like that, it starts rebuilding. The absolute monster comes back even bigger than before. Golemization using surrounding stones is the final ability of the stone armor. He charges toward Mikael and the ground explodes. Control X activates again and another arm is destroyed. But the story explains that even though the stone armor is unstable with prolonged use, it always defeats its opponent. That is because unlike mana, stones are infinite. Another attack toward Mikael and another arm destroyed. Mikael laughs and says an infinite golem really deserves to be the 5th strongest in the world. Takeuchi tells him to shut up and throws another punch. The entire ground shatters and he comes down with an overhead strike. Mikael replies that on the other hand, he is ranked 2nd. Control X activates again and the arm is destroyed once more. Takeuchi laughs and says those moves are useless. Control X keeps appearing on his head and chest. Another punch comes and it gets destroyed, then rebuilt, then destroyed again. It keeps looping. Takeuchi looks confused and Mikael asks if he finally noticed. He has been getting smaller. There are not enough stones left to maintain that massive body. Mikael has been using black holes to erase them all. Takeuchi looks around and sees stones everywhere. Mikael says he will erase him from existence and tells him to shut up. Takeuchi thinks to himself that countless stones give him infinite possibilities and that is why he was not afraid of the dragon. But what happens if all the stones he depends on are erased? That should be impossible. This guy cannot have an ability like that. He stretches his hand again, and another arm is destroyed. Mikhail spams more black holes and says this is the end. A barge comes down on Takeuchi, and after all that he lasted well. Everything is destroyed, and his bald head hits the ground. The beta rank hunters are completely broken, realizing that if Master Takeuchi lost, they have no chance. Mikhail asks if anyone else still thinks they are worthy to fight him. Someone answers, yes, there is one more person. She says she is the director of the International Association and leader of the research department. She appears creating a massive iceberg like the Titanic and says his punishment has arrived. Shirosaki laughs and says now he understands why she asked for extra time. A flashback shows him asking why she needed it, and she explains that Mikhail is weak against area attacks. The problem is it takes her a long time to activate one, so she needed them to buy as much time as possible. Mikhail looks at her and says punishment does not matter, no matter how he looks at it. He adds that even if she misses her mother, there is a limit, and asks why she is trying to destroy the city. Ares does not stop and throws the iceberg, telling him to keep her mother name out of his mouth. Seeing the massive block coming, Mikhail laughs and says she really thinks she can beat him with a block of ice. After seeing everything he has done, this is the solution she came up with. He raises his arm and activates Control X. An explosion happens and a chunk of ice falls to the side. But even after that, another massive block keeps coming and he is forced to repeat it. Ares says it will crush him before he can delete everything. The iceberg keeps coming, still the size of a building. Everyone is in shock as everything explodes. But in the end, Ares makes a stunned face because Mikhail is standing there completely intact. He says, Ares, the price for challenging me without knowing my strength is heavy. Here comes that bastard again, throwing his black holes everywhere. She tries to reach out and make some electric barriers, explosions everywhere, the shields break, she gets thrown away. He raises his arm again, another black hole comes in and poor Ares is about to get swallowed. Suddenly, green magic appears next to her and pulls her away, slamming her into a building. Mikhail recognizes it and says, damn, that immortality cloak you took from Nishihara, but I am curious how much it takes to destroy something like that. He fires another Control X, this time deleting the entire building. Ares is knocked out but protected while he is surprised that even the curse is not working. They say that Cursed Cloak has runes carved into it at a completely different level. It really seems true, so it is better to erase it before things get worse. Then the big guy jumps in playing with Control C, Control V, Control X, talking about deleting the planet, and he jumps in with a sword strike. Poor guy, one glance from Mikhail and his arms get eaten away. Another useless fool thinking he will matter while Mikhail wonders why he has to deal with these insects. Control A selects everyone. People recognize the mark, he closes his fist and boom, the H-rank hunters explode. At the same time, the armor rushes towards Satoru to protect him while hunters run in panic. Mikhail enjoys it, snapping his fingers, causing explosions all over the city. One hunter opens his eyes and sees Fua still standing with what is left of his shield, telling everyone to run because this is their only chance to stay alive. Lucas shows up with his arms shaking. Fua tells him, hey, scared blondie, run away. One day you will have to pay the price for helping this guy, but right now you can run. You have no obligation to protect this country. That hits harder than asking for help. Lucas remembers calling out to Nishihara and asking why she wanted to bring the holy sword to this fight in a country that was not even hers. She turns back and asks, so you were the reason the sword rejected me. He is confused and she explains that no matter borders or races, everyone will eventually have to fight. When that time comes, a person's strength will matter and he will understand the weight of the holy sword. At that moment, he should not be afraid and should not retreat. That gives Lucas courage and he charges, stabbing toward Mikhail. Mikhail extends his arm, activates Control C, and throws a black hole at him. Lucas activates the glow and pierces the black hole with his sword. He thinks Mikhail absorbed Control H as a replacement, so this moment is almost perfect. Mid-Shield replies that it is not exactly like that. As long as that holy sword exists, its glow can block any dark ability. That curse is made of that element and even a little sacred energy can cancel it. It really does cancel it, and Lucas is face to face until someone blocks the strike. Mikhail is forced to draw his sword for the first time. He laughs, saying it is funny that Lucas is pointing that sword while shaking in fear like a kitten. Lucas tells him to shut up and slashes again. He knows Mikhail is slaughtering hunters and he has to stop him from using that power again. At the very least, he needs to hold out until Sano arrives, which is taking forever. Mikhail says the plan is interesting, but the idea is bad because Lucas failed to calculate something fatal. He activates a special Control X, deleting everything around him except himself. He says Lucas cannot rely on the light at that distance. A black sphere expands, wiping the whole area. Lucas looks like he is getting surrounded, but activates the glow again. He gets pushed back and it looks like he is holding on until suddenly the holy sword breaks. He thought it was immortal. Lucas realizes that Mikhail deleted everything around himself, which explains how he survived Ares' attack. Mikhail laughs and asks why Lucas does not look worried about the broken holy sword. Did you keep a copy somewhere? He steps closer, sure that Control C was used. He grabs Lucas by the neck and prepares another attack, saying he will erase his existence now. Suddenly, a portal opens behind him and Sano Haruto arrives after 36 chapters of delay. A light sword slash comes through and Mikhail barely dodges. Sano says stealing powers usually weighs on his conscience, but he does not care when it comes to trash like Mikhail. Mikhail stays calm, wondering how this kid is using spatial resonance. Does he have the dimensional piece? He also has the cursed dragon sword Kalisha, so he really is the child with copy powers. Mikhail activates Control X again to cut him down, but Hellfire rushes in, forcing him to dodge. Nanis is back at full strength with both arms. Satoru celebrates, Fuwa is shocked, and Mikhail is confused. Any wound caused by Control X should be incurable, yet her entire state was reverted to before the injury. In other words, someone used Control Z. He immediately knows he has to deal with that power first before everyone gets healed. Nanase throws another Witchblade slash. Mikhail activates Control X, causing an explosion, and cancels it. She realizes it will not work. The main character uses Control V, activating Yggdrasil branches that rush toward Mikhail and trap him in a cocoon. At the same time, Arita approaches Shirosaki to restore his arm. He is shocked that it can even regenerate his equipment. He asks how that is possible and why it feels like she has the heart of a giant golem. She explains that Sano Haruto gave it to her. Shirosaki realizes that bastard Sano copied it before selling it. Arita tells him to wake up, raise a barrier, and protect everyone while she heals the injured. Flashback shows her asking the main character for a favor. She wants to heal everyone in the treatment room and asks if he can give her some mana. He asks if Nanase's life is in danger, and she says not at this moment. He decides they have more important things to handle and hands her a stone. She immediately realizes it is the heart of the giant golem and asks why he would give something so precious. He tells her not to worry because she is not a hunter and is still being put in danger. Once this is over, he will heal her properly. She blushes and he warns her to be careful because the item will only last 10 days. Obviously, because the bastard made a copy and handed the copy to her. He explains that copy items can last from 1 day to 1 year and that he sets the duration based on how much the person trusts him. She says she will make that heart last a whole year, meaning she really trusts him. While that is happening, more Yggdrasil trunks burst out of the ground and get completely eaten by Control X. Mikhail just keeps going like his mana will never run out. These control abilities are completely broken. Sano stands face to face with him while Mikhail asks if he copied mid-shield branches, so you can copy things even from another dimension. That just makes me want to kill you more and take that power for myself. He starts thinking about it. Control C, Control Z, dimensional pieces. If I could use all of that plus mid-shield ability, I could do whatever I want. Another Control A goes off, everyone is shocked, and Nanas prepares another attack. The Witchblade swings and Mikhail stretches his arm, saying it is useless as always. The target is destroyed and the power disperses, but she keeps moving forward, saying she created an opening. Hellfire rushes in another, Control X consumes the attack, but not completely. The flames actually start getting closer. He is forced to use Control H to move away, realizing that Hellfire is dangerous because it keeps expanding even after being consumed. He decides it is time to delete her for good and throws another black hole. But Copy and Paste activates, grabs her waist, and pulls her out mid-attack. Full Spider-Man save. She looks at him angry, telling him to stop getting involved. She forgot that if he did not pull her out, she would have been erased completely. He tells her if you take a direct hit, recovery cannot be guaranteed. Only my abilities can counter this. He moves forward and she realizes that even if she does not want to admit it, Sano abilities are not normal. The priority now is saving everyone. She finally stops interfering and says she will rely on him. The protagonist smiles, now he can go all out. He paces again, spiderweb with Yggdrasil power, and teleports behind Mikhail. Mikhail uses Control H to teleport as well, appearing behind him, asking if he copied the shadow movement ability. It turns into Dragon Ball. The protagonist should teleport again to create an infinite loop, but instead, he swings blindly. Mikhail blocks, but still gets a cut on the face. Mikhail laughs, saying it is funny how strong it is, even as a copy. Too bad for Sano, the only option now is death. He starts generating a delete field around both of them, but the protagonist smiles, asking if he is jealous. If so, he can keep this. Copies are created again, and now it is Angela's sword reign. Mikhail asks if the kid plans to die together with him. The protagonist asks if he really does not know how curses work. Mikhail is confused, then the glow activates and everything explodes with rocks, smoke, and fire everywhere. Everyone runs. Satoru wants to help, but Grant tells him to trust the kid. Shirosaki and the others are already retreating inside a barrier. Everyone is trusting him now. Fuwa even gives Nanase a chance to help, but she realizes her fire is much weaker than before and she would just get in the way. Kalisha falls to the ground and Mikhail grabs the hilt. He stares at his own hand, unable to pull it free. Then Sano appears behind him. Mikhail turns and says, so you can copy your own body and even transfer your copy curse to items. I wonder if things return to normal if I destroy this sword. Sano says, probably not, but you can try, it will expire soon anyway. The sword dissolves. Mikhail laughs, saying, so you can not only copy, but also decide expiration dates. That means even your copied body must have an end. We will find out soon. Sano gets bold and asks what he is talking about. This curse cannot kill me. Mikhail sighs, saying it is funny he thinks that. When Sano's existence is deleted, nothing can reverse it. He is impressed by how the copy works, but everything has a limit. Once he is deleted, he cannot copy himself again. Even if he copies himself at the last instant, it will be a weakened version and easier to delete again. It will become delete paste, delete paste. The protagonist agrees silently. This bastard knows I cannot always copy myself perfectly. The longer this drags on, the worse my chances get. My rage activates at 25% HP. This guy is at least level 600. Once I enter Berserker state, I will have a chance. So let us go. He slams his hand to the ground and more Yggdrasil branches surge toward Mikhail. Mikhail uses Control H, disappears, and appears behind the protagonist, stabbing him, grazing his neck. HP drops below 25%. The sword enters rage state and the protagonist unleashes a flame slash. Mikhail is surprised for a moment, then activates Control X. Energy sweeps the city. In the end, Mikhail stands there intact, having deleted everything around himself again. But he looks damaged. That long sword is more dangerous than I thought. That must be your special attack, Sano. Now you know this is a battle of curses. It will be interesting to see which lasts longer. Another delete activates around Sano. He uses the spider cocoon to protect himself. Space collapses in front of Mikhail, but the protagonist appears from underground behind him. Mikhail turns and activates delete again. Now it surrounds both of them. A 10-second delete field. The protagonist is suffering inside the digital keyboard world. He keeps pacing himself. Control V, Sano, Haruto paste again and again. While this happens, we cut to the subspace where Lucas is badly injured, saying he should have taken a copy of the Holy Sword. Suddenly, a cloak drops on him. He is confused and Ares says, "This is the immortality cloak my mother left me. I do not know how it was made, but it disables any curse. You have to survive and be responsible for everything." Lucas notices the curse on him starting to fade. Then someone else calls out. Nanase asks if he realizes that both Sano abilities and Mikhail abilities are completely abnormal. Mikhail stands up and tells her to ask Sano about his abilities because he will share everything he knows about Mikhail. And like everyone already knows, neither of them are normal hunters. Mikhail's ability is actually simple. He can define a target and make it disappear. The problem is that it is not an attack, but a deletion of existence. When he first met Sano, he was scared, but that also gave him hope. Now he is worried about her sword because she must have noticed she cannot use its full power. Her witch blade was already showing signs before entering the portal, and she said she felt her attacks were extremely weak. Lucas warns that her energy is deteriorating, and he believes the same will soon happen to Sano, and before long, he will not be able to stay alive. She realizes what he is saying and asks if that means even Sano copy ability will not be enough to defeat Mikhail. Lucas explains that Mikhail has a weakness, and to eliminate it, he wants to obtain the Golem Heart. He is not sure why, but the fight resumes with another delete being used and Sano reappearing. The protagonist is completely beaten while Mikhail still looks confident. Sano realizes it and says that Mikhail's curse also deletes the mana around him, and that is why he wants the Golem Heart. Mikhail says it is interesting that Sano figured it out, but it is too late, and there is nothing he can do since he cannot even stand. The protagonist admits Mikhail is right because the system states the user is critically injured and cannot use control. There are no items he can use from the inventory either. But he notices that 3 out of 5 dimensional pieces are resonating. That means Mikhail must have one of them. Mikhail notices it too and laughs, saying Sano is resonating as well. Now they both know they each have pieces. Sano realizes that the person with more dimensional pieces can attract the others and combine them. He has 3, so Mikhail can only have 2. The power of 3 combined is extremely explosive, so it might be worth trying. Sano draws a sword and Mikhail laughs, asking what kind of cheap trick that is. He says Sano abilities are decent but useless if they are disabled. Sano replies that Mikhail is also out of mana, so they are on equal footing. Mikhail rushes in saying even without abilities, their levels are completely different and stabs straight through Sano's chest, then tells him to hand over the dimensional pieces before dying. Sano counters by saying, "Fine, here, take them." He releases the 3 pieces and Mikhail is confused because his inventory opens by itself. Sano explains that the one with more pieces can attract the others no matter who holds them. The pieces begin leaving Mikhail's inventory and Sano says it is unfortunate, but now they will combine and explode. Mikhail says Sano cannot copy himself, so what does he think will happen? Another piece joins and an explosion erupts. A massive crater forms in the city and Mikhail stands there stunned. He did not expect Sano to cause such an explosion between them. He sees 4-dimensional pieces and teleports, saying now only one remains. He assumes Sano's copy has ended and vanished. But as he reaches out, Sano's arm bursts from the ground, grabbing him and saying this does not look like a good position anymore. Mikhail wonders how Sano summoned Kalashia again. With no choice, he uses Control H to escape another attack, but it is too late and he is hit in the chest with flames sweeping across the city. Sano orders the dimensional pieces into his inventory and suddenly, it shows 5 out of 4, which makes no sense. He remembers being revived in the Ice Mountain battle because of Kurosaki. His body recovered the moment he was about to die. This happened again, but he has not mastered it yet. Mikhail says Sano is truly troublesome, and he will erase him in a way that prevents him from ever returning. Energy expands as Control A activates at maximum range. He declares Sano will be obliterated and the ground turns purple. Another delete activates and Sano is confused how Mikhail still has so much mana expanding. Mikhail is not using external mana, but consuming his own internal mana. The attack radius is massive and even Shadow Step cannot escape it. The entire city is being covered. Someone on a building asks if that is Mikhail's famous black orb. Another replies that it is worse than expected. If even the top hunter in the world is involved, then things are serious. A brown-haired guy reports that he contacted the White House and they told them to stay out of it. Tony asks if the association responded to the support request. He says yes, and the country is finally mobilizing the army to prevent things from going out of control. Tony says they have no choice. X says they are short on time and he is here for a reason, so everyone should give him their mana. Tony uses Ctrl-S to save his mana and rewrite it again and again multiple times. This grants the unique ability Titan X. X manifests massive axes overflowing with mana and leaps from the building, launching an attack toward the ground. Tony says that alone will not be enough and he will need to provide extra support, but something strange happens. X seems frozen because the Ctrl-X delete keeps expanding while he uses Ctrl-S to generate mana barriers. Delete and mana repeat over and over until X shouts that he is cutting through the delete itself. The black field shatters like an eggshell. Even Mikhail is shocked. In the glow, X stands in front of Sano and asks if he has the dimensional pieces. Sano recognizes him as the top one. X laughs and says there is no time for that, just hand them over. Mikhail watches the two talking. X turns and greets Mikhail, saying it has been a while and if he wants the dimensional pieces, he should leave now. Mikhail smiles, saying that bastard came to interfere. Tony asks Sano where the other hunters are. Sano replies that everyone is protected in the subspace and opens it. Satoru jumps out happily, hugging him, and someone says it looks like they underestimated him. Mikhail speaks and says he is leaving for now, but they should know he is not collecting the dimensional pieces only for control powers. The transcendent beings who curse them will arrive soon, and there is no way to stop them, not even with these abilities. That is why Shinohara Tomoka broke the key into pieces and sealed that dimension. Opening that door is inviting those gods into this world, so they better prepare. Next time they meet, they will need to be much stronger or they will die. There is nothing they can do because he has Ctrl-H and simply swaps out. X asks if they are really letting him escape, and the protagonist says there is no choice. But it is fine because that guy will never be strong enough to kill him if he could not do it today. X agrees and asks the kid his name. The protagonist answers and then adds that he has one dimensional piece and asks about the rest. Sano smiles and says he has all the others. X gets excited and says, perfect, then let us combine them and make the key. The protagonist asks to go first and look around. The crater around them is what happened when 4 pieces combine and he cannot imagine how destructive 5 will be. X suggests going to the United States and says he can store all the pieces in his guild. The protagonist asks if it is the Ouroboros guild and says he does not want to go to a scary place like that. Suddenly, he feels lonely and says everyone has a guild. Extentation has one and he has no friends. Spotlight tells him that if he wants, they can even change conditions and he can join. He refuses and says he will create his own. 3 months later, they are in the Nevada desert in the United States. Everyone jokes about Area 51 and aliens. X greets everyone while Satoru laughs, saying the guy is funny. Everyone is packed together and asks why they all have to be there. The protagonist says Aoi has to be there because he is a guild member and it is time to fuse the dimensional pieces. Tokuo finds it strange. They traveled so far and X explains this place is not just about aliens. There are research areas and even dungeons. The main purpose now is studying races from other dimensions. Recently, they have also been searching for unique abilities, the so-called curses. That is why Irita Sarah was brought as well. X is excited because they have been searching for a way to access the other dimension for a long time. Aries jokes asking if they are in a car or a bus because everyone is talking at once. She says everyone wants to know what exists beyond the dimensional door, not only America. Whatever is beyond it would excite any researcher. Mikhail warned them not to open it because they cannot fight those powers. Of course, that warning will be ignored and even Sano is curious about what his father was researching. That is why he came to America to uncover the truth. The story jumps back 3 months. Someone explains that Starfield is a multinational guild and only the Hunter Association can dismantle it. Nanase says Mikhail was expelled from the association and is now a globally hunted fugitive. People ask how Tokyo will be restored and she says it is already happening. Master Shinode and the others are working on it and 82% has been rebuilt. It is Japan after all. They are incredible at rebuilding. People ask how and she says she cannot reveal the details. The secret is many people with abilities are helping. Sano Haruto is contributing heavily. Everyone wonders who that is and what guild he belongs to. He is standing right there and no one realizes it. He asks what happened to Lucas. Nanase explains his family had major influence and now they lost all of it and Lucas also lost his qualifications. The good part is that he handed over the holy sword to the country. People are shocked and say he really respected them. The protagonist smiles and says that was his decision. A flashback shows the protagonist holding the sword while Lucas asks why he is showing it and if he is bragging about copy powers. The protagonist says Ares told him Lucas cannot control his curse without the holy sword, so he is leaving it with him as a replacement. The scene shifts to Shirasaki asking why they are going to America. The protagonist says the dimensional explosion almost destroyed the city, and they cannot live in a world where enemy attacks can wipe everything. They also cannot combine the pieces there because the country could be erased. Shirosaki understands but says the danger will exist anywhere. He suggests doing it inside the subspace so nothing is destroyed. The protagonist explains they tried, but the final piece cannot fit inside a dimensional space. That is why the only safe place is a desert in America. Shirosaki asks if he plans to join the Ouroboros Guild. Sano tells him to relax and says he only wants 2 favors from Gang Potter. First, he wants help creating his own guild. Shirosaki is confused and asks why not join one. The protagonist explains it is not about wanting to join, but about forming a group of friends who want to grow stronger without interference. He makes a second request, but says nobody else needs to know. Back with the Americans, X says he did not expect to see Aries. She explains her mother disappeared and she followed clues that led her here. Someone asks how they know each other, and she says they met once before her mother vanished. X asks about Nishihara, a director who worked here in Area 51, and asks if she knows Sano Kazuya. Aries says that name appears in her mother's records as the director of an other dimensional research institute. X says Kazuya is laid back and that Nishihara was kind to him, so he thought they might be related. At that moment, Sano Haruto shows up and asks if they are talking about his father. So director Sano Kazuya turns out to be the father of our dear Sano Haruto. Things are getting complicated, but at the same time, they slowly start to make sense and another week passes. Satoru is really happy because now they finally have their own guild area. Everyone celebrates and Nanase congratulates our guy for becoming a guild master. Satoru immediately tells her to quit the association and join the group, but the leader asks them to take it easy since they already took a lot of people from there. Nanase says she is very grateful to the association. Still, she says she is more useful here, and if Sano ever needs her, he can just send a message. Shirosaki complains, saying this damn Sano is acting proud, but he was the one who made all the requests, bought the office, and organized everything. Someone asks if the guild name is not too obvious. Lucas shows up and says he lost all his international hunter qualifications and his family abandoned him and now he has nowhere to go, so he wants to join the Control Guild. That name is awful, but what else would they call it? Sano, Haruto, and friends would be worse. Satoru says he was the first one to join and the big guy keeps messing around. Time for something to actually happen. Dungeon Skeleton Cemetery. The blonde guy is yelling, asking what slave number 1 is doing and why he forgot to bring skeleton swords. The guy apologizes and runs to get them. Someone asks who that guy even is and why everyone calls him slave number 1. Turns out his name is Ikanagai Aoi. He owes massive debt to the Midas Guild and is working non-stop to pay it off. He was that nice guy who helped the protagonist early on. Tough life. The protagonist is way too strong now and they need a new Sung Jinwoo. Someone near the gate says that Ikanagai joined the Midas Guild. Sano asks and looks confused. They explain that Ikanagai was a top-rank hunter, but now he is treated like a slave. Apparently, that is how everyone is treated in that guild. The protagonist looks shocked. Then someone calls the storyteller away and he leaves. Back in the car, Sano asks if that story is really true. Is the top Midas Guild really treating people like slaves? They decide they need to look into it. The protagonist thinks maybe Ikanagai left the Great Sages to grow faster in another guild. But why Midas, which is basically unofficial? Time to find out. They arrive at the Midas Guild headquarters. The place is massive and Satoru feels jealous. He says it always impresses him. Sano remembers that Satoru grew up spoiled in the hunter world with everything handed to him. Suddenly, people in suits rush out and open a car door. A guy steps out dressed like a modern vampire. Satoru recognizes him as Takashi Takeuchi. The protagonist does not, and Satoru explains that he is the brother of the stone head guy with a tattoo. He is charismatic and controls the Midas Guild. He never awakened as a hunter but has incredible management skills. The two brothers founded the guild together. The protagonist is amazed that someone with no powers has so much influence. Takashi looks over and recognizes Satoru and greets him, saying it has been a while. He seems friendly and asks how the city reconstruction is going since director Shinoda is busy. Satoru says things are moving along. Takashi then notices Sano and asks if Hunter Sano is here. Sano shyly says it seems like he knows him. Takashi says of course he does, since Sano played a key role in ending the recent incidents and everyone knows who he is. He asks why Sano came to the Midas Guild. Sano says he came to meet a junior. Takashi asks the name. Sano answers Aoi Ikanagai. Takashi says that right now he is in a C-rank dungeon called Skeleton Cemetery. He pauses and says that Hunter is something else but says he will be back soon. Clearly something is going on. Satoru gets irritated while the protagonist notices something strange. How does this guy have an aura without being a hunter? It feels different. Takashi also reveals that Ikanagai actually holds a high rank within Midas despite working in dungeons. Satoru praises him and says if that is true, then he must be doing well. The protagonist smiles and says that now that his level is high, the Control Guild needs skills like that. Ikanagai dungeon knowledge rivals Master Kinosaki. He judges situations extremely fast and fights very well. The scene goes silent and the skeleton gets sliced and drops to the ground while the guy celebrates. Yo, one more of these and the sand is done. In the background, Ikenagai Aoi is wondering what this weird aura is. It feels different from the research data. The system pops up, showing Skeleton Cemetery difficulty rank C. That was strange because there should not be this much black mana here. So why are they giving it off? And the worst part is that if skeletons have black mana, they turn into undead. The problem is the moment that happens, the difficulty jumps straight to rank A, and obviously the rank C idiots in there have no chance. And they are just there hitting this and that yelling, "I am so strong," literally saying this dungeon is way too easy. Then Sung Jin Woo-sun shows up behind them, ready to stab from the back, but some white water flies in. Hold up the guy threw holy water and asked if his friend was okay. The scared broom guy says, "Hey wait, holy water today, you were the slave. So why do you have that?" The tough guy says, "It is better to be prepared than regret it later." And here it comes, what do you think is going to happen? He opens his arms and says, "Leader, we need to retreat. This is about to get dangerous." Slave number 1, are you saying there is a lich here, kid? This is a rank C dungeon, your dad is built different. He shouts, "Captain, damn it, can you not see? Everyone is going to die. The black energy here is enough to create new creatures, and I know exactly what happens to people who ignore warnings. But the captain IQ of 78 is not enough to process that." Ikenagai keeps insisting, explaining that if they are turning into undead, that means there is a lich nearby. A rank a monster that will erase their whole team without them being able to do anything. The good part for Ikenagai, he was right and the lich appeared. The bad part, he was right and the lich appeared. Actually, it was a huge damn dog. Wait, no, that is worse. That huge dog is a rank S dragon. Yeah, not even 100 rank C hunters stand a chance. But nothing changes in this modern world. While people are dying in the dungeon getting ripped apart, girls are dancing on TV. Satoru, the king of simps, is enjoying the idol group IF, saying they are amazing. No way Arita Sarah went out to dance. She has a control power that literally restores lives and she went dancing. Okay, sure. The protagonist looks happy, at least she is with her friends. Still take that control power for yourself. Satoru says he wanted her to join the guild, but she stayed with the association. Small flashback with Nana saying she feels so much lighter now, but if her ability is exposed, many guilds will come after her. Exactly, because her power is good and should be used to save lives. Let her dance, do whatever you want. The protagonist is just watching the simps enjoying the dance, saying it is fine, they still have plenty of time. Time for what to save the world that is about to be invaded by gods who will wipe everything out. I do not think there is that much time. Right then, chaos breaks out with people running everywhere talking about that. Rank a dungeon that until recently was rank C, and Sano knows that is exactly where poor Ikenagai is. Unlucky guy, always caught in the worst situations. They reach the entrance, throw a mana meter on the ground, and Nanase says they need to help immediately. The protagonist and his son arrive, asking if there are no more reinforcements. Nanase asks why he is there, and he explains his junior is inside, so he wants to help. She understands but says the black energy is so strong they cannot enter. It seems the lich boss that was defeated got resurrected. Satoru comments that it is the kind of monster that can use black energy. The protagonist remembers Shirosaki uses that power. Nanase starts to explain why they cannot enter, but he says he might know a way. No way, he thinks he can use black aura. Let us see, because the crew really needs his help since they are fleeing in panic. I would roast that guy for making the wrong choice, but even if he made the right one, there was no escape. Ikenagai tells him to use the stone so they can escape, but strangely, it is not working. He knows it is the barrier the lich put up, but how are they supposed to stop that thing, casting it? At this pace, the obvious will happen, everyone will die, and he does not want to end here. Damn, look at the blonde guy with the swag running around throwing sparkles. Ikenagai says, "Wait, you use holy magic." The blonde says, "I can use the basics, but I cannot raise a barrier." When he says barrier, Ikenagai gets an idea. He pulls out bottles of holy water and asks if he can make a barrier with that. The blonde says he can do something, but it will not last long against a rank S dragon attack. Ikenagai says it does not need to last long. The guy slams his hand on the ground, the holy water rises, skeletons start breaking apart, and a barrier forms around everyone. The blonde kid keeps the spell going, the sphere forms around everyone, and the dragon starts moving toward the group. It swings a claw, but its own paw is the one that takes damage. The problem is the first hit already starts cracking that shell, but Ikenagai says it is fine, this is just to distract the dragon. Everyone is confused, and then out of nowhere, he walks out, saying he will leave that creature to them. The guys panic, saying, "Hold on to that bastard, just leave us here as bait." But strong stays strong, they can think whatever they want. The truth is this bone dragon is not what matters. If they cannot take down the lich, they are going to be afterlife buddies forever. He splashes holy water on the blade and throws the sword Spartan style. The lich raises a hand to defend while Ikenagai watches and a bunch of skeletons appear. Small ones fuse into a giant and the sword still pierces, the hand pierces the shoulder. But it looks like it was not enough to reach the core, and that was the last bottle of holy water. A skeleton pops up behind them and it feels like the end, but Sano Haruto shows up, clutch timing perfect. He is saving the princess, flashing that sideways smile. Someone asks, "How did you even get here?" And the protagonist says, "I will explain later, son, we have a big skeleton to deal with." He slams the sword into the ground, jumps with style, starts focusing that golden aura and swings. Back when he was weak, he could handle the lich, so now it is nothing. Everyone is impressed until a blue flashbang hits their faces, and when they look over, the rank S beast is burning in blue flames. It is melting and people are confused. The only fire that burns without recovery is Nana's hellfire. Everyone is hyped and shocked, yelling, "Wow, the association really came to save us. Things are looking good." Someone says, since she became captain, barely anyone has died. Imagine if Arita Sarah stopped dancing and helped too. The blonde guy wants to celebrate, but the stonehead tells him it is too early. The Lich is still standing right in front of them. Sano slams his hand on the ground and says this guy deserves a present. He fuses something onto the holy sword and it looks like a Yu-Gi-Oh card popping out. The poor Lich is in shock, wondering why hundreds of legendary weapons are being summoned just to end him. Ikenagai is asking the same thing. The Lich tries to run, but the protagonist just smiles and activates the glow. The first strike hits the chest, one touch already makes a crater in its stomach. Hand forward attack sequence, nothing is left. People walk by the burned dragon, warning to be careful with hellfire. Once it starts burning, it is over. Ikenagai looks to the side and sees the protagonist farming aura casually with one hand in his pocket. Nanase praises him, he thanks her, while someone mutters, "Wow, Sano-senpai used to be weak. Now he is beating rank S monsters and the girls are losing it." A girl reaches out inviting him for drinks, clearly hitting on him. Before that, we see Ashley from the guild, Mr. Takashi. He thanks them for saving the members. Nene says it is fine, the association always investigates anomalies. He praises her. She stands up, fired up, saying, "All hunters matter. We cannot lose anyone in these incidents. I have better things to handle now." Bye, and slams the door, completely unhinged. Poor Ashley thinks the president must be under stress. He turns back, saying, "Let us return to the main topic, Master Sano." Ikenagai freezes, thinking, wait, did he just call him Master? The protagonist says, "Since you are going straight to the point, I will keep it simple. I want Ikenagai to join my guild." Ikenagai jumps up shocked, saying, "Sano, you started your own guild." He says yes, and it is called Control Guild. Takashi says, "So you are recruiting new members. Do you know Ikenagai's situation?" The protagonist says, "Yes, I will pay all his debts." You know those stories where a slave princess gets bought by a prince? It is basically that. Ikenagai is stunned, saying, "My god, Sano-senpai, you will pay my debts." Takashi says, "Then it is true, you sold information about the golem heart and made 20 billion. Knowing someone has that much money is obviously dangerous." He slams his glass on the table and says, "Sorry, Sano, but that will not be possible." The protagonist is confused, asking, "Why are you trying to keep Ikenagai as a slave forever?" Takashi says, "Not at all, it is just that his ability is extremely important, and that is exactly why you want him." Ikenagai is confused, wondering why Takashi is valuing him so much. The leader explains, "Honestly, it is hard to calculate this kid value because of how dungeons work. To enter the Cerberus dungeon, you need a special key and a crystal, and only 3 exist in the world. You can only use it once if you fail, the dungeon ends." During one cleanup, Ikenagai used a return stone to protect his allies. Each crystal was worth 100 million. Since he saved the guild members, we can waive that entirely. I am as confused as everyone here trying to add this up, but it is not clicking. Sano asks, "Wait, that dungeon had good rewards, did it not?" Takashi says yes, because the Cerberus key opens a dimensional gate. You know more about those than anyone since you work with Master Kinosaki. Now Sano gets it, this guy is after dimensional passages. He asks, "Wait, are you saying Midas Guild has one of the pieces to access that dungeon?" I still do not fully get it, but we will eventually. Takashi smiles, saying, "Just as expected, this will be an easy talk, we just needed to start negotiations. Looks like we are entering the Cerberus dungeon arc now, and these guys have a way to access it." The scene suddenly shifts to a room with bodies scattered everywhere. A man walks in, slicing everyone. Someone goes for his neck. He dodges white hair, snap of fingers. Control X activated. It is brutally fast, a giant blast appears, and it is over. The door opens, and he says, "I appreciate the welcome, Mr. Ashley Cooper." The old man says there is only one reason he is here, and the man smiles, saying, "Yes, I am here for the Cerberus dungeon key." Ashley hands over the stone, saying, "There is no beating your Control X, so take it. You are interested in the dimensional key, correct?" The man says, "Actually, I am more interested in Shift, like the keyboard key." He explains it does not work without Control. Wait, are you talking about Shift, Delete? That sounds insane. Whoever has Control Alt Delete could open the World Control panel and shut down everything. Gray Hair says, "It seems you researched a lot for your son." That is exactly it. Only with a full delete can I defeat the other transcendentals. Ashley asks if he cares about everyone else, and he says, "Honestly, it does not matter. Everything is just an experiment. He needs to evolve, Shift, and Control, or everyone will be deleted. And the first one will be his son, the beloved Lucas." Wait, so this guy is Lucas' father, that crazy blonde kid. At that moment, someone is shouting outside the door, saying Count Cooper is inside and calling for backup. Then Gray slams his hand on the floor and says, "If Control C shows up, just tell them it was him who took the item." I thought he would teleport, but instead, the Cerberus key activates and the entry gets confirmed. The event starts, and a red aura surrounds him. Ashley warns that he will be arrested even if he clears the dungeon, and the guy answers that it seems he forgot about the reward from that place. And just like that, it begins. Then we jump 3 months forward into the start of this new arc, arriving at the Nevada Institute in the Americas. They go down the elevator with X Tentacion saying it is 20 floors. From B1 to B10, it is extraterrestrial research. That word exists, I think. From B11 to B20, it is monsters from another world. Squarejaw is shocked, realizing aliens actually exist. You are shocked about aliens when portals open in cities and dragons come out. The protagonist, on the other hand, is curious, since this is where his father worked on research. Ikenaga is there thinking, maybe I should not be here. I agreed to what Sano asked, but I do not know if this is good for me. Then the story jumps back 3 months again to that talk with Takashi. He said if Midas Guild joins these missions, he will let Ikenaga join and his debt will be paid. The friend knew this would not be good for the protagonist, but he still accepted, leaving him stunned. The protagonist said for him it was a cheap price. That sounds like a confession. They arrive at the base and Ikenaga looks around seeing people just standing around like nobody actually works here. In the halls, the protagonist thinks, so this is where my father did his research. X says yes, look at this fragment of steel. The blonde guy explains it came from the spirit dimension and previous directors found it and no substance on Earth can even scratch it. They researched it, but a disaster killed the last director, so they decided to stop digging deeper. The protagonist asks that my father would not come from Tokyo to do nothing, so what was his research? The older guy explains his father was moving from Tokyo to here using Nishihara's subspace, but it stopped working when she disappeared. Now the protagonist knows his mother, who was familiar with Ares, really knew his father and had info about the spirit dimension before the disaster. If she acted that way, she knows something. His father probably followed because of that. He is sure both his father and Nishihara saw something in that dimension. Maybe the answer is in that fragment. They will have to open the door to find out. Or not open it and not end humanity, but then there is no story. The moment arrives and the blonde says, Sano, it is time to assemble the pieces. He agrees but says, first, let us go to the desert. Meanwhile, at the White House, Donald Trump wants to know if all pieces are really in one place. Egghead confirms yes in the Nevada desert. Discount Tony Stark says they will run tests first to make sure everything works. They are worried about what Master Turner will say. The president says the future of America is in your hands. Dimensional spirits, abilities, and magical resources have power enough to shake the world balance. He is not wrong. We are already in the desert. Satoru is shocked by how vast it is, and in the middle stands the protagonist alone. Nobody wants to stand near him. Actually, there are armed guys nearby. Sano thinks now that my mana sensitivity increased, I can feel all these people watching us. Just like Ikenagai warned the Americans will not let us do whatever we want. Earlier, Ikenagai warned the government might be after the key. The protagonist grabs the radio and orders the drones to release the final piece. Satoru is worried because even with Shadow's step, it is dangerous. Grant says trust him, he is the best for this. The boy gathers the 4 pieces, the last one drops from above and reacts instantly, flying like a bullet toward him. They connect. Explosion. Satoru is shocked, everything gets blown away and people shout to stay calm. What is happening? Where is the kid? Did nothing remain? Next chapter, purple plants appear, a portal opens and the protagonist appears in the middle. Shirasaki shows up and the protagonist says that was close. Shirasaki says of course it was, he prepared it. Creating a barrier like that with the polluted tree power was hard. Nanis appears saying Midshield planted all this around Tokyo to create a subspace link with black mana. Shirasaki asks if the dimensional key is complete and he says yes. Wait, what happened? When he combined the pieces, he entered the portal and came out the other side. He explains, yes, this is subspace, and now that we have the key, we can make the door appear anywhere. Shirasaki asks, then why do this inside subspace? The answer is obvious, because the Americans got involved. Nanase worries because that means the people with them before are basically hostages, but he is sure they will not want him as an enemy now that he has the key. Shirasaki warns this will take a long time and they cannot move because of the barrier. Sano says actually they can leave now because they have something better than a barrier. Back to the desert, we see the crater and soldiers everywhere saying there are no vital signs. Satoru is scared thinking the protagonist died, but Grant is sure he is fine. Squarejaw and Lucas also do not think he is dead. Then the blonde NASA girl gets a call from her father. I am not sure if it was before or after, but we see X-Tentacion asking if anyone forgot the promise. He is talking to Trump, who tells him to calm down. The dimensional gate is a national issue. X-Tentacion pushes back, asking why they are interfering if they promised not to get involved. He says they already handed over the Cerberus keys. It must be serious because both of them look stunned. The president says the circumstances have changed and there are no crystals left. X says there is still one in England. Lucas says no, there is not. The crystal managed by the Cooper family was stolen by Mikhail. So that guy from the fight really was Mikhail. Everyone is shocked because nobody knew Mikhail showed up again. Iris asks the obvious question about why he did not say this earlier, since it matters a lot. Lucas says he just learned it from a call with his father. The president says it will be a huge problem if Mikhail is the first to step into the spirit plane. X says it is fine because if Mikhail goes alone, he will just waste time. He says abilities do not work the same in another dimension and he will kill him before anything happens. X sounds very confident. Lucas says Mikhail Control X does not match well against Shift, but Turner has Control S. Control S sounds like save, which works like a reset or pseudo-immortality. The president starts talking about the risks when the portal suddenly begins to shake. The blonde scientist is shocked because it has not moved in over 15 years. A leg comes out and Shirasaki says the subspaces are connected again. Satoru is surprised and the protagonist tells Shirasaki to move because he wants out. Everyone is relieved that he is alive. Sarah also shows up to work and people tease her for not just dancing forever. Square Jaw asks where the key is. Shirasaki says the key is complete and hints he will join the operation. Lucas warns that Mikhail is probably already at the Cerberus dungeon. He explains that his father had one key and Mikhail stole it. Sano does not look scared and says if that is the case, they go now. We cut to Cerberus of Hell, a level 670 boss. If you beat it, there is a guaranteed chance to get a spirit dimension key. Mikhail is already face to face with it. The boss lunges to bite and Mikhail raises his hand and activates Control X. The sphere deletes the boss. The reward is guaranteed and the access key drops. Mikhail calmly picks it up and looks at it. The system warns that once the dimensional portal opens, there's no return. He realizes it is a one-way path and understands why Midshield cared so much. He does not hesitate and activates the key, and the portal opens. The next chapter shows everyone standing before the portal. Satoru and Ikenagai feel crushed by the pressure of going to another world. X apologizes for the president and the protagonist says it is fine since he got a surprise bonus. We see a flashback where the president asks Sano to send an American exploration team if he invades another dimension. The protagonist says no, his group goes first. The president agrees and asks to follow right after since they cannot fall behind in interdimensional development. That sounds very American. The protagonist agrees but asks for a favor. He looks at the item and wonders if he could copy those fragments since they share traits with interdimensional keys. He feels sure what he wants is just ahead. We then face a castle where someone inside shouts about trouble. A hammer hits the ground and we enter the dwarf world. This dwarf is 160 years old and the best blacksmith in the spirit dimension. His name is Dweko. There's also Pio, who looks like a little girl but is actually 10,336 years old. For now, things are safe. Dweko says he knew the portal opened because he forged the key, so he made the fragments. Pio is excited because they might finally gather every piece. Dweko says there was still one piece of the forge left in that dimension. That unbreakable object stored back there must be part of his forge. Everything connects now. Pio says, just as the Earth Mage predicted, if they fix the anvil, the world trees will be purified and the spirits freed. Dweko agrees but worries about someone named Krail. The scene shifts outside to a giant tree and someone getting devoured. A bloody elf cries and tells Midshield he kept the promise. It does not matter because what matters is the portal finally opened and now he can claim that dimension. It sounds like he wants to dominate Earth. Things start to line up again. Mikhail appears in the scene and sees a strange green, big-headed creature. He laughs, saying he never imagined spirits were real. The creature charges and Mikhail activates Control X, blowing everything apart. Control seems to work, but the creature even torn apart screams to kill him now. That means Control X is dealing damage but not deleting them. The creatures are not actually dying. Mikhail draws his sword, thinking that if he cannot delete them, he will have to fight them all. An explosion happens and the scene cuts to the protagonist's crew arriving. He really brought the whole squad. They comment that the spirit dimension looks ruined. Lucas says they need to scout the area and maybe Midshield did not lie when he said the homeland was devastated. He activates Control F on a book to search information. He suddenly feels pain, grabs his head, drops to his knees, and lets go of the book. He summarizes saying spirits, dwarves, and elves once coexisted here. They were contaminated by the black spirit Grimoire. Spirits were the first to fall to that energy. A war between races followed because spirits controlled giant creatures. Looks like it was because of them that everything got wiped out. The protagonist knows that Grimoire owns that subspace, and now he is finally starting to understand how all of this connects. Look at that idiot side character face. He saw something not suspicious at all and went to touch it. Shirasaki yelled, saying you are not important to the story, you are going to die. Too late though, he got a giant worm to the face and was devoured instantly. Takeuchi starts transforming and tells everyone to get ready to fight. This is that part of the story where side characters finally do something just so they can get beaten later, and then the protagonist saves them to show how important he is, or maybe not. Lately, all my predictions have been wrong. The giant worm escapes into the hole and of course, everyone starts shaking in fear. Another one gets slammed to the ground. Actually, no, he gets dragged into the sky. These spirits are ugly as hell, straight up demonic faces. Another one crashes down. Now things are bad. A massive worm shows up surrounded by a bunch of spirits. As usual, the story jumps locations in the next chapter with people crouched inside a hole. Down below, they are building an electronic base. Someone says they found it. The guy with glasses asks for the status, and they say just as expected, the boss was defeated. So he says, then let us go. They appear face to face with a massive rock mixed with machinery. Someone says there are signs that Mikhail tried to open a dimensional gate there. I thought he was already there. This is Ashley Cooper, who is Lucas' father and the guy Mikhail robbed back at the mansion. The masked guy in black says it does not matter whether Mikhail moved or not since they do not have a dimensional key. Ashley pulls out his old phone and says preparations are complete. He calls the president and apologizes for the call, then asks if he can answer the kid about what they discussed. He says they can open the door immediately, but America will have to get involved. He even asks if they will no longer need Hunter Sano after that. Easy to say. I want to see them try without the protagonist. Back to the fight, the giant worm goes for a huge bite, smashing the ground. Someone holds its mouth open, but it is not easy. Moonlight pulls out his hammers and activates Control S, saving mana. I've seen that before. Control S on a computer means save, and he is literally saving mana. It feels kind of broken. He is doing something similar to the protagonist. How is this guy ranked number 1? The protagonist also saves mana, but it never looked this busted. Moonlight leaps up, swings twice, and one clean cut slices it into 3 pieces. The protagonist is shocked. Now he understands. This guy is not just overwriting mana. He is stacking so much of it that it creates instability and causes energy explosions. It is like copy and paste mana, but he can go beyond the natural limit. While you are watching that Sano Haruto, the worms and spirits are tearing through the rest of the group. Ares stylishly casts a chain of magic circles and raises an ice barrier to protect everyone, while Moonlight slams another worm into the ground. Dark elves show up. So these are the hunters. One of them says they are pretty capable for humans. The blonde replies that Mokai used to be a gentle creature living underground. For it to become this aggressive, it means they do not even understand what is happening anymore. At this rate, they will be wiped out. Lucas prepares a Sacred Blade attack since it works well against spiritual creatures. The green rat monster panics, then disappears, reappears, slicing 3 and drilling straight into another chest. Same problem as always. The monsters laugh while regenerating. Then Lucas releases a burst of shining energy everywhere. The power expands until only a single cell remains. The elf is shocked because this guy showed purified spirit crystals. That should be impossible since they were contaminated. He immediately notices the blonde is holding a sacred sword. Now he wonders if Midshield brought these humans. Not exactly, but he was involved. The worms start getting scared and retreat underground. With the spirits gone, they stop controlling the creatures and the beasts return to a peaceful state. More spirits arrive, but Sano Haruto already knows the weakness. He taps the ground and Yggdrasil branches expand in all directions, binding the enemies. At the same time, he activates spider webs, trapping everything. He basically made a forest trap. The creatures start breaking themselves apart to escape. Shirasaki tries to warn them, but Sano tells him to look up. He summons the swords and activates revealing light. Another strike. A rain of missiles pierces everything. The spirits are purified and the protagonist grabs the glowing core. He feels something strange and drops to his knees. Everyone panics as a golden sprout bursts from his back. The copy skill says 3 of 1 Yggdrasil seeds. Or maybe it is 1 of 3 and the system glitched again. Either way, Sana holds his head as branches keep spreading around him. He activates Control V over and over, trying to copy the seeds. The system says to complete germination, he needs elf purification and a spatial core. Sometimes this story gets confusing, but it always comes together eventually. The problem is the protagonist has basically turned into a seed. Ikenegai is shocked and still has not done much so far. The protagonist worked so hard to recruit him, and I still do not see all that talent. Shirasaki and everyone else stare, trying to understand what this is. The elves are confused, asking why this kid has the seed of the space tree. They are bold for confronting him in front of X Tentacion. Satoru is amazed just seeing real elves and says they are the same as humans except for the ears. The scene then cuts to another part of the forest where a massive black energy sphere is wiping everything out. Spirits are disintegrating. It is Mikhail. Look at the swagger on this villain. Perfect thumbnail material. He keeps abusing Control X, forming a sphere that evaporates everything. The bad part for him is that spirits cannot be deleted. He keeps spamming Control X over and over. He even praises himself and then collapses face first. Looks like he cannot keep it up anymore. The winged vegan rat lunges to bite, but its little brother bites its arm instead. What is this now? A family war breaking out. Meanwhile, the idiot Mikhail is dying alone over there. In his final monologue, he says even spiritual lives decay when they are destroyed. Each time they die and are rebuilt, part of their memory is lost, and that is why they start attacking their allies. Sano really is the only exception. That is called protagonist privilege. Of course, the little girl shows up to save him. She looks confused watching the spirit chaos while other dwarves arrive, asking what is happening and why there is fighting. They find a very innocent human lying there. Poor kid, someone help him. He does not even want to destroy your whole universe. She touches her chin without knowing that saving this guy will wipe out her entire race. The scene shifts to that elf still stuck in the branches. Poor guy keeps suffering. At least he feels relieved because some spirits are being purified. It must be thanks to the sacred sword Midshield brought. Meanwhile, a dark flaming face says something is invading this subspace. He feels a crack forming in the planet. If it opens, he will finally gain access to that world. But before that, he needs to absorb the last core of the space tree. Scene changes to the Hunter Association in Japan. The door opens and the discount Stark calls Nanase, saying the Cooper family and the Americans open a portal to another dimension. She says that cannot be right. Mikhail used one exit, so the gate he passed through should be closed. He explains they managed to use Hunter Nishihara subspace. Nana's remembers the protagonist asking her to stay on Earth. When they go to another dimension, creatures could take advantage and attack Earth, so she would stay as a fallback. In the hallway, Temu Stark says if things are getting messy, then Sano probably found something dangerous on the other side. Nana's agrees, but her mission is to stay on Earth and protect it. For now, they cannot worry about Sano. Thankfully, the portal he opened is underground at Kinosaki House. In the worst case, she can handle a polluted tree and that subspace. The real problem would be the England dimensional portal opening again. That would be hard even for her. Scene returns to the spirit dimension at the elf village. The protagonist is still in his microwave state. The elf is excited, shouting they brought the space tree seed. Takeuchi gets called a monster for no reason and steps forward. They greet Elder Krail, who says this is incomplete, but still a sprout, which means spirits were purified. He looks at Lucas and asks why he feels the sacred sword is with him and if he purified the spirit. Lucas says yes and steals the credit, even though it was the protagonist. Krail believes it. He asks, "Where's my child, Midshield?" Chapters jump ahead with Krail placing his hand on the seed, pouring energy into it. Purification begins, and Yggdrasil reaches 3 of 2 roots forming. The protagonist is probably screaming inside. Satoru tries to interfere, but Krail glares and he freezes. That guy is useless except for running away. The protagonist slams his hand on the trunk, copies it, and uses Control V. He pastes the tree energy into himself. His recovery and damage reduction increase, and when the seed inside him blooms, the bonuses hit 100%. Even he does not understand how he copied the seed into himself. At least he no longer needs healing. The trunk around him crumbles. The elves ask where the seed went. Krail notices it did not disappear, but formed roots inside the human. Krail asks where Midshield is saying he gave him the spirit blessing and tells him to open his mouth. Sano answers coldly that he is dead. Confusion spreads about how an elf could be killed by a human. Sano says to him that guy was a monster who wanted to destroy his planet. Krail cries black energy rising, asking if that is why they killed his son. Purple energy spreads. He leaps forward towards Satoru and someone yells why attack him, he is useless. Krail swears they will pay and slams the ground, purple energy wrapping around the sword, trapping Satoru. X-Tentacion arrives, charging for his strike and slams into a barrier. The snake-like energy coils around everyone. Krail says if Midshield could use elf powers on Earth, he would never have died to a human. With your weak race, you cannot resist this. The elves turn out to be villains. Eri steps forward watching the attack. Even Takeuchi cannot move. Everyone is immobilized. Takeuchi and Shirosaki realize abilities cannot activate because mana is being drained. Sano recognizes this as the blessing of the space tree. Mana flows into him. Then Control-C deactivates. Copy failed. He must use Shift. Everyone wants that key. Sano realizes it is what Midshield wanted. To win in this world, he needs it. Krail summons green weapons, calling them monsters. In the elf world, they are invaders who will die. He fires an elf arrow, blasting the hall like a bazooka. The protagonist sees Arita Sarah and thinks she should have kept dancing K-pop. Something passes him, raising a green barrier, canceling elf magic. Ares says this magic does not work on her. She wears the cloak and it is broken strong. Krail recognizes the cloak of immortality, which belonged to a certain human mage, when she hears that Ares asks if he knows her mother. Damn, the scene cuts to the dwarf house and Mikhail is tied up like an idiot. He is done. The 778-year-old tiny girl walks up and asks, "How do you feel, Mikhail?" He looks confused and says, "Wait, did you capture me while I was passed out?" She answers, "No, I saved you from being completely drained by the spirits when you were about to die." Mikhail smiles calmly, tears the ropes apart, and stands up. She looks excited, but she really should be worried. He steps closer and asks, "Are you a dwarf?" She asks back, "Are you a human?" And he just smiles, saying, "Perfect, everything is going according to plan. I warned it would end like this and bring disaster to her people." Control X activates and a black energy sphere explodes, sending everyone flying and crashing to the ground. She asks, "Why are you attacking us after we saved you?" He answers that to him, everyone there is just experience points. He starts charging Control X again right in front of her, but then he drops. What just happened? Dueko the dwarf smashes Mikhail black hole with a hammer. Pio stares in shock, and Mikhail locks eyes with the one who dared challenge him. The tall red-haired dwarf turns and tells Pio to warn Krail about this. She wants to say how dangerous he is, but he yells for her to leave, and with no choice she runs, saying she will call him now. Mikhail looks at him and says, "So you are Dueko leader." Dueko asks what his goal is, and Mikhail says he is more curious about how that hammer struck his black hole, since it must be made from something comparable to dimensional stones. In that moment, it is clear Mikhail came here to evolve his curse. He smiles, saying it is convenient that monsters in this world can talk, but Dueko swings again, saying he came at the perfect time and he will end this curse now. Lightning spreads like Thor, and the entire room explodes as he slams the wall again. Wait, did he activate Shift? There it is, he has Invent. It strengthens the dimensional hammer and probably boosts any ability. The ground collapses completely, but as everything falls, Mikhail smiles. Now he finally found what he wanted. His Control H activates. This guy really has every key bound. The scene cuts to a mountain that looks like the place where Thorfinn's father was killed by that bastard Askeladd. We make friends with the elves, everyone. We are riding on their boat, and nobody says a word. Icon, a guy who has not been useful at all so far, asks if they are not sworn enemies of the dwarves. The elf explains that right now, with a war against the spirits going on, there is a ceasefire. The protagonist remembers Krail saying that in the beginning, all races lived peacefully. The dwarves even gave the elves the items they forged, and in return, they received wood from the space tree, which was the best kind of flame, and that is how their bond was formed. Then one day, the black spirit appeared known as Grimory, the one who polluted the space tree. After that, the elves could no longer receive the blessing of the space tree, and Dweko was tricked through his daughter Zelly. The poor girl fell into a trap because those monsters wanted branches from the space tree. In the end, she was captured by Grimory. In revenge, Krail cut the dwarf anvil in half and sent it to another dimension. Everything connects now, says the story. Hold on, Krail, it was that anvil fragment that opened the portal on Earth and caused the catastrophe. Great job, elf. The protagonist finally understands why Midshield went to Earth and why the spirits appeared with him. Krail explains that when spirits become polluted, monsters go insane. In the middle of that chaos, a female mage appeared and wiped everything out. Ares notices and asks where her mother is. Krail says she believed humans would eventually reach this place, so she worked with Dweko to create a dimensional key, split it into fragments, and seal the dimension. After that, she went to the beast dimension searching for someone. But since Krail destroyed the anvil, there was no way to create a return key. Because of that, everyone suffered thanks to him. Ares wants to meet Dweko, but Krail says it is pointless since both the anvil and the furnace are unusable. Then Ares shows the fragment and asks if this is what he is looking for. The protagonist looks at it, and with the Yggdrasil tree power, they now have an anvil and a tree. The elves are shocked, and the protagonist says, "That is it, we have everything we need time to move." We are back on the boat, and just like Thorfinn father, there is an ambush from above. Winged vegetarian rats start throwing rocks at the ship. Lucas notices it is a human, but another elf says that is impossible. They seem used to this by now. It might be the spirits executing Dweko, but we do not know because the scene changes again. Now we are in England in front of the Cooper estate. A group of adventurers watches a portal destabilize, blue lightning flashes, and someone celebrates. They manage to open the hole. Orders are given and they rush in. As soon as they enter, a soldier drops to the ground. They cannot even breathe the air there. The leader orders everyone who is not a hunter to leave or they will die. Then a giant worm appears and bites through the group. A mage uses his staff with both hands, which tells you how bad he is. It does nothing, and he gets devoured. The guy is level 300 and nothing works. That place is worse than any top-tier dungeon. Everyone starts running, and the masked one says he knew it would be too dangerous. We are back in the fight, with Mikhail warning the dwarf that breaking the ground will not do anything against him. He throws another Control X, forming a huge mass around the dwarf who swings his hammer. This dwarf is insanely dangerous. He smashed the guy's power and actually cancelled it. Even Mikhail looks impressed. The dwarf replies that this is no ordinary hammer and its name is Crom. Mikhail smiles, pulls out a sword, and says he is taking it. This kid is a thief too, always trying to steal everything from everyone. He lashes the wall over, and now it is the dwarf who is falling. The dwarf swings again while noticing Mikhail is trying to keep his distance. That trick was not going to work, so he gets hit on the side of the arm, but Mikhail activates Control H and is already above him. Another attack with that sword that moves like a whip, but the dwarf raises a stone barrier like something straight out of Fortnite. Mikhail activates another delete and says sadly he has more weapons than the dwarf. The wall explodes, the big guy gets pushed back, and Mikhail lashes again. He is straight up spamming that skill, and eventually it was bound to hit. And when it hits hard. Half of the dwarf's body gets torn up, and Mikhail throws another bomb at him. With the arm he has left, the dwarf slams the hammer. A massive blast explodes, and he gets thrown far away. He hits another wall, raises a pillar to stay standing, but Mikhail lands right in front of him. Your arm is at its limit, dwarf. Drop the hammer and hand over those runes. Dweko looks shocked that he already knows about them. He drops the hammer, reaches his waist, and pulls out a stone that must be the rune. That instantly fires Mikhail up. A flashback hits where he asks Midshield how this whole curse evolution thing even works without proper equipment. Midshield explains that bosses and dwarves can even create curses. Mikhail doubts it, but Midshield says they possess a spatial tree core. Through that item, they can create refinement runes, and those runes can evolve skills, equipment, and even curses. For now, they cannot because the spatial tree is contaminated. But if anyone could still create runes, it would be Chief Dweko. And then the guy eats the rune. The transformation starts, golden veins spread across his face, and his arm comes back fully restored. He grabs the massive hammer and things go wild. That only excites Mikhail even more because that rune restored an entire arm. Dweko starts blowing everything up, saying Mikhail has no idea about the horrors of runes. The ground collapses. Mikhail looks to the side and sees what looks like a golem rising ready to strike him. He jumps, but the stone ground traps his foot. He gets caught in a sand coffin and is about to be crushed. But looking at Dweko's face, you already know. He switches places like it was obvious. You really thought that would solve anything. We cut back to the elf house with Shirazaki thinking about those runes that can evolve anything. Satoru says he would like one, but Krail warns them not to get too excited. These items are extremely hard to obtain and extremely complex to use. On top of that, the space tree is contaminated by Grimoire. The roots are barely holding together. It is only a matter of time before Grimoire absorbs the core, and when that happens, this dimension is finished. Shirazaki asks why they plan to send someone that dangerous to Earth. One elf explains the plan was to place Grimoire on Earth inside a dimensional dungeon, meaning all humans would die. His excuse is that by sending Grimoire there, they can save the spatial core and use its power to create an interdimensional key. If it fails, everyone dies and they stay safe. That is basically what he is saying. But the mention of dungeon dimensional keys catches Shirasaki's attention. Creel says the dwarf master can do it. Shirasaki asks if it is possible to create a key for any dungeon he wants. The dwarf, confused, asks if he has been there before. Shirasaki reveals his brother's story and says yes, he has been there with an old friend. The elf says if he has been there, then it might be possible to make a key for him to return. Out of nowhere, Shirasaki collapses crying. It lasts 10 seconds before Creel says they are running out of time because once the core is absorbed, the key cannot be made anymore. We go back to the fight. The dwarf is scared. Another Control X sweeps the entire area. The purple mass expands, devouring all the stone. Dueko slams the ground and raises another Fortnite-style barrier. Not just one, but a full sequence. But everything is getting deleted. The dwarf is about to be swallowed, so he strikes back, hitting the center of the sphere. But it is huge. It looks like he is going to be consumed. The old man gets completely shredded. Mikhail walks to the center and picks up the massive hammer. Damn. The huge dwarf is buried down there. He tells the bastard to hand over all the runes. He was buried alive, which is straight disrespect. Or maybe only his head is left and he is still talking, which is even worse. Bold move. He fires back, saying, "Do you think I consumed that rune just to heal my arm? That was the last one that existed, and I have no others to give you." Mikhail does not care. He says he only came here because Midshield said this place had runes, but it is fine, he will find another dimension. Dueko reacts. "Midshield, are you talking about Krail's son?" Mikhail steps closer and says, "So you know him? If that is the case, you also know he had the shift curse." Dueko realizes Mikhail is not there for transcendence at all. He wants shift and delete. Fine. Mikhail just smiles and says getting shift first was not a bad idea. The scene cuts to Ashley Cooper's resistance. Lucas, useless dad. He is shaking on the bench, knowing that just like Midshield said, Grimoire still has not taken physical form. The good part is that as long as they avoid direct contact, they can resist mental corruption. He was lucky to get the sacred sword before coming here. Even with that stolen item, which is his best asset, he barely survived. At this rate, England really will be destroyed. I do not get this guy. Is he a friend or an enemy? He brings allies. He wants to save England. This is messy. Another flashback hits. Everyone talked to Midshield and asked, how do we stop this guy? The elf revealed that to seal Grimoire in subspace, they would need the sacred sword. That must happen before he absorbs the tree core. The moment he gains a physical form, his body takes control of everything, and he gains the ability to freely cross dimensions. Cooper is thinking about the protagonist when an older woman arrives. Hunter May, who works as the Prime Minister of England. She asks how he plans to solve this. Cooper says he wants to put all hunters on the battlefield. Easy plan. Send everyone to die while you run. Even May doubts they can get that many people to work together. He says they have time, but she asks what happens if they fail. He reveals there is a portal that would send Grimoire to Japan. May immediately realizes he wants to dump the problem on Japan. He should know that would affect the entire world. It is not a real solution. Cooper responds that once Grimoire gains a physical form, it is impossible to stop him with mages like before. She should remember what happened 10 years ago when the gate opened in their country. Between opening a gate at home or in Japan, the choice is obvious. They would throw it at others. Back to the fight. The group arrives at the dwarf home, which is completely destroyed. Pio runs ahead calling for her father while the protagonist warns them to be careful because Mikhail could still be nearby. They only find what looks like the remains of a head. That is cruel. Letting her see that is too much. I fell for it. I forgot she is 50 years old, but still seeing just a stump of a head is rough. The elf asks who could have done this. Suno says he is still alive. Sure, he is alive. You literally saw him teleport away and vanish. Then they look at who is left. Miss Arita Sarah, could you revive him? She says she will try, but he was deleted and an error might occur like last time. Pio grabs her, desperately begging her to at least try. Anything to save the chief. Control Z activates and restores the target. They have Extentacion who can maybe supply mana. They have the protagonist who can give mana. Let us give mana. But the message is different. This is an error from another dimension that cannot be restored and evolution is required. Arita does not push it. She says, as expected, she cannot do it because her curse does not work here. The protagonist realizes they will need to evolve those curses to help. Pio keeps asking if they evolve, will they save the chief? Suno says it is possible, but how will they evolve now that everything is destroyed? Pio says they do not need to worry because she can do it. Let us see then. She is not a child. She is 780 million years old. Before trying, we go back 5 years. Dueko stands at the anvil saying it is impossible. He shows 2 runes and tells her to keep one. If the prophecy is real, they will need it. The one who brings the anvil fragment will be their savior. Back to the present. She says there is something she needs to confirm. She asks if they have the anvil fragment. Suno smiles, remembering his talk with the president and the condition he asked for. He wanted the fragment because it might be from the dimension they are heading to. Maybe it could help uncover more about his father's research. He pulls out the item and shows her. She smiles immediately and says it is exactly what she wanted, just like the prophecy said. She stops herself. Not today. Then she shows a crystal and says with the anvil fragment and this item, they can evolve a curse. The protagonist asks what it is. She says it is a strengthening rune. It must be absorbed into a weapon to cause evolution, and the same applies to skills and curses. She adds that this is the last rune. In exchange for evolving their curse, she asks them to save the chief. It clicks for the protagonist. He turns to the K-pop queen and says she will be the one to evolve. She's the only one who can restore this place. Pio tells her to put it in her mouth and swallow it. She does it. She swallows and evolves. Golden light bursts out. Energy everywhere. She drops to her knees. A blast of light. Her body flickers like digital sparks. The protagonist asks if she's okay, and she says it is nothing, while sweating. Control Z level 2 unlocked, and now there is a Control Y. Wait, what does Control Y do? My monitor flickered. ChatGPT says Control Y redoes the last action you undid. So if you restore someone's arm and press Control Y, you undo the restoration and return to the original state. Makes sense. Arita looks curious and wants to speak, but the protagonist tells her to stay quiet and keep this secret. Pio asks her to save the chief, and she agrees. Hand on top. Control Z activated. Now that it evolved, it works in another dimension. A blast of blue mana shoots into the sky. Under all that, the dwarf was actually intact. I thought only the head was left. His arm starts regenerating while the elves watch in shock. That was not just a recovery skill. Something was off. It was impossible for an arm that had been deleted to come back. Dueko starts waking up looking confused when Pio runs over and gives him a small hug. The protagonist asks if Arita is okay. She says yes, and her mana is flowing even better now. Poor thing is already being put to work. He tells her to rebuild the castle. She says it is fine, and thanks to the golem heart he gave her, it is possible. The scene shifts to a cherry blossom tree. Satoru is running and says they are getting closer to Grimoire energy. The contamination is getting worse. Krail explains that spirits and elves have a strong spiritual connection, so this kind of curse does not work on them. At the same time, Shirasaki points out that black aura and black mana are the same thing, and that is why his barrier was working. Krail thanks the tattooed guy and explains he is only doing this because he also needs to use the core to access a dungeon. The elf says they will need research, and the protagonist stops and asks how they are supposed to find it then. Dungeons cannot move by nature. A dimensional transfer to a dungeon is nothing more than a colossal creature beyond imagination. So a dungeon is basically a space that exists somewhere else inside a creature. He explains that when a dungeon is cleared, the boss core changes location and disappears, but Dueko can recreate it. That is why he can rebuild dungeons. To know exactly which dungeon to recreate, they need precise information from inside it. That is why it has to be someone who has already been there. Shirasaki starts thinking his brother is still there, when suddenly everything begins to shake. Everyone realizes the core absorption has started and they run. We jump to 30 minutes before the spatial tree invasion. Dueko was thinking the furnace is finally burning again, but why is the space tree here? Everyone else is confused and cannot believe it actually appeared. For them, it was impossible. The furnace is burning again. Suno explains this is the seed of the space tree that was born inside him, and that is why it is not corrupted. Dueko says that makes no sense because it should belong to Midshield unless he died. Arita steps in to defend her people and says Midshield wanted to bring a dark spirit to Earth and they only defended themselves. Suno admits he took the item from Midshield using his curse. Dueko realizes the protagonist is here to evolve his curse too. But since he was saved by his friend, he agrees and says they will start forging runes. Suno thanks him because he can finally complete subspace and his abilities. The dwarf warns he will only make enough stones for the number of humans present. That is a lot more than expected. If Mikhail gets even one of these runes, it is over. Someone greedy immediately asks if the dwarf can also make a dimensional key. The dwarf recognizes the cloak he made for Nishihara's daughter and says yes, it is possible, but he needs black steel. That material only exists in the steel dragon habitat. The problem is that it is in another dimension. Too many worlds, too many planets. The protagonist remembers Shirasaki. Going to a dungeon in another dimension is exactly what his friend wants to do. At that moment, everything starts shaking there too. A dwarf brings news that the space tree is being consumed. The chief facepalms and says they are done. If Grimoire absorbs everything and materializes, it is over for everyone. Then stop panicking and grab the hammer. Time to work. We cut to Grimoire saying their goal in this dimension will soon be achieved. He apologizes to Giselle and says this is the limit of his power. He cannot protect her anymore, even though he can feel her will to live is strong, and he tells her not to lose hope. Giselle is the captured elf, and she feels her father's aura talking to her. Grimoire stands nearby and says he has noticed some pests approaching. He tells her not to have hope because this dimension already belongs to him. Outside, energy explodes everywhere. Flying vegetarian rats go wild. Snakes strike everything. Grimoire tells Giselle that when everything materializes, she will become a boss. Back to Shirasaki, who notices the entire place shaking and things falling apart. Crail tells him to keep running, but Shirasaki feels something is wrong. There has to be a reason the elf is this agitated. Crail explains that a colossal life form that becomes a dimensional dungeon is born from a corrupted king's spirit like Grimoire. That is why he has no physical body. They infest creatures inside dimensions like they did with the space tree. Everyone inside a captured dimension becomes monsters and bosses. So when Grimoire captures a dimension, he turns it into a dungeon others farm. That means all dungeons were once dimensions. Satoru and Shirasaki realize that if they do not stop Grimoire, everyone will turn into dungeon monsters. Satoru gets angry and asks Creel if he knew this and still brought everyone here. Shirasaki knows Sano has the core and they just need to escape, but that would cost Creel some life and also his chance to reach his brother. The elf tells them to give up, but then pulls out his staff and says no, this can still be won. A massive surge of energy erupts. He electrocutes a giant worm trying to bite Creel and it explodes into rubble. He starts bragging, asking who they think he is. This old guy got beaten the whole story and now wants to farm aura at the last second. Now he has to deal with it, because more worms are coming. Satoru finally does something. He draws his sword and slashes. What chapter is this? 65. 65 chapters of doing nothing. A green flying mouse rushes him. He raises a barrier and cuts its head. That should not kill it. Spirits only die to the sacred sword. Do not forget your own rules. Takeuchi charges forward, holding the creature back while Shirasaki unleashes another wave of purple, black, and red lightning blowing everything up. Satoru stares in awe and says he is insane. That is all this kid is good for. Creel is not impressed and warns that killing these creatures will not solve much because the dimension is being eaten by the flying green mice. Those creatures are under their control and they will keep spawning forever. Shirasaki says he will handle it and fires more lightning forward. The monsters start adapting and dodging the obvious attacks. Takeuchi says they need to take them all down at once, and Satoru looks like he has an idea. Someone asks what he is about to do and he says Sano Haruto gave him something. No one gets it, but he raises his arm and calls down a rain of golden orbs. Stones rise from the ground, rush forward, grab all the monsters, and slam them down. Satoru tells Shirasaki to use the lightning. Shirasaki is shocked that this can actually work by pulling everything down together. He prepares another spell and unleashes a storm of lightning, frying everything along with the stones that turn into smoke. Satoru praises him while the spirits fade away. The downside is they are being burned instead of purified, like with the sacred sword. Shirasaki says Sano Haruto has trained his members well. By training, he really means handing out tons of items. Meanwhile, Takeuchi is smashing the ground, fighting the worms. Creel finally uses his power to restrain the creatures. Funny how when he is an enemy, he locks everyone down and no one can beat him, but as an ally, it barely helps. He gets a message from Giselle asking him to come home. Instead, he charges forward saying she must be nearby. Shirasaki tells him he can go and he will cover things here. Satoru goes ahead too. The stone guy realizes he really is a scared weakling. A flashback plays. Takashi says they pressured Master Sano, but if he does not want to go, he does not have to. Takeuchi asks if he really wants to give up after all the info they gathered. The glasses guy says they already asked other hunters for help, but they know if they do not join the guild, Maida's reputation is finished. Do you want everyone to find out about your mana addiction heart condition? That explains why Takashi does not level up. He cannot use mana. He says it is dangerous and they have time to wait. Takeuchi slams the table and says they have no time. He has to go find more runes across every dimension. Takashi says he is not a hunter and anyone can manage the guild. Takeuchi says no way. He built Maida's and he will protect it to the end. Loyal guy, time for adventure. Back in England, there is a massive ice cube barrier. People watch and say the barrier is complete. A mustache guy warns them not to lower their guard because it only blocks black mana. Right then, the ground shakes and a purple tentacle bursts out. Grimoire's physical body is starting. Everything is doomed. Was this not supposed to block black mana? It already broke through and is destroying everything. The item looks useless. Someone holds a wooden shield thinking it will stop the apocalypse. The ground turns into a ruined sea. Watching from above is Ashley Cooper calling for an emergency meeting. The physical manifestation is happening much faster than expected. Grimoire's dark spirit has taken control of the spatial tree. They try to stop it, but it is too late. Another disaster is coming and England or Japan will be first. He is about to dump the problem on someone else again. Meanwhile, underground at the Kinosaki place. Nanazi cuts through everything as usual while Fua blocks. He got his shield back. Just the two of them holding off the apocalypse pouring out of the portal. She activates Hellfire, the flame that never goes out, and says they need to find out what happens next. Scene jumps again. We reach the elf who says he did not expect it to be so easy to get there. The protagonist says it is thanks to Duiko who showed the spatial path, but his face freezes. The elf base is completely destroyed. The holes in the ground make it obvious it was Mikhail. Lucas comes out of the gate and the protagonist warns everyone to be careful because Mikhail is nearby. Someone says he is already gone and was here for Krail. Krail is lying there missing limbs. Mikhail came just to kill him and talked about dimensional curses. The protagonist tells Arita to heal everyone. Sinao already knows, just like Midshield said Mikhail is after Shift. Even if he has it now, he cannot evolve without the Dwarf Stone. The protagonist asks what happens if Mikhail gets a rune. The answer is his curse becomes Delete. The protagonist panics, saying he will have Delete. He already had something like it, but now it would be Shift Delete, a Super Delete. That means even Aridacera cannot restore the damage he causes. The protagonist asks where Creel and the others went. They left to save the elder daughter. He notices his girlfriend and Satoru are gone too. They went to do something reckless again. Sano says they must hurry before Mikhail arrives. The blonde elf says it is impossible because they will be trapped in the corrupted spatial tree. Someone says no. The protagonist opens a portal saying this subspace is part of Grimoire. Somehow, his power connects to it. We cut to Creel running toward his daughter who is still bound. She tells him not to come closer because she has been absorbed and cannot be saved. Creel says there is still time and apologizes for being late. He starts pulling at everything. Takauchi rushes in, tells him to step back, grabs the branches and tears at them, trying to free her. More branches appear and she is fully protected. Shirasaki prepares lightning, but that would kill her. Even Creel yells, asking if he lost his mind. Then Shirasaki notices something strange. The ground is glowing. A small part of the branch is not contaminated and full of vitality. Perfect. He tells everyone to back away. He charges up a massive green attack and fires a classic elven shot. Satoru watches amazed, saying he made an arrow from pure energy. Still, your friend has copy and paste powers, and that is way more broken. Even Shirasaki notices the vitality in the tree, but he feels it is not that strong. That makes it impressive that the old man pulled so much energy from something so small. He fires the blast and it almost hits the daughter head. Everything breaks apart. She falls from the branches and he catches her. Shirasaki realizes that at least not everything was contaminated. He isn't shocked because if this old man is this strong with just a trace of magic, then imagine if this entire place were the tree of life with energy for everyone. He quickly raises a barrier and says they need to leave before they get trapped. The moment he says it, things go wrong. More tentacles appear and start trapping everyone. There is nowhere to go. Satoru says the obvious. They are trapped and about to be crushed because everything is breaking apart. Satoru, about to die, calls out for their guy, but everything suddenly disappears. He smiles in relief until he sees Mikhail arriving and saying it is unfortunate, but he is not Sano. Everyone freezes. Takuchi does not hesitate. He pulls his arms back and charges like a madman. He is about to eat another hit. Mikhail warns him to be careful because he no longer has his little friend to fix him. Control X activates toward his hand, and it starts corroding everything along with his mask. Takuchi keeps pushing and says he has tons of stone and will not give up. Even Mikhail is surprised as the energy keeps expanding. Takuchi explains that when someone uses stone armor, it is completely isolated from the outside world. That means abilities cannot affect them. Then it clicks. He is not putting the armor on himself. He put it on Mikhail. It cost him an arm, but now he tells Shirasaki to fire the lightning. Shirasaki raises his arm and gathers energy. Takuchi yells. The lightning strikes. Mikhail stares straight ahead and the chapter almost ends. Everything explodes around Mikhail, but he uses Control H and slips aside. This guy has too many buttons. Shirasaki thinks he has a chance and asks where Mikhail thinks he is going. Lightning rains down, but Mikhail keeps abusing Control H and dodges everything. Takuchi appears behind him and slams the hammer. Mikhail blocks for the first time and gets thrown back. This looks like the moment he might be killed. Mikhail laughs and says best in the world is meaningless because transcendentals kill anyone in this world. Wanting to be the best of your own world does not mean much. He activates another Control X. His aura expands again and the massive purple sphere returns. Shirasaki throws up another barrier, but everything detonates. Purple energy floods everywhere. He cannot hold it. His eyes turn purple and wild. Satoru is useless and crying. The pressure becomes too much and everyone gets swallowed by the sphere. A storm wipes everything out. A massive crater forms and Takuchi loses his hand. People lose limbs so often here that it barely shocks anyone. Mikhail approaches and asks how Shirasaki survived the abyss black mana. Shirasaki stands there with blackened eyes and power crackling. Mikhail snaps his fingers and another Control X activates. Purple spheres lock onto each of the boy's limbs. Only stumps should be left. Mikhail looks to the side and asks if he is Midshield's father. The old man freezes. Mikhail says he brought him here and that Midshield told him about his shift curse and how to take it from him. Mikhail snaps again and crushes the father's arm. At the same time, creatures swarm Satoru. Then suddenly, Satoru wakes up. He looks around and sees Creel facing Mikhail. He sees everyone else broken on the ground. The strongest are dead and he is next. He needs to escape. A voice tells him he will soon meet them in the afterlife. Creel screams, asking if Mikhail used Midshield just to kill him in the end. Mikhail laughs and says nothing matters. Everyone in this world is a monster and now he will take this curse. Suddenly, lasers, lightning, thunder, and massive energy blasts fill the area. Mikhail feels burning pain from a long sword. It is not Sano. It is Satoru. Mikhail is shocked that Sano left him the sword. He teleports instantly and asks if the idiot even knows how to use it. Satoru senses him, turns and blocks, but is sent flying. He cannot believe he blocked a Mikhail attack. The sword is broken, strong, and gives him a chance. Mikhail mocks him, saying he thinks he is stronger just because of an item and that it is a pathetic illusion. Mikhail fires the sphere straight into his chest. Blood sprays. Half his abdomen is gone. We flash back to earlier when Satoru was scared and asked if he really had to go. The protagonist handed him the sword and said, "Take it. It will give you levels and help you survive." He warned the sword would last 1 month and would save him at least once in the elf world. When the user's health drops to 25%, the sword's effect activates. A burning aura explodes around Satoru. He feels power rushing through him. Mikhail warns him that the sword saved him, but if he uses that power to attack, he will die. Satoru says he would rather die than be killed. He screams and activates Rampage. He clashes swords with Mikhail, who is shocked that someone on the brink of death has this much power. Yellow energy keeps expanding. The scene cuts to Extentation Group running through the void. Ares suddenly stops and says she feels the black sword of Kalisha has entered attack mode. Sano realizes his girlfriend is in danger. That is not the only reason he gave the sword. He asks if Ares knows the way. She points into the distance and says it is not far. The protagonist tells everyone to move fast. Back at the fight, Mikhail's burned arm is visible. He looks at Satoru lying there coughing blood but still standing proud. Mikhail shrugs and says it does not matter. He will die even if he leaves him alive. He could finish him now but decides not to. He walks to Krail and demands the shift, stabs him. The elf agonizes and begs him to hand it over before he is killed. He says Mikhail knows this is not the correct way to pass a curse. At that moment, we see that Midshield warned that killing someone does not transfer it. It works like Sano controls C. You need to immobilize the target, connect to them, and then perform the transfer. I thought Krail would have to agree to something, but Mikkel already starts absorbing. Or at least that is what Mikkel thought, because he suddenly takes a solid punch to the knee. He looks back angry, but immediately gets hit by a barrage of marble shots. Satoru is going all out. The kid says he will use everything Sano gave him. More little robots appear around and Mikhail calls him pathetic. Then Satoru collapses unconscious. At least he knows he bought as much time as he could. Now Mikhail wants to kill him. He forms the massive sphere and throws it to crush Satoru. A golden slash cuts straight through it. Extentation and the group arrive. Things just got bad for the villain. Mikhail instantly activates another Control X toward the three of them. The protagonist steps forward, saying he has no time to waste on trash like him. With Kalisha in hand, he fires a massive flame blast at Mikhail. The whole field explodes. The protagonist rushes to Satoru, who is barely holding on. Satoru asks if he did his best. Sano answers that he fought amazingly. Another blast slams into them. This is not a romance. This is a battlefield. Satoru stands up, fueled by rage. Extentation yells for Mikhail to stop attacking and for Sano to focus. Then it happens. Control C, Control V. Extentation is shocked. He did not know Sano could copy himself. Mikhail curses because his ability is terrible against Sano, but that will not matter soon. The protagonist worries about everyone around. The main plan is to evacuate the injured. He uses Control V on the ground and Yggdrasil roots rain down. Mikhail strikes another dramatic pose. Everyone starts moving through the portal. Sano orders the K-pop queen to heal everyone. The old man stands up, yelling that his curse was stolen. The protagonist realizes how bad this is. As long as Mikhail cannot evolve the skill to level 2 even with shift, it should not fully work in this world. He still needs the same rune from Dueco. Extentation is alive and could help fight, but Sano activates more Yggdrasil roots. A system warning appears asking if he wants to copy the spatial tree into existence. It warns about possible collision. Sano hesitates, wondering if the spatial tree is not already part of Grimoire. Mikhail teleports onto a branch and asks if Sano is buying time for his friends to escape. He says it is pointless since he has shift and will steal Sano's curse. Sano replies that without a rune, shift is meaningless. He confirms the copy. 10% complete. Control cannot be used during copying. Mikhail attacks from behind. Sano blocks with his sword. Another purple sphere detonates. Copy progress jumps to 76%. Mikhail mocks him, saying even his allies were stronger and today Sano will die. Another blast hits Sano head-on. Without control, he realizes he is nothing special. He barely dodges and loses another arm. Mikhail grabs him by the neck, asking why he is not dodging and what he is planning. 97%. Mikhail smiles, saying Sano cannot even use his curse anymore and that stealing it will be easy. He activates Control X at point-blank range, tearing through Sano. Sano collapses in agony. Control C triggers at the last second. Only his remains hit the ground. The spatial tree finishes copying. Control V activates. Initial recovery begins. Sano starts glowing like fireworks. Yggdrasil Blessing restores 100% of damage and reduces damage by 65% for 1 hour. Mikhail is confused, asking why healing works now. Sano smiles, saying his curse evolved again. Mikhail says it does not matter and that he will kill him anyway. Suddenly, massive tentacles slam into the ground toward Mikhail. He explodes them, but they keep coming. They also attack Sano. This is not Sano's power. It is Grimoire reacting to stolen energy at the perfect moment to absorb everything. Even Mikhail is shocked. The black spirit moves. Mikhail dodges through roots and fires another delete into the tree. The roots seem endless. Sano dodges under 2 more and realizes he can copy the entire spatial tree and even use its abilities. Maybe he can control this chaos. He touches the branch but fails. A higher entity already controls it. He realizes if he gets trapped, he will become a monster. He sees a strange black aura ahead and stretches his hand using Control V to pull black aura from subspace. He forms a portal. The scene shifts to the elf village where roots are also destroying everything. Lucas tells everyone to run into subspace, and now only he and the little elf are left, so they decide to leave too. The masked one thanks him and says, "You are saving countless people, but if Grimoire reached physical form, that means all your friends." Lucas cuts him off and tells him to stop trying to kill everyone with words. If subspace is open, that means Sano is alive and they still have a chance. In the Dwarf Kingdom, thunder crashes. Dueko already knows that Grimoire completed the absorption of the space tree. Someone asks, so the humans lost. He says yes and that he needs to destroy all these items before they fall into Mikhail's hands. As he raises the hammer, someone rushes in saying a subspace just opened. The humans arrived and they need Dueko there now. The scene shifts to our guy wrapped in vines, completely confused. Wait, did the roots bring me here? Satori and everyone else are gone. Is this Grimoire materializing, or did my subspace change? And why are these roots moving like this? He steps closer and light hits his face. Someone calls out to Sano from inside and it is Nanes. The protagonist walks through the portal while she is confused, asking, "Why are you back?" He looks up and says, "So this is under Shirosaki house. Is subspace still open?" She says yes, but the corrupted roots keep coming out and are getting harder to control. He realizes what happened and knows he must urgently return to the dwarf village. Nanes tells him to be careful as another tentacle nearly hits his face. She activates the witch blade while he runs, saying he has to go back to that world. She will cover while he is gone. As he reaches the portal, a hand appears. It is Lucas. Everyone freezes, confused about what is happening and why Nanes is here. The protagonist explains they are on Earth and they need to go back there fast. Elves start coming through the portal too. Nanes is overwhelmed as people keep pouring out. The protagonist tells her to stay calm and that they are not enemies. The masked elf is shocked that the protagonist is alive. That means Creel is safe too. Did they save Giselle? The protagonist taps his hand and says, "Yes, everyone is fine." He thinks that if this guy made it out alive, then the elf village was not fully destroyed. Now the hard part is how to return to the dwarf land. The elves have the same problem because they have nowhere to go. Then someone shouts because the monster is still coming through the portal. But wait, the portal is shrinking. Sano Haruto did not make it through in time. Worst Control V fails, saying subspace not found. Sano is confused and Lucas explains the reality. Grimoire fully materialized. With that power, he can control the subspace that leads to him. Sano asks, so until we defeat him, subspace is unusable. The elves are shocked because that means none of them can return either. Then someone says, "Do not give up." It is Nanase. She says whether good or bad, Cooper left this behind. A dimensional portal opened in England and is destroying everything. So Cooper did not dump it on Japan. Now Sano has to go to England, while others are in another world. The protagonist smiles and says thanks to Cooper greed, they now have a way back. He clearly has another goal with that portal. Grimoire advances, swallowing bridges, cities, and people. No one stands a chance. All the magic they throw does nothing. Someone watches from afar. Grimoire absorbed the entire tree. It is bigger and more destructive than anything imagined. In the end, it is still a tree. Nature is strong though. If humans disappear, nature takes over the planet in 20 years. People call in jets, missiles, everything. Smoke rises, but nothing happens. May asks Cooper if he is sure this will work. He explains Grimoire is basically a bodiless spirit. It only materialized because of the space tree. A tree burns easily even without special weapons. Grimoire may be evil incarnate, but with a damaged body, he becomes useless. They just need to pour in all destructive resources and it will be worth it. May hesitates, knowing it is not that simple. Then she turns and freezes because the thing appears and now looks like Godzilla. Back with the protagonist watching everything. He asks if there is teleport magic to reach England. Nanase says yes, but not directly. He asks if it is a mana issue and if more mana could extend range. She explains teleport has a distance limit based on the number of people. The limit depends on mage level and group size. It also has long cast time and cooldown, so you cannot move everyone fast. Now it makes sense why Extentacion arrived by plane. Someone asks if teleport means transfer magic. The masked elf says transfer magic works across any dimension regardless of distance or renshu. The problem is it cannot be used now. Sano snaps and asks why mention it then. The blonde elf says because it can be made usable. Sano instantly understands. He needs a blessing from the space tree. The scene shifts outside. Golden armored elf knights form a pentagram. People wonder what is happening. Lucas asks and the protagonist explains he will raise a space tree so they need open ground. Control V activates. Yggdrasil seed is planted. Trunks burst from the ground and a tree rises. Everyone panics thinking it is the same thing destroying England. But this one is sparkling pink and glowing. Everyone HP rises and they realize it is positive. The elves are stunned that humans can plant a space tree. The protagonist winks and says now it will work perfectly. The elf is completely emotional, saying this is incredible. He He says the protagonists surpass even high-ranking elves and earn the blessing of a tree like this. The protagonist says Grimoire did the same thing, but asks what this ranking thing even is. The elf explains that humans call it levels. The difference is that in their world, once your ranking is fixed, you cannot surpass it. That is why no matter how strong Grimoire becomes, he will always be a spiritual king. The protagonist asks if even with Dueko runes it is impossible for Grimoire to evolve. The elf says there is a chance, since it is not zero, but overall it is extremely difficult. Sano feels confident, thinking his father really is something else. He asks if everything is fine, and the elf says yes, but the only issue is that he does not understand how vast planet Earth really is. They just need a vague idea of the destination, and it might work. Sano smiles and says he is counting on him and that they will finish this and take the elves back home. Funny how the guy steps on Earth for 10 seconds and already wants to stay. He jokes that his home was destroyed so he cannot stay forever. His intentions are pretty clear. He tells everyone to activate the circle and 4 appear at once. England appears above and below, and it looks like they will fall upside down. Nanas is shocked by the massive gap in ability. The elf smiles and says, like he mentioned before, there is no limit on distance or number of people. Everything shines and the scene shifts to Creel. Dueko greets him, saying it has been 120 years. Creel corrects him, saying 124. Satoru realizes these guys live on a completely different scale. Dueko looks over shocked. That is the girl who can instantly heal any wound. Then why can she not heal Giselle? Nanas explains she consumed the rune and got stronger but still cannot reverse her condition. Shirasaki suspiciously asks if she really ate a rune. Dueko explains she did it to heal him, the Dwarf King. Dueko then asks what happened to Mikhail. They say they have no idea. In theory, everyone left there got trapped and died to Grimoire. The subspace vanished. Satoru panics, saying his girlfriend cannot die like this. Shirasaki throws subtle hints, wishing he had a powerful rune to fight those enemies. Dueko responds, asking if he thinks a single rune could beat the corrupted forces of the space tree. Extentacion says the guy on Earth was weaker than him anyway. Dueko pulls out the runes and says everything is ready. Everyone is stunned. Dueko says they know why he is giving this to them. Extentacion says yes, it is to protect Elf, Dwarf, and Earth dimensions. He bites it. Energy explodes. Control S keeps rising, and now overriding mana layers goes from 10 to 20. His curse power basically doubled. Meanwhile, Kinosaki suddenly tries to farm aura. Every character gets a stylish moment except Sano, who struggles with swag. Dueko asks if the kid uses black magic, and he says basically yes. Dueko messed with him and did not explain the terms. The runes have spatial attributes and repel black aura. This is bad because he could lose both the rune and his aura. Nanis rushes in and heals him, and the rune drops to the ground. Dueko is impressed. She can even cancel a partial absorption. Shirazaki realizes learning black mana came at a huge cost. Extentation does not understand why it failed, but what matters most is stopping Shift from staying with Mikhail. If he can use this rune power to defeat him, everything will be fine. The old man asks if getting Shift will really lead to something good. Before we hear the answer, Takachi bites into it too. He pauses and asks if the rune can cure mana addiction. Dueko asks if he means the side effect where warriors cannot absorb mana. He says yes, of course. It strengthens the body enough to turn anyone into at least a warrior or even a hero. Everyone else wants to eat it, but Takuchi stays humble, thinking he could give it to Takachi and turn him into a real hunter. Greed kicks in, and he asks Dueko to make more. Dueko refuses, saying it would be dangerous if Mikhail got even one and the tree blessing already faded, so no more can be made. Takuchi decides to save it for his brother. Dueko notices something, and Krail calls out to Extentacion, asking what good will come from having Shift. Extentation explains that with it he can infinitely store a curse doubled by the rune. Krail is shocked, asking if that is even possible. He says yes, and that he is the only one who can use Shift that way. Now things are worse because Mikhail has Shift. Krail then reveals he is not the only one with that power. He looks at his child and everyone understands. He explains that might be why the child never recovered. Wait, the unconscious one is a boy. Someone said, daughter earlier. This is confusing. We cut back to England, where the tree monster is rampaging. Everyone says there is no way to defeat something that big. Branches spread everywhere. Roots burst from the ground, throwing people around like toys. Cooper watches from the mountains while May asks if there is really nothing they can do. He says they have to wait for the Japanese hunters. She calls it madness since lives are at risk, but he says the sacrifices will buy time. 3 jets fly in and fire more missiles. Grimoire opens its mouth, releases a black energy sphere, and wipes the sky. Everything explodes. A black vacuum forms, pulling buildings apart. The entire area turns into a volcanic wasteland. May is in shock, saying the more they interfere with bombs, the worse it gets. For a second, it looks like the thing is going down. Nope. Another root attack hits the ships and everything explodes in the sky. May turns and says she will call international organizations for support. Then she hears a sound behind her. She turns and sees the sky splitting open. The giant looks confused, and from inside comes a blue glow mixed with hellfire straight into its head. Look at that entrance in midair. The protagonist is falling with her while she says the hellfire will hold it for a while. She asks how they are supposed to land on the thing. He tells her not to worry because he has a plan and activates the like on this video. That helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell, and I am out.